Thanks.
And a very good morning from the Ageas Bowl for this Royal London one-day cup match between the Hampshire Hawks and Worcestershire Rapids. And I can tell you immediately that Worcestershire have won the toss and elected to bat first. I'm Kevin James, and next to me, former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder, Melissa Story. Melissa, well, Worcestershire going well in this competition. Hampshire need a win.
They do, and I'm not sure it's going to be like the T20 Blast where we see Hampshire rise from the bottom of the table to the top again. They need to get a win in this game today, Hampshire. They need to probably win their next game as well.
They certainly do. Right, the state of the table, I'll give you the teams in a moment, but Worcestershire come into this game sitting in third place. They've played 4. They've won 3 of those with 1 defeat. They have 6 points. Hampshire sitting in 7th. They've also played 4. They've won 1, lost 2, and had 1 no result. That was last week at Radlett against Middlesex. They have 3 points, as I say. There's 2 points for a win. Top 4 in each of the 2 groups qualify for the knockout stages. So that should give you the 2 teams. 1 change in the Hampshire 11 for this game. There is no Scott Curry, and in comes Tom Scriven, so virtually a like for like. Hampshire are Tom Alsop, Tom Prest, Nick Gubbins, Joe Weatherly, Ian Holland, Lewis McManus, James Fuller, Felix Organ, Kyle Abbott, John Turner, and Scriven as well. And the Rapids, well, they are unchanged from their previous game. That was a game where they lost to Middlesex by 13 runs. They are Jack Haynes, Brett D'Oliveira, Tom Fell, Jake Libby, Gareth Roderick, the keeper, Ed Barnard, Josh Dell, Joe Leach, the captain, Charlie Morris, Adam Finch, Josh Baker. Unchanged, as I say. What about this competition, Melissa? We've had a couple of games off. Actually, we've this. I don't think you've done one of these actually yet, have you?
No, I haven't. We've both really been on holiday, haven't we?
Yes, we have. I've missed the last 3. You haven't done one yet. But the first game that Hampshire played in this, they lost to Essex. Sussex, they won here by 98 runs. The rained-off game at Middlesex, as I mentioned. And they also lost their previous game as well. So just, I mean, we're halfway through. For these teams, we are effectively halfway through this competition. They're playing 8. You don't play each side twice. You play them either home or away. How do we reckon? Because both these sides have lost players to the 100, haven't they?
They have, and I think there's a lot of interesting developments happening in this competition. You've got the chaos and the loud noise of the 100, but in the background you've got this competition where we're now seeing a lot of young players coming up, and they're being given the opportunity here to get some runs and get some wickets and almost solidify their places in these teams. So I think it's expected that in this table, especially Hampshire's, we've got some teams who are very close in terms of points. I don't think anyone quite expected the weather we would be having, of course, with that one round on Tuesday where every match in this table was rained off. But it's interesting, as I say, and I think there should be a lot of focus on what's going to happen. And as we say, all eyes on this game.
Well, Hampshire without regulars James Vince, Mason Crane, Liam Dawson, Chris Wood, Brad Wheel, they're all playing in the 100 competition, and also Worcestershire missing several. Dylan Pennington, fast bowler, Moeen Ali, of course, Pat Brown, Ben Cox, and also Ross Whiteley, who's playing for the Southern Brave as well. So both these teams are missing significant players. And Worcestershire faring the better out of the two sides. They won their first game against Kent. In fact, they started this competition particularly well. Beat Kent, beat Gloucestershire. They also beat Essex as well. Huge margin by 182 runs up at Chelmsford. But their previous game, as I say, they lost to Middlesex by 13 runs at New Road. Right, so we've got out in the middle the Hampshire side. Worcestershire winning the toss and electing to bat first. What about the scores? Because Worcestershire have been scoring some runs, haven't they, in this?
They have. Well, Worcestershire have the second highest score this year and 2 of the top 8 scores in this competition, so it's no surprise that they've elected to bat first here today. Some hope Hampshire can take from this, although understanding the weather has played a bit of a role, but most teams chasing in this competition have been winning a few more of their matches, so even if Worcestershire today come out all guns blaring, set another high score, hopefully Hampshire should back them to have the firepower to chase it down.
Yeah, Hampshire have batted first in the 3 of the 4 matches that they've actually played. The other one rained off, as I mentioned, so this will be the first time that they've actually batted second. The sunshine is out here, just outside Southampton. Hampshire in their dark blue kit, a little bit different from their T20 kit, which was yellow. Did they play in dark blue kit earlier on in this competition? I don't remember. They must have done. I've had a week and a half off or so, which has been nice. Mel's had a few games watching the 100, a few days off watching the 100, haven't you? You've enjoyed it, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been exciting so far, to be honest.
Right, looks like John Turner then, the young South African coming in from the pavilion end. First delivery is on the money, and it's pushed out into the covers by Jack Haynes, and there is no run. So we're underway here at the Ageas Bowl, and Haynes has had a particularly good competition for Worcestershire, just over 300 runs, averaging 76.
I was going to say, I was just looking at these stats here. That's one thing which does stand out. The Worcestershire lineup, some big averages.
That's for sure. Haynes gets a straighter one, which he tries to work on the leg side. Shout, but not out, says the umpire at the far end. Definitely played across that one.
So yeah, 5 batters in the Worcestershire lineup have scored over 100 runs so far in this competition, in contrast to Hampshire, who has 1. So that being Nick Gubbins, obviously with that spectacular 131 not out in the previous competition, but Worcestershire faring better with these statistics.
They certainly are. As Turner comes in again, and it's edged, and it's over the top of first slip, and that's going to be 4 runs. Dobblesop jumping high, but the ball at least a couple of feet over his outstretched fingertips.
Drama already in the third ball. Who needs the 100 when you've got this? Really good delivery there from John Turner. He's just using this quite attacking line, just a bit of movement in now towards Haynes.
Yeah. Bit of bounce as well.
Bit of bounce, so no wonder Hampshire 2 slips in place.
This pitch is slightly to the left of centre here. In fact, a good 3 or 4 pitches to the left. In fact, his turn again runs towards us. He's got 2 slips. That's played away in the air, but safe behind square on the leg side. Goes down towards a squarish deep fine leg where James Fuller does the fielding. Not a great throw, but well backed up nevertheless. 5 without loss then the Rapids in this Royal London One-Day Cup group match.
You'd say quite decent sized boundaries here as usual at the Ageas, so plenty of opportunity for 2s as this game moves into the 2nd and 3rd power plays later on in the day.
Yeah, just to give you a reminder of how the power plays work as Turner comes in and bowls, and this time it's Pushed out by D'Oliveira, out on the onside, and there is no run. The first 10 overs, just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Between overs 11 and 40, 4 fielders allowed outside, and in the last 10 overs, 5 fielders. So those are the slightly newer rules in this year's competition. Turner comes in again and bowls. D'Oliveira drives on the up, but that went quickly to backward point. And that's well fielded there by Tom Scriven, who's back in the side at the expense of Scott Curry. We don't know whether he's injured or not, but Scriven is back in the side after only playing that one game against Essex. First over gone, 5 without loss.
I was going to say, I'm quite looking forward to seeing Tom Scriven. I've not seen him play before, so, I mean, as it always is with these new upcoming players, I remember the first time watching Tom Prest play, they just bring that excitement. And within this competition, you know, it is, although there's been, you know, a lot of drama around the 100, taking players away from this 50 over competition, these opportunities for young players are just invaluable. So
certainly are.
Really, really useful. But talking about inexperienced players, we have probably the most experienced player on the Hampshire squad here, with Kyle Abbott gearing up to bowl at the hotel end.
Yeah, there's well, on both sides, players getting experience, Mel, as you say. I mean, Felix Organ, for instance, only his 7th list day today. John Turner is 4th, all played this year. So, yeah, all valuable experience.
Abbott at the top of his mark, 2 slips in place, bowling to Haynes. In he comes, and that's back of a lengthened bat foot, pushed to mid-on for a quick single, a shy at the stumps. Just the 1 run off that first ball then. Any movement there for that first ball?
Not a lot, really, was there, really? Expecting it to nip back from Kyle Abbott, aren't we?
I mean, with these conditions, again, don't blame Worcestershire for wanting to bat first here. We've got glorious blue skies of dotted clouds around at the Ageas Bowl, and the weather only expected to get better throughout the day.
Just 1 wicket for Kyle Abbott in this competition so far.
There's not been many, you know, big wicket hauls so far we've seen.
Right.
A lot of bowlers getting 1 or 2 as Abbott in again, and that's edge to foot, second slip and dropped. Reaching to the outstretched hand of, who's that? Tom Alsop, I believe.
It's Weatherly.
Weatherly, second slip. That right hand reaching in the air and the ball just catching it, but the ball runs away for a single. All happening here at the Ageas Bowl so far.
Isn't it?
2 balls going to the slips already, so maybe there is just that bit of movement and bounce off the pitch, as we say.
So that was D'Oliveira, was that was dropped, wasn't it? Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Abbott in again, 3rd ball of the over. Again, that back of a length delivery, and that's back foot push into the offside. The ball racing towards the boundary, and 4 runs. First boundary, or second boundary, apologies, of the game. First one off the middle of the bat goes to Jack Haynes.
Looks a bit of pace in this pitch already, doesn't it?
They did. I don't think I'd want to be a batter on here, to be honest. It's definitely...
But it come on nicely to your bat, Mill.
I don't think I've had one come on nicely to my bat for a while, to be honest.
Are you not scoring many runs?
I got a 5 not out on Sunday. I know, quite exciting. I think 4 of those runs were off the edge. Abbott in. Full of delivery, and that's driven down the ground by Haynes. Another 4 runs to him. Beautiful off drive there from Haynes, who, as we say, although there might be a bit for these bowlers, is coming onto the middle nicely of Haynes' bat. Yeah,
I think that emphasises the wicket perfectly, really, when you watch a shot like that. Big 100 for Jack Haynes, 150 in their big win over Essex at Chelmsford in this competition earlier.
And 2 50s as well throughout this competition. So 10 runs off the over so far. Abbott in, and that bowls him! Top of off stump, clatters and cartwheels to the ground. And that's Haynes gone for 14 off 7 balls. The first breakthrough for Hampshire. Rapids 15 for 1 off 1.5 overs. And what a comeback from Kyle Abbott.
Certainly was, yeah. Well, he's in form. We've mentioned that, Jack Haynes, in this competition. The young 20-year-old, I think he got an inside edge onto his stumps there, a little bit wider, ball just cutting back a fraction. He's trying to play that 2 square. He's opened the face of the bat, and he's paid the price there. Lovely to see the off stump come out of the ground.
It is. I mean, there was a lack of foot movement as well there from Haynes. We see in that shot again, he just hung his bat out there, hoping, like his previous 2 fours, that the ball would find its way to the middle, but to no avail. And as a bowler, that's what you love to see.
Certainly so. 15 for 1, and Haynes had scored 14 of those, and we're only in the second over of the game. 50 overs aside, as I mentioned earlier, and Abbott doubles his wicket tally in this season's competition.
I'm sure he'll be absolutely buzzing. You'd take that. 10 runs off the first 5 balls, but then for a wicket.
Yeah.
As a bowler, always a good figures for you to begin with.
Well, it's nice to get a wicket in your first over, Mel. You'd know that. Have you must take a wicket in your first over many times.
I always say my first over is always a bit rusty, I must say. You usually get away with one absolute shocker, but second over, that's when the momentum's building, and I've had the fortune these last 3 weeks to be running uphill for every time I'm bowling, so not many wickets, just a lot of exhaustion.
Tom Fell is the number 3 for Worcestershire here, playing his 50th list A game this afternoon, or this morning. Moving into the afternoon, of course.
Fell averaging 32 so far in this competition.
That's
so
not bad.
Not bad,
That's okay.
but I'm sure he'll be looking to be that player today for the Worcestershire lineup who gets that 50, gets that 100, and clocks up another big score for the Rapids. So 1 ball remaining in this over. Fell comes down the pitch, just tapping the surface, investigating that bounce, which we've seen Abbott get so far. Top of his mark, runs in to bowl. Past the umpire, bowls, and a fuller delivery defended by Tom Fell for no run. So Rapids remain on 15 for 1 at the end of the second over. All happening here at the Ageas Bowl so far in this match between Hampshire and Worcestershire.
I better bring Frank Watson in, really, Mel, who's done a great job at the start there. Thank you, Mel. Mel will be back. I don't know, we'll work it out in a minute. Probably about half an hour's time. Is about right. Thank you, Melissa Story. Will be with us all day, and she'll also be with us down in Bristol on Friday when Hampshire take on Gloucestershire. I'll be down there as well. And 2 overs gone then. 15 for 1. Fell faced just the 1 ball. Brett Dolvera faced 3 for his 1, and Jack Haynes, the dangerous Jack Haynes as far as Hampshire are concerned, gone in that over off an inside edge, bowled by Kyle Abbott for 14. Here's John Turner from the pavilion end then as Dolivere drives nicely through extra cover. He's found the gap, not push drive rather than hit hard. There'll be at least a couple. In fact, they're going to come back for 3. Takes the total on to 18 for 1. Frank Watson, how are you?
Morning, Kevin. I'm very well, thank you very much. Lovely to be here. First time at the Ageas Bowl for me. A long time ago when I last travelled with Worcestershire to play Hampshire in an away game. I've told you about it before, Kevin. It was at Dean Park at Bournemouth. God. And they haven't played there for a long time.
No. It's, I'm not sure what's happening down there, actually, if I'm honest. I think the school took it over a few years back, and I don't know what's going on, but certainly no cricket of note is played down there now.
But lovely to be here on a perfect morning, isn't it? It's bright and sunny, but not too warm.
No, and not too much wind either as Turner comes in and bowls to Fell. Fell just works that away behind square on the leg side. Fuller's around from fine leg, throws the ball in towards the bowler. 2 completed quite easily there, and the Rapids move on to 20 for 1.
My first impressions, Kevin, as you suggested, that this pitch has got a bit of pace in it, a bit of carry, even in that first over when Jack Haynes edged that one over the slips. I thought that, and that's a big contrast to what Worcestershire have been playing on, certainly at New Road this year. So it might take a bit of adjustment for the batters.
Turner bowls. That's a nice push drive towards extra cover. Plenty of pace on that one from Fell, but couldn't find the gap. Yeah, there's been some, well, you were telling me there's been some interesting last days scores in the championship.
I think Worcestershire listeners will be fed up of hearing it and seeing it, but the floods this year, the last bout of floods were very late, and it prevented much grass growth on the square. Yeah. And the groundsman's done well to get any pitches out at all.
Fell faces Turner, sort of a length. Turner placed that square on the offside. Can't find the gap there, no run.
And the consequence has been that, well, even the outfield, you've been to New Road many times, even the outfield in May was pretty dry and parched in places, and it was because we had nice weather at the start of the season, but it had followed this late flood and there was no grass growth. Sure. And it's been a real problem.
Yeah, I've played on different types of wickets up there. Some very flat and some not so. That's off the back foot, paid square on the offside, fielded by Scriven.
Yeah, I mean, even I remember way back to the years when Worcestershire won the championship in consecutive years, 88, 89. They were quite up and down, weren't they? Those pitches.
Were, yeah. And
you know, literally up and down in terms of bounce and so on. That's another problem we've had at one end this year. It's been a bit low.
Yeah.
But no blame attached to anybody. It's just the
conditions.
The water, yeah.
Turner bowls. It's a length ball. They're going to take a quick single out towards mid-wicket, and it's good calling between the two batsmen out there in the middle, and that will be the end of the third over here. Worcestershire, having won the toss, are 21 for 1.
And that one is Jack Haynes, who was bowled via a big inside edge off the bowling of Kyle Abbott for 14. He'd hit 2 sumptuous boundaries earlier in the over, and I think, as Melissa said, not a lot of foot movement, possibly a little bit of his bat was a little bit angled and the ball bounced a bit more than he might have thought, and it cannoned back into the stump. So big wicket, because he has been in great form. Brett D'Oliveira has also been in very good form, and the Rapids in this competition, I heard you ask Melissa what she thought of this competition just before play started. I've got a few thoughts about it. Here's Kyle Abbott in now to bowl to D'Oliveira, who drives beautifully through mid-wicket. Fell, in fact, drives through mid-wicket. Trademark shot for Tom Fell, that really. And gets 3 runs, which takes him on to 6. D'Oliveira has 4, and the Rapids are 24 for 1. This competition has actually revitalised Worcestershire's season, because the Red Bull campaign didn't go particularly well, and then they lost their last 2 games in the T20 and therefore didn't qualify when they had every hope of so doing, and losing players to the 100. Heard Melissa also mention about the opportunity this competition has given to youngsters, which is also the case. Abbott in again, bowls. D'Oliveira drives on the offside, no run this time. It's misfielded extra cover. They thought about it, but the old maxim, never run on a misfield, just lurking at the back of Brett D'Oliveira's mind there, and he decided not to go through it. And so 1 or 2 youngsters have come in. Josh Baker, left arm spinner. Jack Haynes obviously been to the fore. Josh Dell has come in, and because they've then got this good start and won the 3 games, realistic hopes of progressing further. Suddenly the season has meaning again, as Abbott bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives up to mid-off, because I think, being the 3rd group in the county championship competition, they recognise that the last 4 Red Bull games are going to be, shall we call it, developmental rather than anything else. So in terms of having something to win, this competition has definitely got the season back on the rails as far as Worcestershire are concerned. And they've played some really good cricket in these games. Yep. Even the other day losing to Middlesex, cracking game. Here's Kyle Abbott again running away from us, number 87 on his back, right arm over the wicket. Bowls slightly full, not a full half volley, but full enough for Brett D'Oliveira to drive very handsomely down the ground between the bowler and mid-off for 4. Kyle Abbott, familiar of course to most Worcestershire listeners, because he had a little spell with the Pairs in 2016 and did pretty well actually. Wholehearted competitor and leading Hampshire, making a good impression presumably in that role.
Yeah, yes. I mean, funny enough, we talked about it because we were doing some commentary during the T20s prior to this competition. He was looking forward to sort of leading some of the youngsters, and he wants to do well in this competition.
Bustles in again now to bowl to D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira smacks him down the ground for 4. Again, uppish this time, over mid-on, but a confident man at the moment, Brett D'Oliveira. Heard Melissa talking about the stats earlier, and he's made runs pretty consistently in this competition. Also got 100 at Chelmsford last week, and also top scored in the defeat to Middlesex on Sunday, and he's playing very, very well at top of the order. He's also been useful with his leg spin. Not the biggest turner of the ball, but a fairly valuable bowler for Worcestershire in white ball cricket. Abbott bowls again and beats him outside the off stump with a good one, and it's all about line and length, isn't it? That one was spot on, the one that he got driven through mid-off, and the other one that went over mid-on just a bit too full, but he's got his length right there, and the carry again quite significant. So an interesting over. Worcestershire enjoyed it. They profited by the 11 runs, and they're now 32 for 1, and Fell has 6, D'Oliveira has 12, and we've had only 4 overs. There seems to have been a lot of happening in the 4 overs.
It does, yeah, gosh. Some games we've had to wait about an hour and a half to have this much action. I think already this looks like a 300+ pitch, doesn't it?
Well, it looks the sort of pitch, doesn't it, that you once you're in,
yeah,
you fancy it.
Turner comes in and bowls to Fell, just works that down towards third man. There is a fielder there, just below us. That is Tom Prest.
Did you ever play at Moseley, Kevin? When
I never have.
No, well, when Steve Rouse became the groundsman there in the 80s and 90s, and he used a road roller on it, and I mean, Greg Matthews, who I played with, said he thought it was quicker than the whacker.
Really?
And it really, really, really was quick. But when you got in, it was, you know, it went over your head if they banged it in short, but if you got in, it was fantastic to bat on.
Good cricket wicket. I love those sort of wickets.
Yeah, really good.
I remember batting at the Wacker, actually. I'd heard so much about it. I played it on, well, gosh, many years ago. There's a nice drive. That's gone hard up towards mid-off, and it's half stuck by Ian Holland. Did well to get his body in between, behind three. That is a strong drive there from D'Oliveira. Picks up 3 runs, 36 for 1, and it was every bit as quick as I'd heard.
Yeah,
it was like an indoor net.
Yeah. But once you adjust to that, once you get used to the bounce, I think you know if the ball's full, you can play your shots, and that's why you say this is. I mean, they're D'Oliveira at 15. He hadn't half played some shots in that 15.
He's finding the middle
whacked
of the bat,
a couple straight to the fielder as well.
Yeah, they look in form, some of these guys. I say Hampshire will be happy that Haynes has gone, but D'Oliveira is looking strong out there. Both men averaging 70 in this competition. Pulled, not timed, called at mid-wicket. And that's right off the top of the bat. I think he was surprised by the shorter delivery there from Turner. And a looping catch there to mid-wicket. That's Felix Organ that's taken that one. And Fell goes for 7. And as well as the Rapids have started here, they'll be disappointed they've lost 2 wickets.
Yeah, and absolutely disappointed they've lost 2 wickets. If you are describing it as you were as a potential 300 pitch, and that was a soft one really, wasn't it, in these circumstances? Possibly a little bit of extra pace is what did him, and it just hit the bat before he was through the shot. Fell, he plays that shot well, Tom Fell, the pull shot. He's very adept at it, but that one high up on the bat spliced it really, and Organ judged it well because it died on him at short mid-wicket, and he died. I mean, you'd expect him to take it, but even so, he judged it well. We've seen them drop. So Jake Libby comes to the crease. Libby has been in fantastic form for Worcestershire since he joined them from Notts, leading scorer in the Bob Willis Trophy last year. Really continued that form in red ball cricket this year. He is, however, a small man, and if they bang it in at him, it'll be interesting to see how he responds. In this competition, he's also scored quite heavily, but he tends to be an accumulator rather than somebody who really sort of, starts to smash it to all parts. He is capable of big shots, but I mean, if he gets in, Jake Libby, I would have thought this is exactly the sort of pitch that would suit him.
It's been a good move for him, hasn't it, really? Because he'd lost his way at Notts, hadn't he?
Very good move. And he actually was red ball vice captain as well, which suggests that not only a good move for him, but the club feel that he's made the right impression off the field as well. I think he's become a key man in a very short time.
Just 111 runs at 27 in his 4 innings in this competition to date. Right-hander facing Turner from that pavilion end and bowls, just quietly pushes that out behind square on the offside, fielded by Scriven into the side, taking the place of Scott Curry. So it might, an accumulator now, Frank, might not be a bad thing for Worcestershire, because as well as they've started, 2 wickets inside the first 5 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. Accumulator now is exactly what's required, isn't it?
I mean, I have to say, the way D'Oliveira is playing, he's going to score freely. A little bit of extra bounce, but nicely worked down towards third man by Libby. He's off the mark. Tom Prest, who looks like he's had a haircut. Melissa, Melissa loves a mullet. Colin de Grandon, Tom Prest. He's had a haircut, hasn't he? He has, hasn't he? Melissa's disappointed.
He's wearing a cap. It's a really good spot. Obviously, it's the bit below the cap you're missing, is it?
Yeah, it used to be streaming outside.
Colin de Grandon is remarkable now, isn't it?
Yeah. Apparently they're in. as Turner bowls, and Oliveira drives, not timed, but it's going up towards mid-on. Safe single for him. He moves on to 16. That's the end of the 5th over, 38 for 2.
Yeah, good over from Turner. Picked up the wicket off Fell, and as Kevin was saying, Worcestershire, for all the good shots that we've seen, a couple of beautiful shots from Haynes before he was dismissed, a couple of extraordinarily well-timed drives from Brett Oliveira, and he's on 16 off 11, but they've also lost 2 wickets in the first 5 overs, which is a disappointment when you've won the toss and chosen to bat on what looks a pretty good surface. I don't think we've seen much go sideways. There's been a bit of pace in it, a bit of carry in it, and I think Worcestershire will be just a little bit disappointed to have lost those 2 early wickets, despite the fact that batting hasn't looked an entirely difficult pastime out there. Here's Abbott in again to bowl to Oliveira, who's made it look as easy as anybody, and he pushes this one into the covers, and there is no run as the fielding is done by Nick Gubbins, who's been in particularly good form for Hampshire, hasn't he? With well, with bat and ball really in this competition, hasn't he?
We've seen a little bit of his leg spin.
Yeah, got a 4 for, didn't he?
He did.
I'm just trying to show that I've done a little bit of research.
Well, Frank, you're impressing.
Bit of homework.
You're impressing us here at the very least.
Kyle Abbott again, moving away from us. In bowls, and Oliveira pushes out on the offside, and no run fielded by the fielder at cover point this time. What do we call the end here, Kevin? This is the hotel end, is it, presumably?
It could be the hotel end, it could
Media
be the northern
end.
It can be, as one or two of our older people on this side of the ground, like the Meon Valley end.
Oh, the Meon Valley end. Okay.
But,
and the far end?
Pavilion end.
Right. Okay.
Most definitely.
Well, it's a lovely scene as we look out. We're in a very, very high position, almost directly behind the bowler's arm, slightly over long on, as Abbott bowls to Oliveira, pushes back to the bowler this time, and there's no run.
Sorry, at the risk of sounding ageist, which of course I'm not, it's Dave Allen I'm talking about, who likes to call it this end, the Meon Valley end. He's Hampshire's honorary historian. When he's on commentary with us, loves to have that debate. That's what I meant, Frank. Just wanted to put that in. Sorry to interrupt.
That's fine. No, not at all. Lovely ground though, lovely stadium this, and you can see, as I say, it's my first time here, you can quite clearly see why it's called the Ageas Bowl, can't you?
Yeah.
Abbott in, bowls to Oliveira, who drives, good run too, drives up to mid-off, probably the sort of run you wouldn't have taken in a red ball game, as it was between the bowler and mid-off. Mid-off moved across to his right to do the fielding, but Oliveira, seeing the line of that, recognised as Holland moved across that there was a chance for a run. He's very quick between the wickets, and he completes a single to go to 17. 39 for 2, the Rapids, in the 6th, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Yeah, just going back to the Ageas Bowl, we are actually deep down in a physical bowl, beautiful woodland scene away to the far end above the pavilion. Abbott in again, bowls, Oliveira, I beg your pardon, Libby covers up, pushes up to Holland at mid-off, and there's no run, and a decent crowd in. It's a big ground, isn't it? What's the capacity, Kevin?
Well, 19, I think, without the extra seating, which of course you can still see to our right.
So 19, and then you put a crowd in of about 2,000. It doesn't look very much, does it? Whereas if you had this crowd at New Road, it would look substantially bigger. Sunday afternoon at New Road against Middlesex, best atmosphere I've sampled in a couple of years, really. A Sunday crowd. Abbott in again, bowls, and this one's neatly worked off his pads by Libby. Hands on head from the bowler and a bit of a groan, but I think that's simply because the batsman played it so late, and great running by Brett Oliveira to come back for 3. So good finish to the over for the Rapids. Libby goes on to 4, and they're 42 for 2 off 6, with Oliveira 17 and Libby now on 4.
Yeah, good pitch. I think we'd like batting out there, Frank.
Well, maybe not now, but 20 years ago, 30 years ago maybe, yeah, I think you're right. It does look like that, doesn't it? It looks the sort of pitch that, you know, you've got to get out of the way of the short ones and so on, but if you get in,
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Well, it's one of those you feel like you don't have to force it. You just use the pace of the ball. Just open the face of the bat, close the face of the bat a little bit, and just use the pace of the ball. Turner bowls, full of delivery as that's pushed out towards extra cover by Libby. And there is no run. Just lean on it, play it late.
Yeah.
Just use the angles. You don't have to force it down the ground.
No.
You don't have to put pace on the ball.
And margins for error for the bowlers are small, aren't they? You know, if you err in line, if you go into the pads a little bit, it's just a clip, isn't it?
Yep.
Race away.
Here's Turner again then, still got the 2 slips in. That's Allsop and Weatherly. It's pulled away, nicely played, along the ground, just turned the wrists over the top of the ball. Jake Libby was in total control of that shot.
Just going to say something to Melissa now here. We must make sure we don't go home with each other's phones because we've got exactly the same phone cases, haven't we? That's a danger, isn't it?
Yeah. Who would be more at a disadvantage?
Me, definitely.
You phone up all Melissa's friends.
Oh. No.
Have to mark that one. They are exactly, aren't they? I might cheekily when you're out. Just switch them. Here comes Turner, bowls to Libby. Libby's forward, plays that back to the bowler.
Mine's got one of those things on the back where you screw in you know, your cards or your wallet or whatever. Like, so we'll have to make sure that we haven't. But I thought I'd chosen an odd colour, and so it wouldn't clash with anybody else's.
You'll have to have them face down, actually.
Yeah,
then you know
right.
which one's which, won't you?
That's
Face up, they look the same. 46 for 2 as Turner comes in again, bowling his 4th over outside the off stump, and a rare leave. I think that's almost the first leave.
I'm going to let Melissa come back in now because I've got to go and do an update anyway.
Okay, Frank will be back shortly as Rapids 46 for 2. Libby has 8, Olivier has 17. The 2 wickets have fallen. Jack Haynes for 14, Tom Fell for 7, Abbott and Turner with the 2 wickets. So a wicket apiece. Abbott picked up only 2nd wicket in this year's competition as Turner comes in and bowls short of a length, and that's just worked to square leg where it's fielded by Felix Organ, and there is no run. Look, Frank's just handed you a phone there, Melissa. I hope that's the right one.
I must say my phone's probably got a few more cracks on the front than Frank's. That's quite irresponsible phone owner, I must say.
Are you?
As I say, as I slam it straight down into the table yet again.
We could hear that. Here's Turner. Bowls and short of a length. That's a good length on here. Libby just works that up to mid-on, and there is no run. What are you making of it so far?
I think, I mean, I'd agree with most things people are saying. I definitely think it's a good surface. I'm hoping this bounce we're seeing for the bowlers, but also, you know, it looks like a good batting wicket. Let's be real here. We're going to see a good game, and the average first innings score for this competition is 279, but I think they probably should be getting more than that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is over 300 here. That's at the very least. I think Hampshire have done well, as well as the Rapids have started. I think Hampshire have done well to take 2 early wickets. I think there was slight confusion there as to whether that was the end of the over or not. The scoreboard is showing 1 ball to come, but the umpires, I noticed, checked with the scorers, and an over has been called. Mike Martin's on the tweets at Solent Sport. You can get in touch, or solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails. He says, morning, he says, I know we've discussed it to death, but I'm really enjoying the fact that Hampshire have had to turn to some youngsters to replace the senior players who are playing in the 100. The likes of Prest, Organ and Joe Weatherly will only benefit from getting matches. We mentioned that early on.
Abbott comes in and again now, and that's guided down to backwards point for no run. Bowling to Libby here. I mean, it's an interesting, because I know you don't want to bang on about this, but I've been looking at some stuff so far from the competition, and there's been 19 centurions so far in this competition, but only 3 of those have been made by players, you know, who are new to this competition. On the other hand, on the bowling side of it, 42 out of the 42 bowlers who've taken 5 or more wickets, just hear me out here, some good stats. 10 of them are not in regular first team, so it seems like it's easier for new bowlers. Abbott in, clipped off his legs to the fielder at 45 for an easy single there. So these new bowlers who are coming into the competition, it's perhaps easier for them to get wickets here, to make more of a mark in the team than these batters who are not so regular in the setup.
Very impressed.
Thank you.
I am very impressed. And I know many of the listeners will be as well. It's great stuff, Melissa. Going to do a quick 30-second update in a moment.
Abbott at the top of his run-up. Still bowling to Libby here, who's on 8 off 10 balls. Rapids 47 for 2, past the umpire. Abbott bowls, and that's clipped onto the leg side again, but that deep square leg fielder means it's an easy single for Worcestershire. Another run to their score, 48 for 2. And we see only one slip now in for Hampshire, so they've taken that slip out. Perhaps, as what Frank said, not so much sideways movement as we're seeing, but just that bit of bounce. And it seems that shot into that square leg region is looking quite easy here for the Rapids players to play, which is just what they've got to do, just keep accumulating these runs, keep adding on these singles. 4th ball of the over, Abbott in, and that was a lot of bounce off the pitch through to the keeper. That's ridden very high to D'Oliveira, who's of course not the tallest player in the world, but a lot of bounce.
Yeah, it could have been so easy a top edge, couldn't it? Mind you, the way this pitch going, that would have gone over the top of the slips.
That's it, that's saved for the 100. This is 50 overs, Kev. Proper cricket shots here. Abbott, top of his mark. Final ball, apologies, 5th ball of this over. Bowling to D'Oliveira, and that strikes him almost an inside edge there onto the pads for a dot ball.
Here we go. Here's the update. Well, Worcestershire have started quite well here, although Hampshire have picked up a couple of wickets, early wickets. The Rapids are 48 for 2, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Good start, because we're only in the 8th over, but a wicket each for Kyle Abbott and John Turner. Jack Haynes, the 20-year-old, has been scoring lots of runs for Worcester. The first to go in the 2nd over, bowled off an inside edge to Kyle Abbott for 14. Tom Fell was caught at mid-wicket, mistimed pull shot off John Turner for 7. Hampshire need a win here. They're in 7th. Oh, there's a big shout there for Abbott, not out as big shout for LBW, but Hampshire could do with a win. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app. Anyway, got there in the end.
So a good over there from Abbott, and as we saw, quite a large appeal there on that final ball of the over.
So 48 for 2, the bowling figures so far for Hampshire in this game. We've seen just the 2 used, haven't we, actually?
Yeah, we've started well, these two. It's seen quite you'd say an even battle between bat and ball. 2 wickets taken, but 48 runs on the board. Good foundation for these two, for Libby and D'Oliveira to build on. And I mean, Frank was speaking about it with Libby being this accumulator and, you know, working the ball around. If he can anchor this innings for Worcestershire, one of these 2 batters needs to get a 50. They need to get 100 in order to push that 300 plus score.
So Ian Holland coming on for John Turner from the pavilion end. And Turner's figures so far in this game, 4 overs, 1 for 21. So medium pace of Ian Holland comes in. He's got the slip. That's Joe Weatherly bowls. It's a length ball. That's wrapped on the pad as well. But again, that looks as though it's going well down the leg side. Leg by signalled. Total moves on to 49 for 2.
And we had quite a dramatic clash there between Holland and must have been Libby in the middle of the wickets there and taking that single. Holland almost got hit down to the ground.
Just remind me of those stats again, because there were lots of stuff going on in my ear while you were reading some of that out. Just remind us.
So 10 of the 42 bowlers in this competition so far are not regulars in the first team because of the 100 and those players going away to these different franchises. But as you'd say a large majority of those bowlers in this competition are newcomers, and they've come up through the academies of these clubs.
You can read 1 or 2 out, actually, as Holland comes in, down the wicket, and a lovely shot through extra cover from Brett D'Oliveira. Wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, but just allowed the bat to come through the line. And that's a beautiful shot. He moves on to 17. And that's the 50 up.
Surprisingly, not any from Hampshire and Worcestershire today here, but you've got the likes of, I know Sonny Baker has come into the Somerset and impressed quite a lot. Angus Atkinson for Surrey. George Garrett at Warwickshire, Ben Allison, Essex, all come through these academies, and some the example of England under-19s, and had this opportunity to perform in this competition.
D'Oliveira to face Holland, comes in and bowls. D'Oliveira drives it back to the bowler where there's no run. Just names that we otherwise wouldn't be mentioning.
Absolutely, and it's, as I said, as we keep going on about, that is the joy of this competition. I know there's a lot of concerns going around that obviously England are the 50-over champions. Why have we pushed this competition to almost the background and put the 100 at the front? But seeing performances like this so far, and especially of the youngsters, is promising for the future.
Certainly is, as Holland comes in again, and always playing a missing outside the off-stump, trying to dab that down towards third man was Brett D'Oliveira. But I mean, again, on the Worcestershire side, you know, youngsters, 18-year-old Josh Baker playing in the game today. He's played all 4 list days, and they're all this year. You've also got the likes of Jack Haynes, of course, who we've just seen, he's been and gone. Adam Finch as well, 21-year-old. So all names that he probably otherwise wouldn't mention in the course of a normal season. Down the wicket comes D'Oliveira and thrashes that up towards mid-off. Again, he's not quite at the pitch of the ball, but finds the fielder.
Makes you feel quite useless as a 21-year-old self here when I see all these players on the pitch, but it brings, it raises important questions. Obviously, is it harder for young batters to make an impression when they're coming in, rather, compared to young bowlers? And that's a trend we've seen in the women's competition as well, especially.
Here's Holland, comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who's lovely shot through square, and that's going for 4. Lovely drive on the up, on the front foot. He's looking to hit through the line of the ball more and more now, Brett D'Oliveira. And that boundary takes the Rapids on to 57 for 2 at the end of the 9th.
I think Hampshire will be looking forward to this next stage coming up, the power play, when of course they can put 4 fielders out in the deep, because D'Oliveira here moving his feet towards the ball, just generating some of his own pace and being pretty successful so far as he moves on to 25 off 25. So good strike rate there.
Yeah, averaging 70 in this year's competition, we mentioned earlier, and he certainly looks good value again here at the Ageas Bowl. And Kyle Abbott is having a chat with Nick Gubbins, I guess, just trying to work out maybe some bowling combinations to come over the next few overs.
Looks as if Abbott is looking to continue, which will be his 5th over so far. But just going back to what I was saying before about these young batters, obviously harder for them to make an impression. It really emphasises how impressive this inclusion of Tom Prest has been, not only in the T20 squad, but now in this team now. He's broken through these Hampshire ranks pretty quickly, aided, of course, by the 100. But I think it's impressive, and Hampshire should be, impressed with how their youngsters are performing so far. So Libby on strike, 9 of 12 so far. Abbott past the bowler, and that's outside, passes the outside edge, apologies. Good delivery there from Abbott, and just again showing that extra bit of bounce he is managing to generate off this wicket.
Yeah, nice carry through to wicket-keeper Lewis McManus, who's having a good season with the bats, actually. Pressing behind the stumps as always.
Going to really shone in that second half of the T20 tournament, of course, when we saw Hampshire register all those wins in a row. Past the umpire, Abbott bowls, and that strikes Libby on the 5 pad. Muted appeal from McManus behind the stumps, but definitely going over the stumps on that case.
I feel a bit guilty the fact that we're in the quarterfinals and Worcestershire just missed out.
Well, that's life, isn't it? Doesn't get the pleasure of a lovely trip to Nottingham.
No, that's to look forward to. Myself and Melissa will be up there towards the end of the month to bring you live commentary of that one.
Never been to Trent Bridge.
Have you not?
No.
Oh, so it's a ground to tick off, eh?
Exactly. I've got my little checklist and going of UK cricket grounds. Bowls, and that's clipped off the legs of Libby. Fielded by the mid-on fielder. Just another single.
Yeah, quite an amazing turnaround. Hampshire in the T20s. First half of the competition, they looked down and out, looked odds on to pick up the wooden spoon, and then all of a sudden a run of 5 consecutive victories, and they sneaked in. What a great last day that was.
Oh my word! I was playing. I think I tweeted in it Canterbury, and it's 30 degrees, sat in the heat, and all of us were just crowded around this one phone, just watching as Hampshire just decimated Paul Glamorgan's bowling attack.
And then had to wait until the evening for results to go their way, which they did.
Tense stuff. Abbott bowls, and that's driven to mid-on, but no run. D'Oliveira there on strike.
Whereas poor old Worcestershire had to beat Leicestershire in their last game, and were undone by Josh Inglis, who got a century in that game at Leicester, and Worcestershire missing out.
One thing this competition which has surprised me was there was a lot of speculation at the beginning with those teams losing less players to the 100, the likes of Derbyshire and Leicestershire, which come to mind, would excel perhaps more in this competition, but sat at the bottom of the other table so far, that hasn't seemed to come true. Abbott bowls, and down the wicket comes D'Oliveira and drives that, not middled, but towards the boundary at point. Good use of footwork again here from D'Oliveira.
Played
and fast hands, that's what I was going to say.
A couple of nice square drives from him already this morning. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Essex, it's no surprise Essex are top of this group. They've lost probably the least amount of players to the 100. And I think that's been key, isn't it, this year?
Absolutely. I mean, Hampshire, of course, who've lost quite a few players now, but who will be back for that T20 quarter-final. But in this competition, this squad who we have here have got to make do and work together to pull through these wins. Final ball of the over now. Abbott in, and that's guided down to the backwards point fielder for another single. At the end of that over, Rapids 63 for 2. So that is the 10 over mark. First power play finished, meaning now 4 fielders can be outside the ring. Hampshire looking to stifle these boundaries, which have come in quite a flow since D'Oliveira has been at the crease.
Yeah, a few boundaries. In total, there's been 9. 3 by Jack Haynes in his 14. 5 from Brett D'Oliveira, and just the 1 from Jake Libby, emphasising Frank Watson saying he's more of an accumulator rather than a real out-and-out hitter of the ball. Ian Holland's going to continue from the pavilion end, his first over going for 8, and will hope to be a little bit more economical in his second over. Jack Haynes the first to go for Worcestershire in the second over, bowled by Kyle Abbott off an inside edge. He'd scored 14 out of Worcestershire's 15 at that stage, and then Tom Fell, mistimed pull shot, looped the ball to Felix Organ at mid-wicket. That was off John Turner. First delivery is driven back by Holland, almost got the ball off of his fingertips back onto the stumps, but it misses those, and it was hit well enough that D'Oliveira picks up another boundary, his 6th of his innings.
And a loud clap here in the commentary box from Frank, but
he's into it already, isn't he, Frank?
Those on drives. I mean, I was bowling on Sunday and got on drive twice before, and I just turned around and said, "Nice shot." I don't think there's much you can do. It was almost an honour for her to play that shot against me. I was quite chuffed, to be honest. But I mean, going back to these boundaries as well, Libby's scored only 5 boundaries in this competition so far. It's not his style of play. D'Oliveira's, before this game, of course, has scored 5 times more than that. So we know in this partnership who's going to be the attacking one. Yeah,
so it's proving as Holland has the keeper standing up now, and that's a length ball as D'Oliveira's watchful in defence as that goes out on the offside, fielded by Nick Gubbins. Sue, were you playing for Hursley Ladies on Sunday?
Hursley Ladies, yes, against a club called Anstey in West Sussex.
Yeah.
So good rivals between these two teams, but all very friendly on and off the pitch. But quite an unusual pitch, I must say, we were playing on.
Was it? Hope it was 22. Oh, you don't play? Do you play off 22 yards? That's played up to mid-on, and that's a single to D'Oliveira. 35. It is 22 yards, is it?
Don't ask me that. I think it's the same as men. So it should be the same. They've had the misfortune, this club, because we play our teams quite a few times in the Southern Women's League. The weed killer was put on the square by accident. So there's almost this yin-yang where half the wicket to one end is green grass and the other half is mud. So you're almost trying to take a single at the end of the over so you don't have to bat on the mud at the other end.
Gosh, I did that once in Auckland in New Zealand. So that's pushed out into the covers, and a little bit of a misfield there from Nick Gubbins where it covers. I did that once. I played in Auckland one year for a club, and they had they said, "Oh, what would you like to do, coach, or would you like to be one of our groundsmen?" There was 2 groundsmen there. They had about 3 or 4 pitches, and I said, I've never been a groundsman before. I'd quite like to do that for 6 months. So I did that, and then towards the end of my stay there, in fact, I had to leave a little bit early by about a month, as that's pushed out into the covers. Another good length delivery there from Holland. I had to leave there a bit early. Anyway, so the guy I was working with, who was the head groundsman, had disappeared for 2 weeks on holiday. Right, so he said, well, it's about now that we put weed killer on the square. So what you do is it's 1 part to 50 or something like that. So make sure you get the measurement right, spray it over the square, and then it'll be fine. So a few days after he'd gone on holiday, so that's turned away square on the leg side, single to Libby, moves on to 11, 69 for 2. I actually forgot what he told me about the 1 to 50, and I thought he'd said 1 to 10. So I put 1 to 10 in, thinking that's fine, and then sort of put it on. Anyway, about 2 or 3 days later, the grass was looking a bit brown, and I thought, wow, it's probably because it's a bit dry. So I whacked the water on. Next day, browner. Whacked some more water on, brown. I thought, oh my God, what have I done here? And within a week, the whole square, there was a lovely lush outfield, and the square was just mud. The grass had all died, and luckily about 2 days later I had to get out of there and fly home, so I just said, sorry lads, I have to leave you to it.
So in exchange for a club in Auckland letting you play for them, you decided to kill off their entire square. Thanks for having me, boys. I'm just going to destroy your pitch. Won't be coming back though, just to let you know.
I never got asked back.
Was it at least their fourth pitch, or was it their first?
That was their main first team pitch.
Oh, well, not anymore.
It's embarrassing. Right in front of the clubhouse as well. So it wasn't even like it was over the far side of the field. It was right in front of the clubhouse.
Google that club now. As we have a bowling change now, James Fuller coming in from the hotel end, bowling at Libby, and that first ball strays onto the legs of Libby, who clips it to mid-wicket, but sneaks through to a single as it goes to the fielder's right hand.
Nice stop, Tom Scriven. So yeah, but my only thing in my defence was it was a beautifully sort of square piece of mud in a lush outfield.
You'd got your angles
correct. Yeah. I hadn't just sort of sprayed it willy-nilly, so there was it was beautifully sort of grass mud, you know, the right definite line.
Oh, I'm sure when they saw that you'd ruined their square, they went, well, at least he's given us a nice square. That's kind of him.
Square mud.
I'm sure the groundsmen, if they're listening now, going, yeah, you stay in that commentary box, Kev. Don't you come down to us. Fuller past the stumps. Back of the length delivery, clipped into the leg side. 2 fielders converging in the deep, but good running from Worcestershire as D'Oliveira gets back for 2 runs. Slightly slow fielding, you could say, from Hampshire there. Probably shouldn't have been 2 runs there, but good from Worcestershire, moving on to 72 for 2.
I'm being a bit naughty, really. I'm sort of leaving Frank out. I don't mean to, Frank. Well, Frank's got to do an update just after midday, and then he'll be back on. So, Worcestershire listeners, don't worry, Frank is here, and he's alive and well.
In comes Fuller again, and a ramp shot is brought out, but misses D'Oliveira. And it's slightly down the leg side here, but the umpire does not signal that wide. You'd say a wide shot perhaps from D'Oliveira. He's quite an exciting player, and that fine leg on the boundary is quite a wide fine leg. So if he got the ball finer with using the pace of Fuller, that could be a boundary opportunity. But you'd also ask at this point in the game, is it necessary?
Agreed.
Fuller, 4th ball of this over, and again a more conventional defensive shot there from D'Oliveira, who can't work that ball off the pitch.
Well, Fuller's being sort of used a little bit more in this competition with his bowling, isn't he? T20, hardly see him at all. He might bowl the odd over, but that's about it, really. But he's definitely being given a chance in this competition. This is his 17th over. Hampshire have played 3. They've had 1 rained off at Radlett, but he's definitely been given a chance, isn't he, to sort of prove that actually he's a better bowler, well, the bowler that we all know he can be.
Bowls, Fuller ball, and wristy flick into the leg side, fielded by the deep square leg fielder for 1 run. I agree, and I think he is one of those bowlers who will come in these longer 50 over competitions and can get away with almost bowling these middle overs for relatively little runs, and it's one of those bowlers who suddenly you'll look up and they've bowled 5, and hopefully from Hampshire will be a good way to just stem this run rate a bit.
Yeah, they've started well, haven't they, the Rapids? No doubt about that.
Final ball of the over then from Fuller, bowling to Libby, and that's a short delivery down the leg side, and that finishes the over there.
That'll be another ball.
Oh, another ball, sorry.
Wide.
No signal from the umpire, or a slight small thing. I was thinking that. I was like, I swear it's leg side wide at this competition. Gosh.
Well, it was the same line as the one where D'Oliveira tried to ramp it down towards fine leg, isn't it? I mean, that had to be a wide, didn't it?
So yeah, sorry, 2 balls remaining in this over. Need to check up my rules of wides before coming up into.
Because you don't bowl any, you see, you never have to worry about it.
Exactly. In and strikes on the pads, and the finger goes up. That is Libby gone, trapped in front by Fuller. Let's have a look at this replay here. Fuller ball, little foot movement from Libby. He's trying to work it into the leg side, but another wicket falls for Worcestershire.
Top of middle and leg, perhaps?
Umpire's call, I'm saying. It was quite a bit of movement there we saw from Fuller into the batter,
Yeah.
so Libby might count himself unlucky, but you would definitely say trapped in front of those stumps, and not too much objection to him walking off the pitch.
James Fuller's third wicket of this year's Royal London Cup competition. A bit of a mixed over from him, it has to be said, but again, the Rapids, just as they look to sort of get going again, have lost a wicket, and they're scoring at what, just under 7 and over, well, nearly 6.5 and over. But the fact that they've lost 3 wickets, it's just will hold them back a little bit.
And I think this is good. As we discussed, this is likely to be a high run-scoring pitch, but these wickets, every time there is a new one, it's just a new setback, and a new partnership has to build. And actually, even though we're nearly 12 overs into this game, you can almost feel the weight of pressure on D'Oliveira's shoulders now. He is the set batter on 38 or 34 balls, and it's not looking it's not looking hard to get in, but too many Worcestershire batters coming in and throwing away their wicket.
So Gareth Roderick is the next man in, former Gloucestershire captain actually. Spent 8 years down at Bristol. Your favourite ground, Mel?
I love Bristol. I must say, when I was looking at the team sheet, you don't meet many Gareths nowadays. I just think it's such a good cricket name. I'm not sure why.
Do you think that is? Do you?
I mean, I can understand why the name's slightly dying out. I can't quite be sure. I'd look at a baby and newborn and go, yeah, I'll call you Gareth. But
so Gareth won't be one of yours?
Unfortunately not.
No.
Apologies
to all the Gareths listening.
Apologies, but you're a rare sighting nowadays. You should see that as a compliment. So Roderick coming in to face this final ball of Fuller's over. 2 wide so far in the over, but a wicket, and that is the definition of wicket after wide, which most under 15 cricketers would love to hear.
Is that right?
Fuller in, Fuller ball, and just guided into the leg side with a forward defensive shot by Roderick to finish the over with a single. So Rapids 75 for 3 now.
So a wide followed by a wicket.
It's the classic thing, I guess you'll say, of trying to raise the spirits of a bowler after they've bowled a wide. You always go wicket after wide, but it does get a bit frustrating. I remember playing this game once when I was much younger between Wiltshire and Dorset. Must have been under 17s, and some poor bowler on the opposition team. I think it was a 17 ball over. And by that point you were going, just actually get a wicket after this wide, because I was at the non-strikers end starting to give her tips, going, how about you hold it cross seam, or how about you run in a bit more of an angle so it doesn't go too wide, because I was like, let's just get this over and done with. I was like, I don't mind if you get 4 wickets after these wides now, I just want to get on strike.
A 17 ball over?
It was depressing stuff, but I mean, she finished it. It was quite impressive. I think I'll be pulling a hammy at that point. Get someone else to finish off the over.
76 for 3, start of the 13th over here at the Ageas Bowl. It's Ian Holland bowling to Roderick, who cautiously pushes that up to mid-off, and there's no run. Just going back to that thing about first names and that. 2 Toms opening the batting for Hampshire. Tom Press, Tom Alsop. Dave Allen, I think he might be on the ground. I don't think he's listening, but I'm just wondering. Maybe Tigger Miles is listening. Maybe Bob Murrell is listening. I wonder when the last time that 2 Toms opened the batting, or even 2 players with the same name. It's played straight into the ground this time by Roderick. No run there. Can't be often you get the 2 first names. See, yes, Tom, no, Tom. When you're batting between the wickets. Stay there, Tom. OK, Tom.
It reminds me of in the competition, I think it's Birmingham Phoenix, when they've got A Jones and E Jones together, and it was a nightmare to commentate on, even though it was just second names. But it's always interesting to look at you know, these baby names coming out. It's like that. My generation is Luke's. There's a lot of Luke's.
Is there? Roderick gets a thick outside edge along the ground, down towards third man, fielded by Tom Prest. That takes the total to 77 for 3.
I think that must
Luke,
be the...
Luke, you're in the generation of Luke.
I think that's the impact of our parents growing up with Star Wars, to be honest. I think
is it?
It is one of those names which has emerged. I think there was 5 Lukes in my year at school. So maybe Tom Alsop and Tom Prest. Maybe there's some big Tom incentive around.
Yeah, mind you, there's 7 years between them.
Timeless name then.
Yeah.
I must say,
just a go-to name.
Exactly.
Yeah. What about Melissa's? I don't know. I don't know another Melissa, if I'm honest, as that's pushed back to the bowler, my D'Oliveira.
Yeah, it's not the most common name. I remember I'm not the biggest fan of it, to be honest.
Are you
with
not?
But,
Don't you like Melissa?
Not really.
Why?
I've never quite caught on to it, and then of course in cricket, then I'm more commonly known as Mel, which I think is perhaps even worse.
Is it?
But yeah, I've heard it means honeybee, and I think it's Turkish though, which is quite nice at least.
Well, that's a bit different. Holland bowls, and that's driven into the gap in the covers by D'Oliveira. There is a man out deep. That's Tom Scriven away to our right, and the Rapids move on to 78 for 3. I only say Melissa because I know your mum's listening, so I know she'd want me to call you by your proper name. When I think she's not listening anymore, I just go Mel.
You can sense when she's not listening.
Yeah.
Depends what Olympics event on. I'm hoping the Olympics are on the TV, but no volume. Our lovely voices beaming through in the background.
Here's Holland from that pavilion end, and Roderick just plays that length ball quietly out into the covers. Fielded by Gubbings, 78 for 3. Roderick has a couple. D'Oliveira has been there since the start, 39 from 36. He hasn't quite faced as much of the bowling recently as he had earlier on in the innings. 13 overs gone. 78 for 3. I've actually been sitting in front of the TV watching the Olympics for the last 2 days since I got back on Sunday night.
It's dangerous because time passes at a different speed, I feel, when you're watching it. I mean, I don't have a particular affiliation or interest in any sports, but you find yourself sat there and go, yeah, maybe I am interested in taekwondo. And I just... This is a sport where people get kicked in the head for fun. I was like, brilliant. And I was watching some clips from skateboarding last night, and it's all quite interesting as Fuller continues to D'Oliveira, and that's pulled slightly in the air, but fielded with the diving right hand of, who's that in mid-wicket there? Scriven. So another dot ball there to begin the over from Fuller.
So are you into taekwondo then?
Apparently so.
Are you?
Honestly, I think I watch anything. A particular favourite the Olympics must be the gymnastics. As someone who can hardly pull up her entire body weight up the stairs, seeing some of them balancing upside down on bars, I think I'm just always amazed by it, and it's just such a fun sport to watch, really. Fuller past the umpire, bowls, and taking the pad there, perhaps, of D'Oliveira, and going through to the keeper who fields.
Fan of the rock climbing?
Oh, there's one I haven't watched.
Did you see? You didn't see that yesterday afternoon?
Oh no.
Yeah, they did the speed climb. They had to sort of get to the top of this particular piece of apparatus, and they were doing it in anything between 5 and 7 seconds. They were just climbing it like you climb a set of stairs.
Badly then.
Well,
out of breath. Fuller bowls. And that's a short ball well over the head of D'Oliveira and signalled as that no ball by the umpire. A bit too high there, that delivery, but again demonstrating the pitch in this the bounce in this pitch. Apologies. I always remember coming to the Ageas Bowl as a kid. There was always that rock climbing ball, I think to the left of us now, which between innings or when you're a bit bored with the cricket in the middle, you'd always get to have a go on. And it's one of those brilliant things I love about the Ageas Bowl, of the entertainment put on around the side at especially those bigger games. But rock climbing was always one I remembered quite distinctly. Bowls, and that's worked into the leg side. Good running there from Worcestershire, who, I mean, just tapped down and too far away from the mid-wicket fielder.
Bit of bounce there as well from Fuller. So you did the bit of the rock climbing then? Did you go over there?
Done a bit of rock climbing. I remember there used to be like target games here, so you'd have to hit down certain targets. A bit old for them now. I think if I went up against a 7-year-old on a bullseye competition, it might be a bit unfair. Have a fielding change here as we see Cover being brought into the ring for, I think, the final last 2 balls of this over. Deep fine leg and a deep square leg to be bowling to Roderick. He is 2 off 5 deliveries past the umpire, and that hits him on the thigh pad by Fuller, who's generating just that bit of inwards movement off the pitch, just a little bit of bounce, and a much better second over, you would say.
Yeah, definitely. What about surfing? Did you see the surfing last week?
No.
That was fun.
The problem is I'm probably not watching more. I know my sister and my mum, for example, will just sit there all day and watch whatever's on, but been quite busy with actual cricketing games.
Oh, of course you have, yes.
Whilst the rain's been holding off. Final ball of the over then for Fuller. And that's a Fuller delivery and hit straight to mid-wicket for no run. And finishing that over, Rapids 81 for 3. I'm not finishing that over. I've done it again. I'm too keen. 1 ball remaining. This is why I could never be an umpire or a scorer in that fact.
Now, you'd be an ideal umpire if you were bowling, because I could say to you, as I walk past you, Mel, it's the end of the over, and you go, yeah, oh, is it? Okay, then, yeah, okay, end of the over, and there'll still be 2 balls left.
I mean, I've been doing umpiring on my Saturdays for my men's games at the moment. And
have you?
The other umpire will just hold up 2 fingers to me, and I'll go, yeah, whatever you say. Hold up 2 as well. You better be right. Final ball then, and it's defended by Roderick into the offside for no run. So the score doesn't change there. A Rapids 81 for 3 off 14 overs.
Have you given anybody LBW?
No.
While you've been umpiring?
My rule is it's either going down leg, they've either inside edged it. A fly flew past my eyes at the exact second the pad hit. Worst case scenario, I've decided if it's ever so plumb, I can't think of an excuse. I'm just going to pass out or fake fainting so that I don't have to give my teammate out, because I know that awkward silence of when you go back into the clubhouse and have to sit next to them for 35 overs after giving them out. No chance. I would rather do anything but give an LBW. So I hope there's no opposition teams listening to this, because they won't be too keen to have me umpire on Saturday.
No, they'll know you'll just say not out, whatever happens. 81 for 3, start of the 15th. Here's Holland. And he's bowled him. Yes, he has. Oh, and he's got through the defences of Brett D'Oliveira, and that is a big wicket. He goes for 40, run a ball 40, and that has just sneaked through. And in fact, it's gone between bat and pad, and that's I tell you what, that's just dipped in a fraction as the ball was making its way towards the batter. It's been a reverse swing there for Ian Holland.
That's just a brilliant ball. Watching that on the replay. Lovely movement there, and I almost didn't notice it had bowled him, but he was pretty powerless to that delivery there, D'Oliveira, and another setback for the Rapids. 81 for 4 now. This is not looking like their classic big innings so far in this competition, but just goes to show how well Hampshire have come out in their bowling.
Yeah, that's a good performance all round so far. It's Ian Holland's 3rd wicket of this competition, and that is a really, really important one. Although Brett D'Oliveira, who started really well, didn't he, in his innings, just seemed to get a little bit stuck. I think he was probably a bit frustrated, the fact that he wasn't facing as much of the bowling. Looked a little more fluent, didn't he, early on. There's going to be a change of wicket here, so I think we'll get Frank back, if that's all right. We've left him out a little bit, apologies. Hopefully he doesn't mind too much. He doesn't look the sort of guy that minds too much. Are you right staying on, Mel?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so Melissa Story will continue, and then Frank Watson will come in my place for a little while.
A few Hampshire bowlers picking up wickets now, and at the beginning of this game it was actually Nick Gubbins who was the leading wicket taker for Hampshire with 4 wickets, but now a few more of the Hampshire bowlers creeping up there, or more conventional Hampshire bowlers you would say. So a first wicket of this game for Holland. And as we see yet again in replays, a beautiful delivery with, as Kev spotted, perhaps a bit of reverse swing there, which will be interesting to see as this game develops. Only 14 overs in, 14.1 overs in. Rapids 81 for 4. As Frank rejoins me.
Yeah, Holland to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to the new batsman. And that is Ed Barnard, and he bowls, and Barnard is forward, plays defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's a bit of a shock, that one, wasn't it, really? I think we've seen Brett D'Oliveira playing so fluently and so confidently, and really without making too many mistakes, and just took everybody by surprise a little bit. I thought he got a very good round of applause from the Hampshire faithful when he left the field, Brett D'Oliveira, having really lit up the first hour as regards the batting. In comes Holland again and bowls, and Barnard is pushing this one up to mid-on, thinks about a single and then decides against it. And that's as Abbott comes round to do the fielding. 81 for 4 it remains. If you're just joining us, the men out. Jack Haynes bowled off an inside edge by Kyle Abbott for 14 in the second over. Tom Felt caught at mid-wicket off a mistimed pull off Turner for 7. And Jake Libby LBW to Fuller for 12. Barnard defends again on the offside, and a moment ago Brett D'Oliveira bowled by Holland for 40. The wickets falling at 15, 36, 75 and 81. Do get in touch if you'd like to make contact. I'm on Twitter at FrankWatson58. And Melissa, you're on Twitter?
Absolutely, so that is Melissa G Story, all underscores.
At Melissa G Story, all underscores. No E in Story. And Barnard is off the mark, clipping a full delivery from Holland away through mid-wicket for a single. Thought about 2, but good piece of fielding. Warmly applauded by the crowd here. Decent crowd in, but it is a big ground, and a smallish crowd can easily get lost. But they're enjoying it in the sunshine, and it just makes a difference having spectators in, doesn't it? Just lends that bit of atmosphere. Here's Holland again, bowls, and Roderick works this to mid-wicket. Doesn't get a run, he stays on 2. Barnard is 1, and the Rapids, after 15 overs, having won the toss and chosen to bat here at the Ageas Bowl, are 82 for 4.
You'd say perhaps until that most recent wicket of D'Oliveira that, you know, it was quite an equal competition so far between bat and ball, but that most recent wicket, you perhaps say the ball was triumphing just a bit more.
Yeah,
Hampshire has
I definitely agree with that,
done
Melissa.
a good job, you'd say, of dragging back this run rate.
Yeah, I think they have. Given the circumstances, given the pitch, and the fact that Worcestershire won the toss and chose to bat, and I know they got a wicket in the second over, but the fluency with which D'Oliveira and particularly Haynes and particularly D'Oliveira have played, I think if you're the fielding side and you've got them 4 down after 15 overs, you're pretty happy with that.
Fuller continuing then for his third over, bowling to Barnard, who back foot defends that to point for no run.
And the thing is, you've got out of the way the 3 batsmen most likely as far as Worcestershire are concerned, in Haynes, Libby and D'Oliveira. That said, Barnard's got 2 first-class hundreds this season, and has been working hard on his batting and is a decent all-rounder. Gareth Roderick, good player, but as Kevin was saying, he's made the move from Gloucestershire and he's struggled with the bat since he's come to Worcestershire. He's just found it difficult.
Averaging 14 so far in this competition, Roderick. In comes Fuller and past the outside edge through to McManus. This just showing the value of Fuller to this team, actually, because as me and Kev were remarking throughout all the commentaries I've done so far on especially the T20 Plus, I haven't seen him bowl, so it's nice to see Fuller with the ball in hand and making a bit of an impact here after his first over, which was perhaps a bit more wayward. Yeah,
he's made a good start. Had a good look at that LBW. I think it was a decent shout, actually. I don't think it was going down. I think Neil Mallander's a pretty good umpire.
Past the umpire then, Fuller bowls and defended by Barnard, straight to mid-on. I think
he didn't hesitate, did he, the umpire? I think he was pretty clear in his mind that was, I think Kev got it right, Midland leg, top of Midland leg, something like that, really. He's only a small man. It hit him above the knee roll, and he was on his way pretty sharpish, wasn't he? He didn't look too surprised by the decision.
No exasperated looks at the umpire or shrugs.
You tend to know when you've been around as long as Jake Libby.
Top of his mark then, Fuller turns round, past the stumps, Fuller ball, and again kept out by Barnard, who has come in and seeing the ball quite well so far. Not too many runs on the board, but I remember actually watching Barnard, it must have been years ago now, but as you mentioned, his batting coming along so much, it's good to see him this far up the order for Worcestershire, because before you would often see him much further down the order.
He made 200s batting at, well, he made his first 100 in the first championship game of the season at Chelmsford, batting at 8, but he batted at 4 for England under 19s a few years ago.
5th ball of the over, and it's guided down to third man by Barnard, who moves on to 2 runs. First run off the over there. 1 ball remaining. Rapids 83 for 4.
But he has worked his way up the order. It's an ambition of his. He's made it quite clear that he wants to try and bat at 5 or 6 in the championship, and he did his cause no harm with 100 against Warwickshire the other day at New Road, batting at 6. He's a capable player.
Had a tweet in, which I'll read after this final ball of the over, and that's a dot ball again, kept out by Roderick. We've had Mr. Ferguson tweet in to you, I think, to say, "Tell Melissa I feel her pain. I gave my club captain out LBW. Absolutely plum. I never played for that team again. Hashtag unselected." See, I just can't risk that. I can't be kicked out of caution fours.
Interesting.
It's the dream team.
I've had a tweet too from Mike on the Worcestershire note, and a bit of news that came out of Worcestershire yesterday, which I'll refer to. He says, "Good morning, thank you for the comment. I don't think it's a 300 wicket." Well, I don't think it's a 300 wicket now, Mike, but I thought it might have been at the start. I say I don't think it is now. What I mean is, when you've lost 4 for 80, and 3 of them are your best, or your 3 players who've been in form in this competition, then perhaps it isn't a 300 wicket, but it's a decent pitch. I really do think that. It's coming onto the bat very nicely, and there hasn't been a lot of lateral movement. When the bat's been beaten, it's tended to be bounce that's done it. Here's Holland in again, bowling to Barnard, and that just illustrates what an excellent pitch it is, because that one's not a full half volley, but over pitched, and Barnard is able to just lean into it and punch it straight up the ground for 4. Lovely, lovely shot from Barnard. He moves on to 6, and it's 87 for 4. And just going back to Mike's tweet, he also says Wade seems a very good signing. I don't know if you heard the news yesterday, but Worcestershire announced that Matthew Wade, the Australian, will be joining them next season to play in all forms of cricket. I certainly think it's a good signing. And just break off as Holland comes in again and bowls, and Barnard drives again, just for a single this time, up to mid-off, and he goes on to 7, 88 for 4. I think it's a good signing, because I think Worcestershire have struggled a little bit at the top of the order. Darryl Mitchell coming towards the end of his career, and I think the introduction of a pugnacious, hard-nosed, experienced Australian will be just what the doctor ordered. As Holland comes in again and bowls, and Roderick turns this one away on the onside for a single, takes him on to 3, and the total to 89 for 4. And there's a group of good young players, but it's somebody that might just pull them together and toughen them up a little bit, and I don't think that's any bad thing.
Nothing
so I
better
agree with
than
you.
a bit of Aussie spirit to come toughen up some youngsters.
Yeah, you know, I think, well, you know, Kevin will remember, I certainly do, the impact that Justin Langer had when he went to Somerset a few years ago. Just break off as Holland comes in again, and that's a beautiful piece of timing from Barnard. He gets a single for it, because he hit it so well that the fielder on the square leg boundary only had a few yards to move to his left to get it, but timed it beautifully, and again reinforcing my assessment of this pitch. I think it is a really, really good surface, and it may not be 300, but you'd want 250 plus, I think, to set any kind of realistic target. Holland in again, bowls, and Roderick pushes up to mid-on, and it's fielded there by Kyle Abbott, the captain, and there is no run. Yeah, that impact that Justin Langer had at Somerset, I think, is well documented. That he went in and changed the thinking, changed the ethos amongst the players. Holland in again, bowls, and Roderick defends, back to the bowler, no run. And that's not to say that anything's wrong. You know, I don't think there's a particularly negative mindset or anything in the Worcestershire room, but when you've got a group of young players who've all come through together, I think sometimes it just needs an outside influence to come and just instill a little bit of devilment into them, shall we say. End of the over, 90 for 4, the Rapids having won the toss, 17 overs gone.
We've had an email in from Brian Budd. Subject: talented youngsters. Hi, Melissa made an interesting point concerning the success of the emerging young second 11 bowlers, given their chance by the absence of more senior bowlers to the 100. He asks, I wonder how many of those wickets tally against experienced batters or emerging young second 11 batters, which of course is interesting to consider given their chance by the absence of more senior batters to the 100. Then enjoying your commentary on the live stream on one screen and watching the test on another. Heaven from Brian. Of course, you can email us at solentcricket@gmail.com, and I'm going to have to do a little bit of research now in my break.
That's it. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to sort out, I think.
Just wait, I'll come back with the stats if I can. As Fuller continues now from the hotel end, and that's driven by Barnard, but straight to mid-off.
It's interesting, isn't it? Almost every player who's come in today, possibly with the exception of Roderick so far, almost every player who's come in has looked fluent straight away, haven't they? Even though they may not have lasted very long. Haynes did, Fell did, played a couple of nice shots. Libby did, and Barnard has. And that again, I think, indicates the nature of this pitch. I'm not saying it's as flat as anything. There's bounce and carry in it, but you can play your shots, that's for sure.
Past the umpire then, Fuller. That's a shorter delivery and an attempted ramp over the keeper's head, but passes the bat for a dot ball.
Plays that shot well, Barnard. Usually he's a very inventive batsman in white ball cricket. He's one of those players who is capable of almost changing modes, you know, a bit like Joe Root does. I'm not for a minute suggesting he's in that class yet, but he can play a red ball innings where he plays conventional cricket, and then he can play a white ball innings where he becomes what they call the 360 player now, with little ramps and sweeps and so on, and possibly just a bit early in his innings for that one, and maybe just a bit too much bounce.
I would agree, and I think that shows the value of a player like Barnard and how almost crucial it would be for the Rapids for him to be in those final 10, 20 overs to play those shots.
Yeah.
Bowls and a Fuller ball, but not timed to the extra cover fielder for no run.
But it's a big partnership, this, because Worcestershire, you know, Roderick struggling a little bit for runs, as I've said, and Barnard pushed up the order. This is a quite an important partnership. Not a huge amount. Joe Leach has had one really good innings in this competition, but not a huge amount of batting to come.
Coming in now for his fourth ball, and that's another short ball, an attempted hook shot there from Barnard, but through to McManus again for no run.
No ball, I think.
No ball signalled, perhaps a bit too high. The right idea there from Fuller. Really bowling quite a variation of Fuller balls and short deliveries here, but going back again to what we said about this pitch and how most batters are coming in and they are timing it from the get-go. I think that's illustrative of how Hampshire have bowled so far, and being able to take 4 wickets already on a wicket like this, not only does it show it's a good picture of an even battle between bat and ball. In comes Fuller and strikes Barnard on the pad. An appeal from McManus, but nothing from the umpire. But I mean, yeah, it goes to show they've bowled well to get 4 wickets so far, you could definitely argue, and off to a bit of a flyer with D'Oliveira's innings, but that wicket was a big one for the Rapids.
They've bowled very straight, haven't they? Very, very straight. Hardly well, a couple of wides maybe, but they've made the batsman play consistently, I think. Good effort from the bowlers.
Fuller coming into Barnard still, and a Fuller ball defended into the offside for a single. Good running there from Worcestershire, who just, Barnard hit that gap in the offside field and got through for a quick single. And yeah, I'd agree entirely, and I think we saw that with at the beginning of the game. It began with 2 slips in place for Hampshire, and we saw 2 balls which went to the slip region, but you wouldn't argue that they had moved in the air very much or swung, and we haven't seen that sideways movement. So Hampshire very clearly recognised that and gone, right, wickets on this pitch, attack those stumps, bowl straight, and force the Worcestershire batters to play.
Yeah, agree with that.
Fuller past the umpire, and a good length delivery which is just guided into the leg side. Vacant square leg region for 1 run. So at the end of that over, Rapids 94 for 4 off 18 overs.
I think also, you know, we're saying that Hampshire have bowled very well, and they've got Worcestershire at 94 for 4. We also should remember that D'Oliveira, who made 40, was dropped on 0 at second slip, wasn't he? Difficult chance off Abbott, but had that been taken, then we might be making even more positive comments about the bowling so far, which has been impressive. And is this a change? Yeah. So Turner is coming back at pavilion end to replace Holland.
So 4 overs for 21 runs and 1 wicket so far for Turner.
And he starts a new over from the pavilion end now, moving towards us. Right arm over the wicket, medium pace, fullish and quite wide outside the off stump. Roderick looking to drive it on the offside. Just mistimed it, got a thick inside edge and it ran up to short mid-wicket. And there was no run. One slip now, field fairly conventional for this stage in a 50 over game. We've got a man out on the leg side boundary, also got a third man on the rope and a long leg. As Turner is in again and bowls, and Roderick on the back foot to one that's banged in, just sort of like just pushes out on the offside, and there is no addition.
I think one thing which we've been discussing a lot in the T20 Blast competition has been the role of spin, which is increasing more and more in the men's game. But I mean, 18 overs in so far here, we haven't seen any spin yet. Perhaps that's Hampshire recognising that this pitch has a bit of bounce, but a fielder warming at mid-wicket here.
There's Turner again, and again Roderick defends off the back foot up to mid-off, no run.
So we saw Felix Organ there, just getting his arms a bit loose at mid-wicket, so perhaps we're going to be seeing a bit of spin coming in from the Hampshire bowling lineup.
Yeah, there won't be much margin for error on this pitch, but there will be bounce for a spinner on this pitch, which is interesting. Josh Baker, Worcestershire's 18-year-old rookie left-arm spinner. He's about 6'4" tall, so he'll get a bit of bounce. I think Roderick gives himself room this time, drives a fuller ball up to wide mid-off and gets a single. Didn't time it, toe of the bat, squeezed it out on the offside, but wide enough of the mid-off fielder for them to go through for a single, which takes him to 5, 95 for 4 in the 19th.
6'4" spinner, that's something you'd love to see as a batter when he comes up to the nets and you'll be getting ready to duck, but starts to bowl spin. But that'll be interesting to see later
he's a good young bowler. He's only just come into the side, literally left school this summer, and has come into the red ball and the white ball side and done quite well. Barnard pushing this one out square on the offside, and no run as the fielding is done by Tom Scriven coming in from backward point. Beautiful day here at the Ageas Bowl. Some fluffy cumulus Simpsons cloud in a blue sky as we look out from a very high vantage point here at the hotel end of the ground. I'm watching Turner bowling to Barnard, who gets a single in the same direction as his partner did earlier in the over, but this time off a more conventional forward push. Picks up that one. It's the end of the over, the 19th of the innings. The Rapids on 96 for 4.
And we just see that run rate now at 5 runs per over. Previously almost at 6.5. It is slowing down, as you'd expect, with the 4 wickets which have fallen, but I think what we've seen in these last few overs from Roderick and Barnard is just sensible cricket for the situation we're in. And I guess that's the risk with Organ coming on to bowl now, which Hampshire are willing to take. Yes, this could be a wicket where spin could go, but in the situation the Rapids are in at 96 for 4, can they really go for it? Most likely not. So hopefully we can see here just some good rotating of the strike here.
Yeah, good time to bring on a young and fairly inexperienced spinner, Felix Organ, and as you say, sensible batting from these two, who probably just got their heads together when D'Oliveira was out and said, look, we're both relatively new to the crease, let's just tick it over for another 4 or 5 overs. Don't need to score quickly, and they have, as we say, they've scored at 5 and over, and well, they'd probably wish they'd be happy if that were only 4 and over, if they'd only lost 2 wickets. That's the point.
So Barnard will be on strike for this first ball from Felix Organ. That's a fuller delivery and defended straight back to the bowler. Organ's got a deep cover, deep fine leg for that finer sweep, deep mid-wicket and a long on. So plenty of singles available here for the Rapids batsman. And this is an attempted sweep there from Barnard. Hits him potentially on the glove there.
Leg by, I think.
Which goes into the offside.
No, not a leg by. A run, you're right. Must have got something on it, mustn't it?
I think looking at that.
He's got a bit of a Dan Lawrence about him with his bowling, Organ, isn't that sort of
The flare.
throw of the two arms at the beginning of his run-up. It's a bit like Dan Lawrence of Essex. That.
So
Yeah,
Roderick
there.
looking at his field here and just works it into the leg side, but there's a square leg fielder up in the ring, so there's no run available there. And it's an interesting field, because I guess you'd normally say that a spinner would have that deep square and fine leg up. As Organ into Roderick, who works it into the leg side past the mid-wicket fielder and to the deep mid-wicket fielder for just one.
They're just anticipating the sweep, aren't they? I think from they don't want the sweep to go past the short fine and produce a boundary.
Are these two quite good sweepers?
Well,
of the ball?
Barnard is, and I haven't seen that enough of Roderick really.
Organ and a delivery down the leg side, but no signal from the umpire then.
Why is that not a wide then?
We see a lot of interesting umpiring decisions, especially in these competitions, perhaps because it bounced on in line with the stumps and strayed into a wide, as this next ball was driven to mid-off for just one run. Sensible cricket here from the Rapids, who just continue to rotate the strike, but a good first over from Felix Organ. Just the 3 runs from it as Rapids move on to 99 for 4 off 20 overs.
Yeah, it was a good tidy over. I didn't see much sign of any turn, but I think any spinner is going to get a little bit of bounce out of this surface, and the batsmen need to have a look before they try anything particularly extravagant against the spin. And they certainly did that, but Organ will be happy. Well, he landed all 6 for a start. That's good news for a spinner. And it was a tidy over, as you say, but I think you're right. These two will be happy just to go along at 3 and over if necessary for another 5 or 6 overs, and that will be perfectly satisfactory from their point of view, as Turner comes in again from the pavilion end and bounces Barnard, who plays a really swishing tennis type hook shot, or attempted hook shot at that one, and it evades his bat and goes through above head height to the keeper, who's taken a lot above head height so far, Lewis McManus. Nice pitch to keep on as well. Barnard turns this one on the leg side from Turner, gets 1, thinks about 2, but decides against it as the throw comes in. Rapids go on to 100. The 100 is up in the 21st over. Yeah, talking about this pitch, Kevin, as we were, and saying about how it bounces and so on. I was a keeper, and you'd love to keep on pitches like this. Absolutely brilliant.
Always knew it was coming through at a nice height.
Nothing coming around your shins.
No.
Here's Turner again in bowls, and Barnard, Roderick, I beg your pardon, plays defensively. Back up the pitch to the bowler.
Nothing to make your back ache at the end of the day.
No, and I've been in sympathy with Ben Cox at New Road this season, particularly with so much. And now those ones that bounce in front of you and you take them on your arms, and so it's been horrible. But no, this is a really good pitch to keep on. 100 for 4. Here's Turner again. He's into Roderick, he bowls, and Roderick turns this on the leg side straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and that was a risky run. Barnard may well have been struggling had that throw from Organ hit the stumps. It didn't. It would have been a close one, I think. Neil Mallander, in fact, just holding up a finger, or whether he's saying that would have been out. I think he might be, actually. But they got a run anyway. 101 for 4 in the 21st. 2 balls left, and I'm going to have to shoot off and do an update.
Yeah,
I'll be very quick.
Yeah, no problems, no problems. So here's Turner again, then in his 6th over, bowling to Barnard. Barnard pushes forward, gets a thick inside edge as that goes out towards deepish square leg. Tom Alsop comes in off the boundary away to our left, and the Rapids move on to 103 for 4 now. The test match started, first of the test series against India, got underway this morning, and England are 37 for 1. Rory Burns was out early there, as that's pushed away in front of square this time, out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2. Throw comes in towards McManus, and the Rapids total moves on to 104 for 4. Rory Burns was LBW to Bumrah for no score, but Zach Crawley is 23 not out. Dominic Sibley is 11 not out. England 37 for 1 there on the first morning of the first test against India. And there is one other game going on in the Royal London Cup today. This is the only match in this group. There is one more match, or one other match going on in the other group. It's between Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire, a bit of an East Midlands derby there, and there is a delayed start in that one. So Felix Organ just manoeuvring the field on the leg side. He's decided to come round the wicket to Ed Barnard, who's 14 off 27. Roderick is 9 off 23. Slightly more even keel on this Worcestershire innings now after that decent start given to them by Brett D'Oliveira, who made a run of ball 40. He was the fourth man out with a score on 81. Its scoring rate has just dropped a little bit. There's a reverse sweep and nicely played behind square on the offside. It won't quite go all the way. That is picked up by Allsop. Good piece of fielding from him. Gets a warm round of applause as well from this crowd here at the Ageas Bowl, and the Rapids move on to 104 for 4 at the start of the 22nd. Remember, in the second power play here, where a maximum of 4 players are allowed outside the circle, Hampshire are employing that with 3 on the leg side and 1 on the off. That's driven to one of them down towards mid-on, deep mid-on, where it's fielded by Fletcher Middleton, who's on as a substitute fielder for Hampshire. I'll do a quick 30-second update in a moment. There's Organ bowls from our commentary end, the hotel end. Organ comes in, bowls, and let's push back to him by Roderick. Well, Worcestershire, having won the toss here, are 107 for 4 with Ed Barnard 17 and Gareth Roderick, the former Gloucestershire captain, is on 9. 4 wickets have been taken. The last of them, Brett D'Oliveira, who was playing quite nicely, a run of ball 40 for him, in fact 41 balls for his 40. He was bowled by Ian Holland, a beautiful reverse swing which got through his defences. Earlier, Fuller accounted for Jake Libby, Turner accounted for Tom Fell, and Kyle Abbott got the dangerous Jack Haynes out for 14. So Worcestershire 107 for 4. We've had 21 overs. We're in the 22nd. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app. Frank's back with us as Organ comes in again, gives himself a little bit of room there, Barnard, and in fact Organ followed him, so he played that up towards deep mid-on, where Middleton, the substitute fielder, throws at the keeper's end. End of the over, 22 gone, 28 to do, and Worcestershire Rapids 109 for 4.
Yeah, 109 for 4, and a little bit of a rebuilding job being done by these two, quite rightly so, I think. We're going to have a little drinks break, I think, now, and hydration and sanitisation break, I suspect, these days. 12th man's on. 2 batsmen have taken their helmets and gloves off, and their drinks are coming out now with their 12th man. So quick recap. Jack Haynes started well, made 14, hit 3 boundaries, 1 off an edge in the first over the slips, but then 2 lovely shots in the second over from Kyle Abbott, and he looked as though he was going to carry on his good form of recent weeks, but then got one from Abbott that bounced perhaps a bit more than he thought, and he got an inside edge and it cannoned back onto the stumps. He was gone for 14. That was 15 for 1 in the second over. Tom Fell never really got going, played a couple of nice shots, but then clothed a pull shot off Turner straight to mid-wicket and was out for 7. Jake Libby soon after followed. He was LBW for 12, and then, as Kevin was just saying, Brett D'Oliveira, who'd looked in very good touch, although he was dropped at second slip before he'd scored. He made 40, and that included half a dozen fantastic shots, particularly driving well today, before he was bowled by Holland. 109 for 4 now as Turner comes in from the pavilion end as play resumes, and he bowls a good Yorker, which is dug out by Ed Barnard into the covers, and there's no run. Our assessment from up here, and we are a long way up and high over third man as I look down with the bowler coming in from the pavilion end, is that this looks a pretty good pitch to bat on. Certainly lots of pace in it, lots of carry, but a trustworthy surface. Turner is in and bowls, and this one is wide outside the off stump. Barnard absolutely throws the kitchen sink at it, hoping to slice it over cover point, but missed it. There's been quite a lot of aerial play, if I can put it like that. Balls banged in fairly short and batsmen playing at them. Not a great deal of contact being made. Here's Turner from the pavilion, and again he's in, he bowls, and Barnard tucks this one nicely off his hip down to fine leg, and they take a single as the fielding is done by Ian Holland down there at fine leg. 110 for 4. Barnard goes on to 19. He's faced 33 deliveries. Roderick, who's been in longer than Barnard but hasn't had that much of the strike, he's faced only 26, and he's on 10. He's on strike now as Turner comes in, and he just tucks this one away to mid-wicket, where Organ is the fielder, and there's no run.
So Roderick was what, officially signed what, end of last season?
Yeah, we had that strange situation where at Bristol last year in the Bob Willis Trophy, he played against Worcestershire when we all knew that he was going to be a Worcestershire player the next season, but he struggled a bit. And I think as he defends this one back to the bowler, I think it's partly it's those things, Kevin, that you don't appreciate unless you know what's going on. You know, he's moved with his family to a new city, had to be in rented accommodation. I think there were 1 or 2 problems with that, and then they were in bubbles, weren't they, over the winter, so they couldn't practice in groups. And I just think he's had a tough time settling in, really. Anyway, he waits now as Turner comes in and bowls to him, and he forces this one off the back foot, and he gets a single as there's a misfield at cover point, and that single takes him on to 11, and the total on to 111 for 4 at the end of the 23rd over. He's kept wicket in this competition since Ben Cox has been away with the 100, Gareth Roderick, and he's kept wicket well. He's
a good keeper,
kept wicket very nicely, but obviously that wasn't the intention when he came to Worcester. I think he didn't come thinking he was going to displace Ben Cox, and even with Matthew Wade coming next year, I think Cox is clearly going to carry on with the gloves, but that's why Roderick is even keener, I think, to get his batting going, really.
Yeah.
Chance today. Hope I haven't put the jinx on him.
Well, you never know, do you? Start of the 24th, Felix Organ with his off-spin round the wicket, bowls to Roderick. It's gone for the sweep, quite full. It's half stopped. Was it maybe a catch? The crowd thought so.
Yeah, I think it was.
It was a difficult one. It was low. It was flat. And the fielder there just to his left. That's Scriven actually diving to his left. I think that's slightly his wrong side. But even so, I think that would have been a screamer had he got hold of that one. 13 for 4. But yeah, the Roderick thing. So Will Gidman is head coach.
Alex Gidman.
Alex Gidman. Yeah. I'm getting them wrong because obviously brothers.
Will's at Durham. He's coaching.
That's right.
At Durham.
Yeah, Alex. So I mean, he might have been instrumental.
Yeah.
Formerly at Gloucestershire, as that's turned into the gap on the leg side by Roderick. Moves on to 14. 114 for 4.
Yeah, I've talked to Alex about it in interviews, and he said, you know, he has struggled. There's no doubt about it. But we know he's a good player. So you know, we've got to be patient.
He hasn't raided too many then from his former club. Only just Roderick. That's way down the leg side, and Barnard doesn't have to play at that because you know straight away that's a wide.
No, he hasn't raided anymore.
Not yet. 115 for 4. That was way down the leg side from Gidman. From Organ bowls. Again, that's leg stump, but that's nicely played. Very fine sweep shot there from Ed Barnard. Goes down towards fine leg. They'll pick up 2. Fuller, I think that is down the far end. Loses his cap as he throws the ball in. 117 for 4. Worcestershire Rapids halfway through the 24th.
This is an interesting decision to go around the wicket this early, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? There's no real sort of turn for him. Just trying to cramp the batsman up. It's not quite working at the moment as Barnard works that down towards mid-on. Deep mid-on, where fielder there is Tom Prest. It was Fletcher Middleton on as a substitute fielder earlier, but Prest is not sure if he was off. But he's in that fielding position. He's below us. As Organ again bowls, and that's swept away in the air, but to Tom Scriven's right this time. And Roderick will pick up a single. 119 for 4. It's not quite working this round.
Well, it's an interesting one. If it was absolutely ragging square, you might do it and try and completely disorientate the batsman. Right. But if it was just turning a little bit, he'd probably stay over, wouldn't he?
Well, they can sweep quite happily. No, the ball's mostly outside the leg stump, but that's actually outside the off stump. But he's trying to cut that one as Barnard misses, taken by McManus, and that is the end of the over. 24 gone, 119 for 4. Roderick has 15 and Barnard has 22.
Yeah, just ran that one on with the arm, didn't he? Which you can do even from round the wicket. Barnard, I think, was wise to that, and he likes that little run down to third man. He plays it a lot in T20 cricket. I'm very annoyed with himself that he didn't get hold of it. Having said that, you can get out playing like that as well. You can easily get it too fine and get a little nick through to the keeper. So there's an opportunity for both bowler and batsman in a scenario like that. Looks like Kyle Abbott's going to come into the attack at the pavilion end. He's rotated the seamers from that end. Turner and Holland have both bowled spells of 4 or 5 overs from that end. Give you the bowling figures while we're having this change. Turner now 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. Abbott himself 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Holland 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. Fuller 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. And Organ has just completed his 3rd over, no maidens, no wicket for 16. So the run rate is 5. It's slowed down a little bit since the power play. 63 for 2 was the score after 10 overs. It's slowed down mainly because Brett D'Oliveira's been removed, because he was the one that was scoring quickly. Here's Abbott from the pavilion end, bowling to Roderick, who pushes defensively up to extra cover, and there's no run. We were saying that these two would have said to each other at 81 for 4, let's just have a little bit of solidity, maybe go 8 or 10 overs without losing a wicket and just see where we are. But they won't want that to go on for too long, because obviously they're nearly halfway through the innings. Don't want to leave themselves too much to do. Abbott in again, bowls, and Roderick steers this to backward point, but again there's no run. Good bit of fielding by Scriven. He's sharp, isn't he, in there, Tom Scriven? Presumably, I mean, you tend to have a specialist, don't you, backward point. For Worcestershire, it's always D'Oliveira or Barnard, and it's a busy position, really, and especially so on a pitch like this, I think.
Yeah.
As you were saying, the batsman can use the bowler's pace.
Yeah, some pitches you're in the game more than others.
Here's Abbott in, bowls, and he's going to get a wicket. Here's Barnard. Oh yeah, great catch, actually, great catch, because he misjudged it completely, Fuller, at mid-off. Barnard leading edge as he tried to drive it down the ground. Fuller misjudged it, and I said he's going to get a wicket, and as it went up in the air I thought actually he's going to get away with it, and Fuller recovered his composure and sighted the ball as it came over his shoulder. It was Fuller, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he brought off a really, really good catch, diving back at mid-off. So excellent breakthrough for Kyle Abbott. Worcestershire lose their 5th wicket with a score on 119. Every time they just appear to be getting something of a recovery together, they lose another wicket. We're in the 25th over, so 10 overs this pair have been together, and Abbott strikes, removing Ed Barnard for 22.
Well, not
Good
at any
catch.
stage did I think he was going to get there, if I'm honest. That's what makes that catch special, because you think it's always going to be out of his reach, and yet somehow he made up enough ground and flung his arms out and held on to it. That is an absolutely super catch, and one that excited the spectators. It excited me, really, because honestly, when he was running back, I thought he ain't going to get there. That's always going to be a yard or two out of his reach. Amazing.
Good catch, good catch. But they practice them so much, we almost, well, I wouldn't say you expect them to be taken these days, but we see catches taken these days, don't we? Almost every game that probably wouldn't have been taken 25 years ago. Or maybe only by, you know, each side tended to have 2 or 3 guys that were good, really hot in the field, but now it's everybody, isn't it, almost? And that was just a really good catch, and warmly appreciated by the spectators, I must say, who recognised that athleticism. And what was really good was that I think even he thought he wasn't going to get it, because he misjudged it, didn't he? He got it wrong, and then he recovered and thought, oh, I can still get to this. And excellent stuff. It was that practice you do. I've done it as a coach many times, where you hit the catch and make the fielder run backwards towards it. Here's Abbott in, bowling to the new batsman, who is actually, it was Roderick that was out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I said it was Barnard. It was Roderick, and that was Barnard because he's on strike now. So yeah, okay. And the new batsman is Josh Dell, who's not on strike. beg your pardon if I've misled anybody. So Roderick was out off the leading edge, and Barnard is now on strike because they crossed while the ball was in the air, and the new batsman is Josh Dell. Tall right-hander, good player, good ball striker. Abbott in bowl, slower ball to Barnard, who's not deceived by it, plays it beautifully actually. Thought he'd driven it a little bit early, it was a bit uppish to start with, but he's timed it very nicely and it's gone up the ground for 4. So a good shot from Barnard. He goes to 26 and the total goes to 123 for 5.
It's interesting with it about Barnard, isn't it? Would he be slightly batting higher than perhaps you'd expect? So he's more of a bowling all-rounder, isn't
well, interesting question that, given recent developments. I'll expand a little bit as Abbott comes in and bowls, and Barnard is pushing this one down to third man for a single. Takes him on to 27, and the total goes on to 124 for 5. He wants to bat at 5 or 6 in red ball cricket. He's made 2 championship hundreds this season, his first 2 hundreds. First one at 8 at Chelmsford, and then 1 at 6 against Warwickshire. And I think he very, very much sees himself as much of a batsman as a bowler, and doesn't like to be categorised as a bowling all-rounder, I think. That said, he possibly hasn't bowled as well this season as he has in the last couple, possibly because he's been concentrating on his batting more, I don't know. But I think he's a proper batsman. So.
Yeah, he's playing nicely at the moment for his 27 as Organ starts a new over, and that's turned to mid-wicket. That's fielded by... who's that mid-wicket? That is Nick Gubbins, of course it is, with the white arm sleeves, as that's pushed away in the gap behind square on the leg side. Barnard moves on to 28.
And he has said to me quite specifically, you know, I want to be considered as much a batsman as a bowler, definitely. And he sees, you know, in order for that to happen, he needs to bat as high as 6 at the lowest. Because otherwise, you know, you're not going to make hundreds. When he's 8, he often runs out of partners and finishes 35 not out or something.
It's nice to be able to go to the club and say, I want to bat higher, and they say, OK.
Well, it's taken a while.
25 years old, Ed Barnard, still got plenty of time on his side. But it brings Josh Dell on strike, the right-handed batsman. He's played just 5 of these List A games, so relatively experienced. As he gets a big stride in there, plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run. Apologies earlier, Tigger Miles pulled me up on something. Most people usually do. Quite happy to read them out. That's Solent Sport. Afternoon to you, Tigger. Another one of Hampshire's many statisticians. It's played back to the bowler, and there's no run. He says, I think you said earlier the top 4 qualify for the quarter-final. It's only the top 3. You're right. And
can't get away with anything.
No, well, I'm quite happy to. It's played back to Organ. Good piece of fielding as he tries to throw the stumps down at the batsman's end. The group winners go through, and then the second and third place teams in each group play for the right to play in the semi-finals. So there we go. So happy to correct myself through Tigger. 125 for 5. Here's Organ again. Bowls and Fell gets another good stride in there, plays that back to the bowler. Good accurate stuff there from Organ in that over. 4 overs, none for 17. Dell, did I say Phil? I meant Dell. 4 overs, yet to get off the 4 balls, yet to get off the mark. 125 for 5.
Yeah, Josh Dell, as you said, 22 years old. Cheltenham College education, plays cricket in the Birmingham League for Ombersley, along with quite a few others in this side. Jack Haynes and Brett D'Oliveira also play at that club. And he's had to wait his chance. He made his championship debut a couple of years ago and struggled to nail down a place in the side. Another one of those getting a chance in this competition. Has batted higher in red ball cricket, but this lineup that we've seen today has become the fairly settled one in this competition. Ed Barnard is going to face Kyle Abbott with 1 slip. He's not at first slip, he's at about 5th slip. And Barnard punches this one up to mid-off and takes a single, which takes him on to 30. And that makes him the 2nd top scorer in the innings. Well, he already was. Brett D'Oliveira having made 40. And it's 126 for 5. Yeah, you might. I don't know if you might ever have played against. Ed Barnard's dad was a very good cricketer. Played a lot of cricket for Shropshire,
All right.
and minor counties. Right arm seamer, Loughborough man, good bowler. Andy, probably watching this morning. Abbott comes in and bowls, and Dell is off the mark with a nice clip through the leg side, just in front of square for a single.
So he just played for Shropshire.
Yeah, he was a school teacher really. He was in charge of cricket at Shrewsbury School for a long time, and they produced lots and lots of good cricketers. Ed Barnard, Joe Leach, James Taylor, all under his guidance, along with Paul Pridgeon, who's the sort of cricket chairman.
I know Paul.
Who used to work there with Andy. Here's Abbott from the pavilion end, bowling to Barnard, who is caught at that 5th slip position. Very, very well placed. Either very well placed or very fortunate. But Joe Weatherly taking a good low catch as Barnard reached for that one outside off stump. And that is absolutely what the doctor ordered for Hampshire. Ed Barnard, as I say, second top scorer, playing well, and Abbott bringing himself on for a second spell, this time from the pavilion end, and he's picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs. Ed Barnard caught by Joe Weatherly at, well, you could say at slip. It was kind of 5th slip, and Worcestershire in real trouble now at 127 for 6.
Yeah, they certainly are. And he just pushed at that, didn't he, Barnard? Just pushed at that a little bit too hard. That allowed the ball to carry it. So I have to say, on our angle, it didn't look as though it would. But Weatherly's taken a really good catch there, very low down in that position.
So when you have one slip and you say, don't go there, don't go second, don't go third, go there, and it goes straight to him, it's your day, isn't it?
Oh, certainly. Oh, gosh, yeah.
Brilliant placement.
Yeah, that could have gone anywhere,
Brilliant
really.
placement. But he's got a wicket, tremendous. Yeah, just going back to Ed Barnard's dad, Andy, very, very good bowler. One of those bowlers that you always thought could possibly have played at a higher level. I think he played in that Shropshire side that beat Yorkshire in the NatWest, and got some wickets in that.
I don't think I ever played against Shropshire. In those sort of in the old days with the old one-day competitions, where I think Shropshire was one of those I don't think we ever played against.
Some good players over the years, and indeed Worcestershire have benefited a lot from their link with the academy up there, the sort of mini academy that they had at Shrewsbury School. Joe Clark is another one that's moved on. He's a Shropshire boy, he's from Oswestry, and his brother is now in the academy at Worcester as well. So yeah, there's a rich vein. Joe Hart, the goalkeeper, who was also a left-arm seamer in the Worcester Academy back in the day, and chose football over cricket. Can't think why.
Did I see he's just got to move north somewhere?
Celtic, is it?
Yeah, Celtic. That's right. I read that the other day. Yeah.
New batsman is Joe Leach, who's another one. Shrewsbury School waits now as his opposite captain Kyle Abbott comes in and bowls to him, and Leach is punching this one up to mid-off. He's had one fantastic innings in this competition, Joe Leach, earlier in the piece when he made 88 against Kent in a very late flurry which took Worcestershire to victory. Fantastic day that was at New Road. Only 27 for 6. Do get in touch. Kevin mentioned the email address. I'm at FrankWatson58 on Twitter. I'd like to hear from you. Pears fans will be a bit disappointed by what they've seen and heard this morning, I think, as Leach steers this one out on the offside, and it's fielded at backward point by Scriven. I keep forgetting his name, but he is the specialist man there, Tom Scriven. 127 for 6, just as every little partnership the Worcestershire have put together, as it's come to the point where you think they've got to kick on, they've lost a wicket, haven't they? Kyle Abbott, he'll be well pleased with his morning's work so far. Moving in, bright sunshine, runs towards us, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Leach and absolutely beats him with a beauty. Not sure it did a great deal off the pitch. Yeah, maybe. No, I don't think it did. Just passed the outside edge and then carried on, nipped back a little bit, taken by the keeper moving away to his left. End of the over from Abbott, his second in a row, which has brought him a wicket. So Worcestershire in a bit of trouble now. Dell on one has been joined by Leach, the captain, who is yet to score, and the 2 men out in those Abbott overs. Roderick brilliantly caught by Fuller, running back, the ball dropping over his shoulder at mid-off. for 15, and Barnard edging to Joe Weatherly at a sort of 5th slip position, really, caught for 29.
Yeah, the Worcestershire innings are getting a little bit stuck here at the moment, isn't it, really? And they were losing a few wickets. It's a completely different feel to this innings than it was in the opening overs. Here's Organ bowling to Dell. Dell gets a thick outside edge that goes to backward point and there's no run. I've got a text here from Hampshire's historian Dave Allen, who's in the crowd somewhere. He's not working on commentary duties today. He says Kyle Abbott's best bowling for Hampshire is 3 for 36. That'll be in this competition, but of course it's not quite as good as that today, as it's worked down towards deep mid-on, where it's fielded by Tom Prest. So Dell moves on to 128 for 6.
Just seen a lovely tweet from Dave Bracegirl, who we all know, the Nottinghamshire commentator, who's at Derby today. Yeah. So he'll already have, be in a certainly elevated mood, or just break off as Organ bowls this and it's defended. Because Derbyshire Knots, you're always on edge a bit, and they're inspecting there. They've obviously had a bit of weather, and he's taken his interpretation of cricket a stage further this morning.
Swept away from fairly straight, and that's gone very quickly behind square on the leg side. That's 4 runs. Lovely sweep shot there from Joe Leach.
And Dave says, umpire still inspecting at Derby. Their body language suggests we are still some way from seeing any play.
A nice easy day for him then.
Well, they'll want to play, I would imagine. They're carrying all before them at the moment, aren't they, in all forms?
They are, yeah. Hampshire got that quarter-final of the T20 to look forward to up at Trent Bridge later this month. Organ bowls 132 for 6, and there's another sweep shot. That's got in front of square, and that's really well hit. It was in the air, but nobody was there. And that is a lovely full reach of the bat there from Joe Leach.
Used to be a batsman, Joe Leach. He started his first-class career as a batsman who bowled a bit, and it went the other way, and then he concentrated so much on his bowling. And then, of course, if you bat 9 all the time, you bat like a 9, don't you?
Yeah.
And I think he's just realised this year, particularly, he's kind of rediscovered his batting a bit. But I also get the impression that he's out there thinking, I'm not going to let this rookie off-spinner dictate things when, it's difficult enough against the seamers at the other end, sort of thing.
Yeah. 9 runs off the over so far, with 1 ball remaining. Just having a chat now about the field on this leg side. It's good play by Joe Leach, because there are gaps. Hampshire have had a 5-4 field with the majority of the fielders on the leg side, but there's still plenty of gaps there, and haven't always been convinced with Organ coming round the wicket, but he's going to continue. 136 for 6.
I'm going to dip out for an update, Kevin. We'll get Melissa back in.
Sure, yeah, no problems. Always beaten outside the off stump. Ball that just goes on with the angle, and that is the end of the over. Joe Leach has 8, 136 for 6. 28 overs gone then. Leach has 8 off 7. Dell has 2 off 7. And Kyle Abbott, I think, will be taking a bit of a break. 7 overs, 3 for 39, and might keep those 3 overs up his sleeve. Might he have 1 more? Keep 2 up his sleeve? We'll have to wait and see. Still not 100% obvious as to who will bowl. In fact, Kyle Abbott has decided he will have another one. And he'll be bowling or continuing from that pavilion end. Organ has 5 overs, none for 26. Just the 1 spinner used by Hampshire. In fact, really, Organ. Well, we haven't seen any Nick Gubbins, actually. I suppose we could do. As Abbott bowls on, and there's a big top edge. He's going to be caught at first slip. Joe Weatherly's underneath. Simple catch. As Dell tried to thrash that away, cross-batted on the leg side. Got completely underneath that one. And Kyle Abbott's second spell here, Melissa, is proving quite deadly.
I was going to add, he was the most expensive bowler after his first spell, but coming back now, 4 wickets. It's all that slander we gave him at the start about only having 1 wicket in the competition so far. He heard us, he definitely heard us, and he's gone, nah, I'll get another few.
There are times actually when we're up here that you do feel, if you shout too loud, you do feel that perhaps 1 or 2 of the fielders, certainly down this end of the ground, towards the hotel, can hear us. But yeah, you're right. Abbott, who only had 1 wicket prior to today, 4 for 39 at the start of his 8th, and his 3 wickets in this second spell really has put the Rapids on the back foot.
And I think this decision to bring him in when they did, it was slightly unusual. You'd sometimes expect him to be at almost the start of the innings and the end of the innings, but coming back for the second spell almost hit exactly the right time. And the Rapids 136 for 7 now. It's, well, definitely not a 300 pitch, we can confirm that now, unless there's a big rear guard here from the Rapids, but disappointing.
Well, they've had no momentum in their innings at all. They've been there for quite a while. I mean, in the 12th over, just before Jake Libby was out, they were 75 for 2, and they were going along really nicely, but since then it's not been anything like that. Even Brett D'Oliveira had slowed up towards the latter part of his innings for 40.
Do you think we've misread this pitch entirely up here, or do you reckon Hampshire has bowled well, or Worcestershire hasn't batted well?
I think it's a mixture of a few things, if I'm honest. I mean, obviously, as the ball gets softer, it gets a little bit more difficult, but I still think this looks a good pitch to me, I'll be honest with you. I think Hampshire have bowled well. I think there's been 1 or 2 balls that have gone in the air which have gone to fielders when on another day they wouldn't. I don't think Worcestershire have batted particularly well, other than that first 10 or 12 overs or so. I think, they've been pretty average, if I'm really honest. Josh Baker is the new man, the 18-year-old for... Oh, he's bowled him, who's the LBW? It's a big shout there from Kyle Abbott. Not out, says the umpire. I think it was for LBW.
Going through all the wickets there.
I was going through the
caught
whole
him? Has he stumped him? Has he run him out?
Just looking at the replay, I think that's probably missing leg stump. Did you see it?
Yeah, it looked a bit high as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason for these wickets he's got so far, Abbott, has been this bounce off the surface, but not the first ball you want to face fresh to the wicket. And Abbott hungry for his 5th wicket now.
Josh Baker, the slow left armer, made his debut in the first team in first class and list A all this summer. So again, another inexperienced player in this is playing outside the off stump, and he's missing again as that goes through to Lewis McManus. So, you know, again, you were talking earlier, Melissa, about all these chances that these youngsters are getting. Josh Baker probably epitomises that.
Yeah, he does, and I mean, just as Frank was saying, he's a tall spinner. We can see him out in the middle now, 6'4", and it's a great opportunity for him to come through now. Not necessarily with the bat. I'm not sure he would have expected to be in the middle this early today, but we've seen this wicket does give a little something to the bowlers. So with his height, it'll be exciting to see him bowl later.
As Abbott comes in, runs all towards us, and it's edged to first slip. Plays quite wide there, Joe Weatherly, and takes a nice diving catch to his right, picks it up 2 hands, and Baker has gone for no score. And the Rapids really are struggling here at 136 now for 8.
And compared to how Hampshire performed in this previous fixture in this tournament, they'll be so happy with this start they've managed to get. And just the constant trail of wickets here from Worcestershire. They've bowled well, Hampshire, and illustrated by that wicket, they've fielded well as well. They've taken their chances, apart from perhaps in those first 2 overs, but now they've come back. And I mean, at 8 wickets down now, it's not looking good for the Rapids.
The Joe Weatherly Carl Abbott combination is proving quite deadly. It's accounted for Barnard, Dell, and now Baker, and a 5-wicket bag which has just been announced to the crowd for Kyle Abbott. 5 for 39, and that is his best figures in list A for Hampshire.
Well done, Kyle Abbott. Very impressive figures, and what a difference he's made to this game so far.
Yes, he certainly has completely turned this innings on its head. 81 for 3. The Rapids were in the 15th over, just before Brett D'Oliveira lost his wicket, bowled by Ian Holland. That was a beauty. Just swung back in late to the right-hander, but since then, Abbott has run riot here, and the Rapids are way, way below a par score here, way below.
I mean, as we were talking at the start, the average score of the competition being 279, or first innings score, to make that clear. But I mean, at this rate, with these 2 more wickets in hand now for the Rapids, what kind of score are they going to be looking at? On 136 for 8 at the moment, you've got to get to 175 as a minimum.
Least, yeah, I know. This still, for me, this still is a good pitch. Charlie Morris is the new man in the middle for Worcestershire, 29 years old. We are really down into the bowlers now. As the field changes, 2 slips in now, which is the right call, as Abbott seeks a 6th wicket here from that pavilion end, and comes in and bowls. That's a length ball, and Morris is nicely in behind that one. Unlike Josh Baker behind him, in front of him. I think he's probably should have come in before Baker, really, the way he played that. That was quite a nice defensive shot.
Absolutely. And Kyle Abbott, just as a note of his bowling today, he always reminds me a bit of Stuart Broad. It's usually very much either no wickets or an absolutely enormous amount of wickets in one haul, and it's nice to finally actually be here for one of these occasions where Abbott just tears through a batting lineup such as today.
He gets on these rolls, doesn't he, Kyle Abbott, and bowls. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. That's very close to that off stump as he goes through to Lewis McManus. That's a double wicket maiden there for Kyle Abbott. 5 for 39, 8 overs, 1 maiden, and he's completely turned this Worcestershire innings on its head. And I know Frank mentioned earlier about Kyle having played for Worcestershire. The last fixture between these two sides was up at New Road back in September 2018. It was a Division 1 clash which Hampshire won, and Abbott got a hat-trick in that Worcestershire second innings, which basically consigned Worcestershire to do Division 2. In fact, neither side wanted to lose that game, because I think whoever lost that game was going down to Division 2. But Abbott, in conjunction with Dale Steyn, for those of you that remember that championship game back then, with a difference really between the two sides. I'm talking about iffy New Road pitches, that was a little bit iffy. That was a bit up and down, and Abbott and Dale Steyn are probably the two bowlers you wouldn't want to have faced on that wicket. They were the difference between the two sides.
So we have Fuller continuing, or back on from the hotel end, bowling to Leach. That's a full ball dug out straight to mid-off, and an opportunity for a run out, but they misses the stumps. Large ooh from the crowd because they realise that one may have been quite close.
Well, that's suicidal. That was not a very good run from the captain, if I'm really honest. And he was out by a good yard and a half, and I'm being kind. Yeah,
not the wisest decision. And as we saw, he's had one good innings this year so far, so it's going to be key for the captain here for the Rapids to stay in and just try and get to a high score as possible. But with Kyle Abbott storming in from the other end, and actually we saw in that final delivery his follow through extended all the way to the batter just to have a little word with him and then continue, so he's definitely feeling himself today. Fuller for his second ball of this over, past the umpire, bowls again, a full ball driven but no run this time. Perhaps even been more suicidal if they had run that. I think they may have learned their lesson. Well,
I can understand Joe Leach. He still wants to be positive, wants to push the Rapids up as far as he can, get something on the board to bowl at. You never know, 2 or 3 early wickets and Hampshire will be in a bit of trouble, but he knows that 137 is nothing at the moment. So yeah, with only 2 wickets to play with, got to keep that scoreboard ticking as much as you can.
Fuller past the umpire, and that's back of a length and a back foot defensive shot for no run. And I agree. I mean, even though potentially some of the Rapids bowlers might be sat here, you know, in the changing room, or in this case out in the middle, going, yeah, I can bowl on this, I can get a few wickets on this, because there is a bit of bounce and there is potentially this reverse swing. But you would still argue, even if one of the Rapids bowlers came in and took a hat trick, 137 would not be enough.
Right.
Fourth ball of the over then. Rapids 137 for 8. Fuller in, and this left outside off stump by Morris, who does not feel the need to play that delivery. Sensible cricket from the number 10.
Well, they've got to find a way, haven't they? Got to find a way to get to claw to 150 minimum for me.
Do you think perhaps now, because of how well the Hampshire seamers are bowling, Felix Organ might just see his overs if, well, as we can see, he's been taken off, but if he is brought back in throughout the rest of this innings, he might be getting a bit of stick. As Fuller in, and there's a waft outside off stump by Morris, straight through to McManus for no run.
So what would you, I know you've been captain, I know you captain your Hersley ladies side. What would you do now? Would you bowl Abbott out?
Yeah. So Abbott's bowled 8 overs so far, 2 more overs. I feel with the situation the Rapids are in, you don't need to reserve those final 2 overs till the end now. If he's on a roll and he's up for these final 2, bowl him through. Keep just putting these new batters under pressure and try and get the captain out. Bowls, and again outside off stump. Another waft, and it evades the outside edge So a good over there from Fuller upon his return. Now bowled 5 overs for 16 runs, 1 wicket, and the Rapids 137 for 8, in a little bit of trouble here at the Ageas Bowl.
Yeah, Hampshire well on top now. Captain Kyle Abbott leading from the front. 4 wickets in this spell has absolutely blown Worcestershire away. 3 catches in that 4-wicket spell for Joe Weatherly as well.
Well, it's a good thing there's no more T20 home fixtures, because if Abbott's coming up here after these figures, I don't think you'd hear the end of it.
Yeah, it was great having him on commentary for a week in the opening week of home fixtures for Hampshire, which started quite late. Abbott comes in again from that pavilion end, playing a missing outside the off stump, Joe Leach.
You almost feel here, obviously we've seen this tactic employed throughout the game so far, that Hampshire quickly realised they needed to attack these stumps. Like every ball which Abbott bowls at that off stump, you just aim for the stumps. You will send those stumps cartwheeling if you hit them, but it's also very entertaining cricket to see, for once, as you would say, the bowlers on top.
He seems to have found a little bit more from that far end, doesn't he, really? He allowed John Turner to have that end at the start. He prefers the pavilion end, that's for sure, and Leach on the back foot steers that out to point, fielded by Tom Scriven. I mentioned earlier about the last time these two sides played against each other in that Division 1 fixture back in September 2018. They haven't played against each other much, really, over the last few years, but for those of you interested, the last list day fixture between these two was back in August 2014. That was here at the Ageas, and it was rain affected. Hampshire 42 without loss in the 5th, and that was it. Rain accounting for the rest of the day as Abbott comes in. Leach drives powerfully, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run.
Abbott will be hoping and begging that he can be bowling at Morris right now. Only, 9 more deliveries now.
Yeah.
Can he get a 6th wicket? But out of these 2 batters at the crease, Leach now 9 off 11 balls. He'll be wanting to bowl to Morris, who has not got off strike yet.
He's at the non-striker, 7 balls, and he's yet to get off the mark. Joe Leach has faced 11 for his 9, facing the next delivery from Kyle Abbott. Weatherly waits at first slip. Leach drives up to mid-off. Again, there's no run.
I do agree with Frank, well, or not necessarily, I can't quite recall what he was arguing, but with the placement of Joe Leach so far down the order, and the fact that he originally began as a batter, he's played this situation well, and you perhaps think if he was put up the order, perhaps over the likes of Barnard, who obviously did well today, has got runs, but having that experience at the crease and that level-headedness of the captain saying, look, let's just calm down, we need to build a partnership here.
Quite low for him, isn't it, number 8? As Abbott comes in again, driving in the air, but safe as he's found the gap through the covers. That may just go all the way. A little bit iffy, just pushed at that one a little bit, but got away with it and picks up a boundary, a much needed boundary here for the Rapids, who move on to 141 for 8, coming towards the end of the 31st over. Rare boundary off Kyle Abbott, especially in this second spell.
I was going to say, a majority of his runs coming from that first one. He's clearly found the pavilion end to be more of his suiting.
Certainly has, yeah. I mean, that's been his end over the years that he's played for Hampshire, that's for sure. Comes in again and bowls to Leach, who's on 13. Length ball, and Leach just pushes forward out towards extra cover, fielded by Gubbins. End of the over, 31 gone, and 4 runs off that over, just that one scoring shot through the covers. The Rapids 141 for 8. Still the top scorer for the Rapids was Brett D'Oliveira with his 40 or 41 balls. And really, when he went, everything changed.
It did, and I mean, his dismissal, and like so many around them today, it's, as we mentioned, the attribute of good Hampshire bowling, but perhaps not the best shot selection from the Worcestershire batters. We've seen this pitch have just a bit more bounce, so these top edges and edges, it's unfortunate, but yeah, shot selection has potentially been poor, but good captaincy and good field placement from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. When does the golden arm Nick Gubbins come on?
I'm not sure he will now, Melissa, to be honest. I don't know. Get some more overs out of John Turner yet.
Disappointing stuff. Fuller then continuing from the hotel end, bowling to Morris, and that ball is edged or he would say guided, down to the third man boundary for just the 1 run. So Morris gets off strike on his 8th ball, bringing the captain Leach back onto strike.
Yeah, I don't know really. I think Joe Leach had the measure of Felix Organ, didn't he? I'm not sure I'd risk the spinners now until the very end. Just have a look down at the breakdown of who's got what.
That's the good thing about the situation the Rapids are in. As we said, they can afford to bowl their seamers now.
Yeah.
Bowls the fuller ball in the air and through the gap between the fielders of mid-off and extra cover. The Rapids get through for 2 runs, but a streaky shot from the captain, Leach.
Slight leading edge as well, wasn't it? Holland's still got 5 overs to bowl. Fuller has 4 overs after this, doesn't he? Turner still has another 3. I think I'll just keep with the seamers now. And then if Organ has to bowl something at the end, well, hopefully, I'm sure Hampshire won't be thinking of Worcestershire still batting in the late 40-odd over. Can't believe they'll still be batting.
Be very impressive if they are. Fuller past the stumps, a shorter ball, and Leach swerves out of the way as the ball guides over the stumps.
I've got an email here from Martin Bailey, suncricket@gmail.com, saying, this is great. I'm watching and listening to the game on YouTube whilst having a sort of siesta in Kathikas in Cyprus. Heard of that place?
Make us jealous. We're sat in Southampton and you're in Cyprus. Oh my word.
Well, it's warm here.
Fuller past the stumps. Now Fuller ball and it's in the air, but over the bowler's head as it soars towards the boundary.
Shot.
1 bounce, 2 bounce and 4 runs. Good and confident shot there from Leach, who just waited for that ball to be in his arc and straight back over the bowler's head.
He's attacking when he can, isn't he? Martin goes on to say, we're all trying to keep cool over here as it's now into our 4th week of temperatures over 30.
4th week? This is some holiday.
It's due to be 40 today and over the next few days. Wow.
As Fuller bowls again, and the ball is clubbed over the mid-wicket region for another 4 runs to Leach. Moving on to 23 now.
This is good batting from Joe Leach.
And the Rapids 150 is brought up in style by their captain. So that are 31.5 overs. They've just got to keep going at this rate here, selectively choosing those balls to go for it. But I think Leach has recognised now, with only Charlie Morris and Adam Finch left to come, he needs to perhaps go for it a bit more.
Yeah, he's certainly doing that, isn't he? But he's picking the right balls as well.
Last ball of the over then. What can Fuller do to reply? A back of the length ball and it hits Leach on his body and trickles towards the stumps as he jumps back to knock it out of the way. So Rapids have finished that over 152 for 8 off 32 overs.
Very nearly ricocheted back onto the stumps there. I'm not even so sure it didn't shave the base of the stumps. So that over cost 11. So some good batting there from the Rapids captain. Just the last few lines from that email from Martin Bailey. He says, it's great to see the youngsters playing and able to learn from Kyle Abbott, hoping to keep the pressure on Worcestershire and come away with a win. Yeah, certainly out of the 2 sides playing here, it's Hampshire that need the win more than Worcestershire. But just to repeat, I got it wrong a little bit earlier, it's the top 3 sides from each of the groups that qualify for the knockout stages. Top team in each group goes through to the semi-finals. The 2nd and 3rd place side in each group plays for the right to play those 2 teams. So Kyle Abbott looking for his 6th here, 5 for 30. Say it again, 5 for 43. This is his last over. 1 maiden amongst that as well.
Can he sneak through that 6th, or hopefully for Hampshire's sake, 7th wicket? See it off in this over, Carl, come on.
Yes, he's bowling at Charlie Morris, who you'll feel is probably the slightly easier of the 2 to bat, although that's nicely turned towards mid-wicket, fielded by Felix Organ. The sun's just disappeared behind some thicker cloud for the moment. There's still plenty of blue sky to the right and left of us. But quite noticeable how the sun has just disappeared for the moment.
See, it wouldn't be disappearing if we were in Cyprus right
no,
now, I'll tell
it
you
wouldn't.
that.
No, they're probably hoping that they get something, a cloud like that over the island there somewhere. Here comes Abbott again then, bowls to Morris. Morris on the front foot, just guides that out into the covers, fielded by Nick Gubbins. Carl McCarr has also emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, hi from a Durham fan, loving the commentary and looking forward to Martin Emerson being on tomorrow. I presume Durham are playing tomorrow. Great. I'll be up there joining Martin Emerson next week up at the Riverside.
Yeah, not jealous of that car journey, I'll tell you that.
No, I'm not looking forward to that at all. Fortunately, my radio station's been very kind. They've given me a whole day to travel up and then a whole day back the next day. So a 3-day trip for me. Oh, where's he going, the batter? The throw comes in, it misses. Where on earth was Morris going? It looked like he was going off on his holidays and didn't want to come back. And the throw from cover point from Nick Gubbins misses the stumps.
Morris clearly heard there was a last-second flight to Cyprus from Southampton Airport.
He was off.
I was just about to remark how it looked as if he was happy to just see off this over, use up those 6 deliveries and then rule Kyle Abbott out for the rest of the game. But then he's off halfway down the wicket, going for a little jog.
Yeah. Well, Gummins probably had no more than a stump and a bit to aim at, but even so, he'll be disappointed as Abbott comes in and bowls. He's got 3 balls left of his over, and that's outside the off stump, and a play and a miss there from Morris. 2 more balls there for Kyle Abbott, then to pick up 6 if he can, and put further pressure on this Worcestershire side, who won the toss and elected a bat. This certainly wasn't in the plans, being at 152 for 8. Certainly not when they were 75 for 2 in the 12th.
It has just been such a collapse, and it was, as you mentioned earlier, this lack of momentum throughout the Rapids' entire innings.
Yeah, they struggled to get it back, haven't they, as Abbott comes in and bowls to Morris, who's in behind that one comfortably, plays that up towards mid-off. 1 ball left for Kyle Abbott to pick up his 6th wicket.
I'm sure Abbott will be happy just with a maiden. He'll go, oh, it's fine. No wickets, but I'll finish with a maiden, guys. Leave the rest of the bowling to the young guns.
I'm sure John Turner will come up at Kyle Abbott's end, or maybe we might see a bit of Ian Holland. We'll have to wait and see. Fuller is, I mean, if I'm honest, I would probably bowl Holland from our commentary end and then put Turner on at the pavilion end, but I don't know. Fuller's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 27. Joe Leach just got hold of him a little bit in the previous over. Here comes Abbott, then final delivery. It's a length ball, well played by Charlie Morris, but well bowled Kyle Abbott. 5 for 43 from his 10 overs, 2 maidens in that. Well, you can hear the applause that he's getting from this crowd.
A very appreciative crowd who have come in today expecting Hampshire to take some early wickets, but perhaps didn't expect this many early wickets. The Rapids 152 for 8 off their 33. Looking now maybe to just keep ticking off those milestones. Next one 175, maybe push it up to 200 and give their bowlers something to bowl from, but most of their hopes are now resting on Joe Leach.
He's played well, hasn't he, for his 23 off 19 deliveries, and I'm sure he'll be looking to pounce on anything that's not in the right areas from Fuller.
So despite those 2 boundaries in the last over, Fuller still on at the hotel end, bowling to Leach past the stumps. Now Fuller ball is worked uncomfortably to point for no run. I agree with you, the delegation of ends, I think. From the far end, the pavilion end, there does seem to be just a bit more bounce in the wickets. These taller bowlers Hampshire have and these slightly quicker bowlers would benefit, but yeah, Ian Holland from this end might not be a bad shout, and whether he will start to perhaps consider some variations, taking the pace off the ball and just seeing what this pitch does with that unusual bounce. Fuller bowls and it's worked off the hip of Clark, who's pushing for 2, but straight to the Hampshire fielder at fine leg, so just the single, meaning Morris back on strike. Leach moving on to 24 off 19 deliveries.
Yeah, Hampshire have got to try and keep this tight here. They've got to try and bowl as much as they can at Morris. Try and keep Leach away from the strike, get him a little bit frustrated, but I'm sure Joe Leach now is looking at the board and thinking, hang on a minute, there's more than 16 overs left. There's an awful long time to bat, so I don't think he'll be in any rush to play too many positive shots.
Past the umpire for the bowls, and it hits Morris on the pads, who again makes a run halfway down the wicket and gets sent back by his captain. Clearly trying to hit his 10,000 steps today before the second innings.
At least he didn't wander too far this time.
He does seem to be just often. You find those batters, I find sometimes, who are always just in their own world when it gets to the crease. And a few of our players I played with before, they'll just be stood there so clueless to the fact they've just run down halfway down the wicket, or they're stood entirely out of their crease, and you almost just want to yell at them. We were joking that the players could potentially hear us. I might just start when I'm off on a break, just screaming at them. Morris at 1 off 15 balls now as Fuller comes in. 5th ball of the over, and that's a short ball and back foot punched by Morris into the offside. There's no fielders deep there, so they'll get through for 2. As there's a good relay throw from the Hampshire fielders.
Well, Morris has got an important part to play here. Just bat for the captain. The captain's the experienced man. The captain knows what he's doing. He's 30 years old. He's been in these situations a few times. Just knows what to do. Morris has just got to be there for him.
Morris still on strike to Fuller past the umpire, and that's a full ball on the stumps defended for no run. I agree, and I mean, as a lower order batter, if you can stay in and play this role, no matter how, potentially low his strike rate is or the run rate they're going at, but the longer these two are in, they will just slowly accumulate runs, and then as a bowler you've got bragging rights. You can go straight back into that dressing room and tell the batters how it's done. There's no greater feeling than that.
Definitely.
So 1 ball remaining now of this over, and it's a full ball and kept out by Morris for no run, straight to mid-off. So a good over from Fuller after that last over, which went for 2 boundaries. Rapids 155 for 8 off 34 overs. It's 34 overs, you're nearing that point where in perhaps a different situation with teams with more wickets in hand would be going, right, the last 15 now, let's really accelerate, let's the most use of the available balls.
Missed out on huge runs, haven't they, by losing too many early wickets. I mean, there were 5 down by the halfway mark, 3 down in the 12th when Jake Libby went. Too many wickets too early, really. Jack Haynes going in the 2nd over, Tom Fell going in the 5th.
And in this format, I think it's especially important that one of your players, they always speak about it at an international level or domestic level, one of your players has to go on and make a big score, whether that's 100 or multiple players need to contribute 50s. But in most games we've seen so far, if a batsman hasn't got 100, then the teams are most likely not going to be able to defend or set a suitable target.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, 50 over cricket is all about one batsman getting 100 and many playing around him, or as many as you can. You will always get a decent total. John Turner then is returning to the pavilion end, and that's swung away, although off the bottom of the bat from Leach, who was trying to swat that away over mid-wicket. It's gone out towards cover. Front foot hoik. He was into it too early.
He wasn't. I mean, I think Nick Gubbins there at cover was a bit surprised the ball was even coming towards him.
It's one of those at cover where you look over the leg side and all of a sudden you think, hang on a minute, the ball's coming my way. How come? That was just a length ball from Turner, that one. Comes in again and bowls to Leach. Leach swats that away, and that's gone up towards mid-on this time. That wasn't quite out in the middle either.
I think, yeah, both those deliveries, Leach has just played the ball a bit too early, and whether this is a indication that Turner's perhaps taking the pace off the ball, or bowling a variation, or whether that top end, the pavilion end, is just difficult to bat from.
A bit odd, isn't it? He's certainly aiming for the deep mid-wicket area, which Hampshire haven't got covered yet. Although Abbott looked like he was looking over that way as Turner comes in again and bowls to Leach. Leach drives up to mid-off. It was Fuller this time, and it was driven and thrown towards the keeper, Lewis McManus. Good running. That'll be a single, 157 for 8.
I need to work this out, but how many of the wickets so far in this innings have we seen have been taken from this top end?
Well, at the far end, the
pavilion end,
end. So Abbott's 4. Jack Haynes was bowled with Abbott bowling this hotel in, wasn't he? John Turner got fell because he pulled that and didn't time it. All but 2, yeah. Thank you, Frank.
Haynes and Libby were out the other.
Yeah, so 6 of the 8 at the end that Turner's bowling, and he's playing a miss outside the off stump. Slightly shorter delivery there from Turner. Morris just fencing at that one outside off stump, which he's done a few times.
So there you go. If the captain says what end you fancy, if any Worcestershire players are listening, you want the pavilion end.
I think it's always been felt by several of the quicker bowlers over the years here that the pavilion end has been the end that they've wanted to bowl. As that's slightly short again, and on the back foot there is Morris steering it out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins. You know, I'm just trying to think. I mean, Abbott has always preferred that end. Just trying to think. Mohammed Abbas. Actually, to be fair, Mohammed Abbas bowled quite a bit from this hotel end in years gone by. I mentioned Dale Steyn earlier. So no, he sort of bowled both ends really. Yeah, maybe it isn't such a big thing.
He's not very a fussy person, is he, Steyn?
No,
I feel
he's
he'll
not,
bowl
no.
from wherever.
And he's trying to cut that one and misses as it goes through to McManus. And that'll be the end of the over. 35 done, 15 to do if Worcestershire can manage that far. And it's 156 for 8. Just the 1 run off it. Hampshire won't mind at the moment. Just 4 runs have been scored off the last 3 overs before that. That was the big over of 11 off Fuller.
This game so far has come in such, you know, waves and fluctuations. I think most overs on general you've had just, you know, quite a low run rate. The run rate now 4.5, but then these boundaries, when they do come, they're coming in flurries and almost 2 or 3 and over, and it's just it's a strange, I mean, I guess it's indicative of the lack of momentum they've had so far throughout this innings, but it's just been so stop-starty.
That's for sure, yeah. All the big players have gone too early, haven't they, for Worcestershire?
So Ian Holland, just as we said, coming on at the hotel end, has bowled, is it 5 overs, did we say so far?
Yes, he has, yeah, he's got 5 to do, yeah.
And a good person, you would argue, to bring in. I like this from Hampshire. They're not letting them settle too much, just introducing different bowling changes. Passed at the umpire, then Holland, and on the target straight away. Leach only defending the ball at a backwards point.
Yeah, he's steady bowler, Ian Holland. Here we go, it's a quick 30-second. Well, Hampshire are in control of this game with Worcestershire 156 for 8, and we're in the 36th over, so just over 14 overs to bowl. And Kyle Abbott has turned this game around for Hampshire, because Worcestershire at one stage were 119 for 4 in the 25th. He picked up 4 wickets in his second spell to finish with 5 for 43 off his 10 overs, so he's certainly leading from the front. So 156 for 8, the Worcestershire Rapids. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
And if you go to bbc.co.uk/cricket, get details of all the county champions.
And a big hoik there in that last ball. I don't know if you saw that, but we saw Leach just take a few steps down the wicket and try and swing that ball over mid-wicket. Holland in again and guided down to third man where there is no deep fielder, so that's 4 runs to Leach, moving on to 29 off 27 balls. And a handy knock so far from the captain.
Certainly is, yeah. That's well played, isn't it? Because Hampshire can only have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and they've got that deep mid-wicket area plugged, which they should, because Leach has been looking for that. But what it did mean was that the third man had to come up. But now, after that last shot, they're now bringing the mid-wicket up and putting the third man back. So Leach will now, I guess, start to target deep mid-wicket again.
I was going to ask, what do you think of this rule? In obviously it's been introduced in the 100 that if bowling teams and fielding teams don't bowl their balls in the right time, you have to bring a fielder in. As past the umpire goes Holland, and it's clipped in the air, but bounces 2 times before the deep long-on fielder, just for a single. So obviously, do you think this is something which can be applied to the the county format as well, the T20 blast, and even in this competition, if the run rate's not going quick enough, should fielding teams have to bring an extra fielder in?
I didn't know that was a rule in the 100. Is it quite good?
I actually really like it, but I know any Southern Brave fans would probably not be too excited about it, because with the likes of Tamal Mills and Chris Jordan, I think Southern Brave have overran in their innings every single game. But I think it's good, and I mean, if only there was a similar incentive which could be introduced in Test match cricket, obviously, to increase over rates, as I've seen already at Trent Bridge. I think it's falling behind. Holland in, and a fuller ball defended by Morris for no run.
So yeah, that's quite an interesting little rule. I mean, I know you've followed the 100 a bit closer than I have, so yeah. I don't know. I think Oh, listen, different rules for different competitions and what have you. I think this works quite nicely, actually, for this, isn't it? I mean, I think this is quite an interesting dilemma for Hampshire.
I think it definitely makes the batters think about those final 10 when 5 are allowed out, as that's clipped off the legs of Morris. Again, looking for 2, but straight to the fielder, so just 1 run available. Moving the score into 162 for 8. And that is our 36 overs. So Rapids slowly creeping up to that next target of 175, as me and Kev were talking about. Just need to focus on these small and attainable targets here at the Rapids so that they can get up to a slightly defendable score.
Yeah, well, they're getting up there somewhere, aren't they? It's something anyway. Charlie Morris is doing a good job, actually. 4 he scored, but that's 23 balls that he's been out in the middle with his captain. And apart from taking a wander a couple of times down the wicket where he could have been run out, he's defended stoically and just pushed the ball around a couple of times into the gaps, and he's doing a good job. Here's John Turner then bowling to Morris, start of a new over from the pavilion end, and Morris pushes forward up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So the 4 men out. In fact, there was only 3 for Morris, which is about right, isn't it? Deep square leg, fine leg, and a 3rd man. They'll certainly have 4 out when Leach comes back on strike.
Morris definitely making a bid here for the county championship fixtures later in the year with a strike rate of 16.7.
So length ball, just short of a length anyway, and Morris is in behind that nicely, plays it out to Gubbins in the covers. Just frustrating here for Hampshire, having picked up the wicket of Josh Dell and Josh Baker, both in the 29th over, to leave Worcestershire 136 for 8. This is just proving a little frustrating for the home side. As Turner comes in again, looking for his 2nd wicket of the innings, bowls, and driven off the back foot. That's a nice shot up towards wide mid-off. Nice shot there from Morris. Moves on to 5. 163 for 8. Now what's Leach going to do here?
3 balls remaining in the over. If he's going to be sensible, you'd be searching for that 2 almost, and then another single, just to make sure he can retain the strike at the end of the over, because Hampshire now, they're going to be encouraging Morris to take that single at the end of the over, wanting him on strike. But Worcestershire have just got to keep frustrating Hampshire here.
Turner bowls, he's pulled up in the air, and is McManus going to get there? Not quite. Oh, the crowd sigh as McManus was running round to the leg side as that ball went not high in the air, but it was holding, and McManus, I thought now that, unlike Fuller at mid-off, who I thought wasn't going to get to that catch, that leading edge, when he got Roderick, I thought McManus was going to get there, but actually in the end the ball was always too far away.
See, I don't think necessarily the ball was too far away in that certain shot. I think it was mainly a miscommunication.
Could be right. A short delivery, which is called a wide, actually, which is a little bit harsh because Morris had to duck fairly low under it.
So you saw, I mean, in that replay, that the fielder coming in from mid-wicket, Felix Organ, was also coming in whilst McManus was running towards it. The ball almost landing between the 2, and actually I think McManus withdrew that dive at the last minute because Organ was so close to him, and he wasn't, with watching the ball in the air, he wasn't sure if there was about to be a collision.
So maybe somebody should have called better. Length ball, which is played out to Organ at mid-wicket. So you reckon one of those 2 should have got there?
Yeah, and I was going to say, I think that was a much more textbook catch, especially for a wicket keeper. He made a lot of ground, but in the last minute he was close enough to the ball to go for it. And it's those kind of examples which will just be frustrating Hampshire. They should try to not let it frustrate them. They need to remind themselves that they are on top here, but disappointing not to get that wicket.
Turner to Morris, and caught and bowled. Easy as you like. Ball just held in the turf there a little bit. Morris pushing forward, just lobbed a simple return catch to Turner. Takes his 2nd wicket, 2 for 34 in his 9th, and the Rapids, having made a bit of a recovery there, are now 165 for 9, and that was a partnership, but it doesn't sound a lot. 29-run partnership, which, having lost 2 wickets in that 29th over, as I mentioned earlier, was a bit of a recovery, and Charlie Morris has done his bit there low down in the order. He's gone for 5.
Well, there's the wicket, I mean, which they were searching for. McManus going to be quite happy or relieved now that he didn't have to get that catch in the end, but I feel bad for Morris. I think that was quite a tame dismissal, but as I said, it's not reflected too much in the scorecard, but he did a good job there, lower down the order and supporting his captain to push Worcestershire up to a reasonable score. So we have Adam Finch coming into the middle, the number 11 for Worcestershire. Rapids 165 for 9, and on a wicket which we said at the start of the game was looking to be a 300 plus kind of score. This has been a disappointing first innings for the Worcestershire Rapids. Hampshire searching for this final wicket now to conclude the Rapids innings, and I think with confidence Hampshire would be saying they can chase this down so far. So we've got Ian Holland continuing from the hotel end, at the end we are commentating from, looking and searching for this final wicket. Leach on strike. He's played a good innings of 31 off 29 balls, as I am joined again by Frank.
Yes, good afternoon, Melissa. Good afternoon, everybody. Sad tale for Worcestershire, must be said. And every single time that a substantial or potentially substantial partnership has been, the foundation has been laid, a wicket has fallen. Can't blame Charlie Morris too much. He hung around very well, and Adam Finch is no mug. He's not an absolute bunny.
Holland in, and that's a fuller ball defended by Leach.
But it just shows you, doesn't it, that if somebody can stick around, it's not. I mean, it's not like they're batting on a minefield, is it? It's not like the ball's spitting from a length or shooting through low or turning square.
They should have seen the wickets I was playing on this weekend.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Exactly.
The absolute privilege of this wicket. In he comes again, Holland, and it's defended again by Leach, who now with Finch at the crease with him, Adam Finch, the number 11 for Worcestershire, do you think we're going to see him, Leach, just go for it now?
Well, I think he'll play in exactly the same way as he has been doing, which is that if it's up there, he'll be looking to get after it. But Finch is, like I say, he's not a complete mug with the bat by any means.
Past the stumps and attempted to guide that down between the two fields at point and third man, but to no avail. So another dot ball, 3
in
dots.
fact, I was
so far.
surprised to see Morris come in before Finch, to be honest. There's not much in it. Baker definitely a more capable batsman, but lacking experience. I think it was just a little bit too quick and bouncy for Baker today.
Holland looking for this final wicket for Hampshire, and an inside edge there, or a miscue into the vacant square leg region, just for another single. Another run to the score. Rapids 166 for 9.
It's certainly not a pitch where you'd want to get out for under 250, is it? I think we're a little bit generous at the beginning when we said that it looked like 300 pitch, but it's a pitch on which you can play your shots, and it's on a pitch on which, and I wonder whether Kevin would agree with me, if I was going out to bat chasing a low score, I'd feel pretty positive.
Holland bowls and defended by Finch for his first ball.
What I mean by that is I think if you're batting second and you're chasing a low score on a pitch that's a little bit untrustworthy, you might be a little bit uncertain about how to go about the chase. But if you're going out chasing something substantially under 200 on a pitch like this, I think you say to your batters, go out, be positive, and within an hour, you could really have laid the foundations for a pretty straightforward chase. Blocked again by Finch. Sorry there.
So at the end of that over, Rapids 166 for 9.
I think Kevin hit the nail on the head with his last summary for BBC Radio Solent listeners, that Kyle Abbott has just taken this game by the scruff of the neck, and in a spell of about 20 minutes, picking up 4 wickets to reduce Worcestershire from 119 for 4 to 136 for 8. You know, that is a match-changing spell, and
definitely
it has
took
made all the difference.
Worcestershire from a bit of a precarious situation to a pretty irreversible situation.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't say irreversible. I mean, stranger things have happened, but certainly they are metaphorically on the back foot as John Turner comes in now to bowl to Leach. Bangs that one in short, and Leach, well, he got into position, got his feet ready to slap it away over the leg side, but it climbed quite steeply and he allowed it through to the keeper. That, if anything, has been the one mitigating factor as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Some of the bounce has been quite steepling bounce, I think. It's not always that easy to play, but certainly when the ball's pitched up on this surface, it's a comfortable one. Leach gives himself room this time and slices this away over cover and gets a single as a man out sweeping on the cover boundary. So he's trusting Adam Finch, taking a single off the second ball of the over, and the Rapids go up to 169 for 9. Leach goes to 33, making him the second top scorer behind Brett D'Oliveira, who made 40. Here's Turner bowling to Finch, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by wicketkeeper around about knee height. Lewis McManus, very tidy behind the stumps, but as I was saying earlier, what a pleasant pitch to keep on this. I speak as an ex-keeper, and you know, it's nice when you're taking them up with the reverse cup and seeing it all the way, standing back on a pitch like this. In comes Turner again and bowls, and Finch plays a very respectable off drive up to mid-off. He doesn't get a run because he picks out fielder, but played it very nicely, and just reinforcing what we've said all day, that this is a pitch that you can trust in terms of its bounce. 169 for 9 the Rapids, having won the toss. Turner in again, bowls, and Finch is short. It's short. Finch swivels round, looking to hook this down to long leg, and gets taken on the glove, and it dribbles away down there for a single, which means he's off the mark, and Leach is back on strike. 170 for 9. I would say, I mean, you know, low scoring games happen, and sometimes you see both sides fail to reach a decent score on what you think would be a good surface, but if they don't get 200, Worcestershire will feel they haven't got much to bowl at, I think. Leach drives this one, a Yorker from Turner up to mid-on, takes a single, moves on to 34, 171 for 9. But, you know, if Leach can smack another 4 or 5 boundaries and they do get to 200, there's something psychological about that, I think, and they'll sit in the dressing room and say, well, you know, it's not what we wanted, but it's given us something, so let's go out there. And as Kevin said a few minutes ago, if we can pick up 2 or 3 early wickets, we might just put the skids under Hampshire. This one down the leg side, and that's going to bring 4 welcome runs for Worcestershire. 4 byes, might be called 4 wides by the umpire. Beat the diving keeper. 4 wides indeed is the signal. So very welcome runs, all contributions gratefully accepted as far as Worcestershire are concerned, and 5 runs accruing with the wide and the 4. So 176 for 9, just 24 away from that 200 that I suggested would be a bit of a psychological boost. As Turner is in again from the pavilion end and bowls to Finch, who is out, caught behind, so they're not going to get 200. Left him possibly a little bit off the pitch, that one. Bit of a waft, wasn't it? Not much foot movement, nicked through to the keeper. So Finch goes, and the Worcestershire innings is closed. A 176 all out, a very disappointing effort. Joe Leach is left unbeaten on 34, so he'll be disappointed that he wasn't able to build on that, and Worcestershire, as I say, 176 all out, be very, very disappointed with that, Melissa, and well, good day at the office as far as Hampshire are concerned.
Definitely. I mean, this is the dream first innings they could have had after being put into bowl first after losing the toss, but there's some hopeful things for Worcestershire. Obviously, I think they just need to replicate what Hampshire has done in this innings so successfully, as the players are clapped off the pitch by this very welcoming crowd. But as we mentioned, the key to this innings was the lack of momentum. So if Worcestershire can come out here and consistently take wickets, stunt Hampshire's run chase, then they have a chance. And obviously, you know Worcestershire more than me, but some of their bowlers will be able to generate that same bounce and pace we've seen in this first innings. But as you mentioned, a disappointing first innings for the Rapids, only 176 to defend on the board, and Hampshire will be hopeful and probably quite confident in chasing this total down.
Yeah, quick recap before we leave you briefly. So Worcestershire winning the toss and choosing to bat, and losing Jack Haynes in the second over, bowled by Kyle Abbott for 14. Tom Felt out in the fifth over, called at mid-wicket by Felix Organ off the bowling of John Turner for 7. And that was 36 for 2 in the fifth. Something of a recovery as Brett D'Oliveira and Jake Libby took the score to 75 before Libby was LBW to Fuller for 12. And then when Worcestershire had progressed on to 81, D'Oliveira, who had played very fluently for his 40, was bowled by Ian Holland. And then with Worcestershire going along fairly steadily at 119 for 4, we saw this sudden burst of 4 wickets for Kyle Abbott. Gareth Roderick out for 15, Ed Barnard for 29, Josh Dell for 2, and Josh Baker without scoring. Abbott finishing with 5 for 43, and the innings finished off by John Turner picking up the last 2 wickets. Morris caught and bowled for 5, and Finch caught behind by McManus for 1, leaving Joe Leach 34 not out. Worcestershire 176 all out. Bowling figures for Hampshire: Turner 3 for 44 from his 10, and Abbott 5 for 43 from his 10. Crucially, they were the major wicket takers. A wicket each for Ian Holland and for Fuller, and Felix Organ 5 overs of off spin, no maidens, no wicket for 26. So 176 all out Worcestershire. Hampshire will be require 177 to win, and we'll be back with live commentary on their effort on the BBC Sports app and website when play resumes at around about 20 past 2. Thank you for listening this morning, and do join us later.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are a few minutes away from getting the Hampshire reply underway in this Royal London One-Day Cup match between the Hampshire Hawks and the Worcestershire Rapids. We've had the first innings, Worcestershire winning the toss and electing to bat first, were bowled out for 176. They still had 11 overs potentially of their innings to go, but they started well, but they were pegged back by a wonderful second spell by Kyle Abbott, who finished with 5 for 43, and that is his best figures in List A cricket. And top scorer for Worcestershire was Brett D'Oliveira with 40 from 41 balls, but it was a story of two halves for Worcestershire. They started well, but Kyle Abbott reducing them from 119 for 4 to 136 for 8, and they didn't really recover, although Captain Joe Leach did his best and was left 34 not out at the end. So Hampshire need 177 for victory. Your commentary team for this second part of this one-day cup game. A little later you'll hear from former Vipers Academy all-rounder Melissa Story, but taking you through this first part is myself, and next to me Frank Watson.
Good afternoon. Watching Joe Leach come in from the pavilion end to bowl to the left-handed Alsop, and that one angled across the left-hander from Leach. I beg your pardon, Tom Alsop, the left-handed #1 batsman, and his partner is another batsman I haven't seen before, either in the flesh or on television, Tom Prest, who's only 18 years old and relatively new to first-team cricket. Interesting that Leach is going over the wicket, because his custom is to go round to left-handers, certainly with a red ball. And he comes now and bowls, and that one again is across Alsop and gathered by the wicket-keeper Gareth Roderick standing back. Earlier today, as Kevin was saying, Worcestershire 176 all out on what we thought was a pretty good pitch, to be fair. Plenty of carry and bounce in it. But not a great deal of lateral movement as far as we could see, though as we all know, you should reserve judgment till you've seen both teams bowl on it. And I find it often quite revealing to talk to a player after the game about the surface. Leach bowls, and this one is cut away for 4 by Alsop. It's short and wide, and the left-hander on the back foot slashing that away past the diving Josh Dell at backward point, and that brings the first runs of the Hampshire reply. Their target, remember, is 177, and they are 4 without loss. And Worcestershire certainly, Kevin, will be thinking, got to pick up 3 wickets or so in the first dozen overs, I guess, if they're going to have any chance.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'd have to bowl Hampshire out, really.
And he's gone round the wicket, Leach, as I thought he might, to try and restrict the batsman in terms of getting his arms free, and this one is a lot straighter. And played by Alsop up to mid-on, where Josh Baker, the young Worcestershire left-arm spinner, is the fielder. Baker's been introduced fairly early in most of the Royal London Cup games. Be interesting to see whether that continues to be the policy today, with Worcestershire defending what is, to be fair, a relatively meagre total. Here's Leach round the wicket again, bowls, and Alsop is steering this one out defensively on the offside. Dell comes in from backward point to do the fielding, and there's no run.
So Tom Alsop missed out on the first game in this competition, but 68, batting at 1 in the win against Sussex here last week, and just made to 7 in the defeat to Lancashire, the rain-affected game here on Sunday.
And he waits now. Slightly built left-hander, yellow helmet on his head, yellow pads, bright #9 on his back, as Leach comes in and bowls to him, and he just covers up on the back foot, turns that away on the onside, fielded by Jack Haynes coming in from mid-wicket. The end of the first over, it brought a boundary. Hampshire are 4 without loss, needing 177 to win this game.
Yeah, Tom Prest, a bit like 1 or 2 in the Worcestershire side, only making his breakthrough in the first team this season, in the T20s, in the Championship, and now this List A competition as well. And as we've been talking about at various times during this match, about young players having first team opportunities, this competition has certainly done that, not just for these 2 teams here today, but also for other teams around the country, as they've all lost players to the 100 competition. Both these sides have lost, I think it's fair to say, a significant number. Hampshire, Vince, Crane, Dawson, Wood and Wheel. For Worcestershire, Pennington, Moeen Ali, Pat Brown, Ben Cox and Ross Whiteley. So Charlie Morris, it is the right arm seamer, 29 years of age, coming on to bowl from this hotel end and bowling to Prest down the leg side, and that's left alone, and that will be called a wide. Charlie Morris, you probably won't thank me for mentioning, but he had a few problems with his action, didn't he, a few years back?
Yeah, he did. Completely remodelled it. Worked incredibly hard. Fantastic the way that he was able to get over that hurdle in his career. Really lost a bit of pace as a result of remodelling his action, I think.
Yep.
But has not had any problems in the last 3 or 4 years and become quite a key man.
Oh, a bit of bounce there as well, and probably just nipped away a fraction past the outside edge of Tom Prest. That was a good delivery.
He's had 1 or 2 issues this year in the Blast and in this competition in bowling at the death. It was always a speciality. He was really good at it, and he's been collared a few times this season. It's something he's working on, but yeah, absolutely admirable the way that he came back
Good.
from that.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it?
Difficulty. No.
Comes in again then. 2 slips away. It's just nipped away a little bit as well. Just turned him inside out a little bit. But he's picked up a single anyway as the ball goes out on the 45 on the offside. So Prest is underway. Allsop has 4. Hampshire 6 without loss in this second over of this Hampshire reply. So field changes for the left-right-handed combination. Still the 2 slips in. And the fielders in the deep are pretty standard actually. The 2 fielders at deep square leg and also at third man as the sun shines brightly here at the Ageas Bowl. Just a single off this over, although there's been a wide as well. So 1 off the bat and 1 extra as Morris comes in again. Bit of bounce there as Allsop's on the back foot, steers that out into the covers. And there is no run. So you guys started brilliantly in this, didn't you? First 3 wins, which absolutely is a fantastic way to get underway this competition.
Yep.
And lost to Middlesex, but you don't really want to be losing another one.
No,
because all of a sudden things change. We know confidence is fragile at the best of times.
Yeah, 1-3, lost to Middlesex in a quite a close game.
Yeah.
Weren't hammered,
right.
So possibly it's come as a bit of a shock to them.
High-scoring game as well, wasn't it? Really, as Allsop's on the back foot, kept a fraction low, but nice with a nice straight bat.
And therein was the problem for Worcestershire, really, in that Middlesex got too many. They just got probably 30 more than they should have done. Mainly. Thanks to Martin Anderson, who came in at the end and got 38 not out off 11 balls.
Ooh,
and that flurry at the end, when you look at a losing margin of 13 runs or whatever it was, made all the difference.
Yeah, yeah. Here's Morris. Comes in and bowls. And a bit of bounce there, and Allsop does well to keep that down. Was looking to angle that down towards third man. The ball got quite big on him. I think that hit quite high up on the bat. And fortunately he kept it down as he steered it down towards second slip. So 6 without loss, Hampshire in the second over. As Charlie Morris has 1 more ball left of his first over of this reply. Here comes Morris again. Oh, that's nipped back and that's hit him high. There's a shout for an LBW, but that's hit Allsop quite high up, but good delivery there. That's nipped back quite quickly, as you'd expect with the new hard delivery. But at least Allsop was forward. So 6 without loss, 2 overs gone. And both batsmen start at the crease for Hampshire. Allsop has 4 off 10 deliveries. Prest has faced just the 2 deliveries so far for his single. I'll give you an update for the test match. First morning, or the first day of the first test. And England are 83 for 3 against India. Joe Root 23 not out. Johnny Bairstow's joined him now. He's 7 not out. The batsman out early on was Rory Burns. He lasted just 5 deliveries. Didn't trouble the scorers as Prest pushes the first ball of Joe Leach's over up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Dominic Sibley made 18. Zach Crawley 27. So England are 83 for 3. And the Nottinghamshire-Derbyshire game, the other game that's going on in this Royal London One-Day Cup, although it's in the other group, that has just gone underway. Here's Leach again then in the bright sunshine here. It's on fairly straight on middle stump, and that's played back to the bowler by Tom Prest. I mentioned Tom Alsop in this competition so far. Tom Prest has been his opening partner in the last couple of games. The Middlesex game at Radlett was rained off last week. 34 in the win here against Sussex last week, and 9 in the defeat to Lancashire on last Sunday. But making a good impression in his first season in first team cricket, getting some opportunities in all formats. Wrapped on the pad there as he's turning that away on the leg side. Was there an inside edge? Umpire doesn't look at the scorers, so there was an inside edge there onto the pad. He's been a little bit careful there because he was playing that off a fairly straight line. Overall in this competition, Hampshire looking for their 3rd straight appearance in the finals. No competition last year. 50 over competition made way because of the COVID problems. But in 2018, you'll remember, they beat Kent in the final. 2019, they lost to Somerset, both those games at Lord's. As Leach is round the wicket to Alsop. It's played back to the bowler and there's no run. Worcestershire, well, they've got a pretty good record in the competition over the last few years, but just can't quite make the final hurdle. 2 years ago, quarter-final, lost to Somerset. 2018, semi-final, lost to Kent. 2017 made the semi-finals and lost to Surrey. 2016, another quarter-final secured, but they lost that one to Somerset. So just can't quite get to Lord's, although this year, of course, it's at Trent Bridge, the final, outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Alsop. So both these teams come into this year's competition with pretty good pedigrees in the 50 over One-Day Cup. And I guess both these teams would have been particularly disappointed that there wasn't a 50 over competition last season. But there was no chance of squeezing it all in, of course. There was enough cricket going on as it was in those 2 months that we managed to get some. Leach from that pavilion end, still bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Alsop on the line of leg stump, and that's a good diving stop at legs, well, short fine leg really. That would have been 4 runs if Adam Finch hadn't got quickly low down to his left on that 30-yard circle. 3 overs gone then, Hampshire 8 without loss. And I was just saying, Frank, about what a good pedigree both these sides have in this competition over the last few years. You guys have got through to the knockout stages in the last 4 years of competition.
Yeah, it's been a fruitful competition. Worcester's white ball cricket, apart from last year when it went a little bit pear-shaped after the Bob Willis Trophy, it's been very good in the last few years. T20 winners and then losing finalists in successive years. Charlie Morris starts a new over.
30-second update. Well, you join me just as Tom Alsop has deposited Charlie Morris away for 4 on the leg side. They've started well here, Hampshire, although it's early days. They are 12 without loss in the 4th over, and they are only chasing 177 for victory. That looks way below par. Worcestershire did start well. There were 81 for 3 at one stage in the 15th and set for a big score. And then Kyle Abbott came back for a second spell and claimed 4 quick wickets and reduced the away side to 136 for 8. And he finished with career best list A figures of 5 for 43. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Kev, thank you very much indeed. 25 minutes to 3 now on BBC.
Yeah, lovely shot that from Tom Alsop, wasn't it? Onto it really quickly, saw the length early, and one of those lovely swivelling pull shots, and he timed it to perfection off the first ball of the over. Anyway, he's on 10 now. Alsop looking good. Pressed less certain perhaps, but he's only faced 5 balls. He's on 2, and Charlie Morris from the hotel end moving away from us now to bowl 2 Prest bowls, and that one is meat and drink to any batsman of any quality. Just angled into his hip and he just tucks it away on the leg side for a single. and he moves on to 3. So yeah, 177 the target. Kevin just describing it as below par. I think that's absolutely fair, and I'm sure that's the response that we'll get when we talk to a member of the Worcestershire camp at the end of the game. That's not to say they won't fight tooth and nail and try and make it something more competitive than we imagine it will be. Morris in again, bowls to Allsop, who drives attractively but doesn't really time it. When I say attractively, I mean nice shape to the shot, but didn't really time it. And it's got, I've noticed today, particularly, possibly it's the stadium, possibly it's where we're sitting, but in the first few overs of the Worcestershire innings as well, that clang of the the hard white ball against the bat is quite significant.
It is, and that echoes around, isn't it?
And it disappears quite quickly though, as these balls get soft quite quickly. Is Morris in again, bowls, and forward comes Allsop, pushes out into the covers. Josh Dell is the fielder there. Tall figure Dell, you can always tell him if you're not familiar with him, Kevin, because he's tall, he's slim, but he always does the underarm flick now, really old-fashioned.
Yeah. And
it's because he had a horrible injury, dislocated his shoulder in the fielding in a Birmingham League match a couple of years ago, and he used to have a really sort of gun arm from a long distance.
Okay.
Still has, but he's had to change the shape of it a bit. This one's steered down to third man by Allsop for a single. Josh Baker, the fielder down there. He keeps the strike at the end of that over from Charlie Morris. It was the 4th of the innings. No alarms yet for the Hampshire openers. The two Toms, Allsop on 11, pressed on 3. 15 without lost the target, 177.
Got a tweet here earlier from Mike Martin at Sun Sport. He says, quick question, if Hampshire were to qualify for the later stages of this cup, would they bring back the big guns, Vince, Crane and Dawson, or would they stick to the kids who got us here or there? Is there a club policy? If I really want to... Is it me? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
It's my fault.
I
wasn't
just pushed out on the offside by Allsop.
I wasn't concentrating. Only because I was trying to... the easy answer is I haven't actually got a clue. I've not got a Scooby.
It's a Carabao Cup situation, isn't it? With the football teams always tend to stick with the side that's got them there, don't they?
I think it's a brave side, though, isn't it, that you go into a quarter-final and you leave out Vince, Dawson, Crane. I can understand one maybe left out. I mean, Warwickshire did it here one year, I remember. Sorry. As Leach comes in and bowls, and that's pushed out square on the offside. Is it me? I can't remember if it's my over, but I'll do it anyway.
Yeah, you do it.
All right.
I did the last one, so you might do it. I think I jumped in having.
No, don't worry, mate. That's no problem. I remember here one year there was a quarter-final, semi-final against Warwickshire where Ian Bell, I think, had just been released from the England squad or something like that, and they were debating whether to play him for Warwickshire, and they didn't in the end. Mark Greatbatch was the coach, and he said, no, the guys that have played have got us here and we won't play him. But that's only one player. It's a bit different when you've got 3. Here's Leach, assuming, of course, they get through, as that's a length ball, and also just trying to angle the face of the bat. Doesn't quite get it right, and goes out to extra cover.
Yeah,
anyway.
it's well, I suppose it's looking too far ahead, isn't it? Deal with it if it happens.
That's right. Let other people worry about it, because that's what they're paid for, Frank, isn't it? I would hate to be in
we're
that situation.
certainly not paid for that sort of thing.
Yes, that's when they earn their money, isn't it? That's making decisions like that. One of these sides probably will have to make that decision. That's a cut shot of the bottom edge and fielded at first slip. Not quite again where Allsop was aiming. Tom Fell is there at first slip.
No, Leach, I said early on, didn't I, that he usually goes around the wicket to left-handers, and
yeah,
he decided to try and angle it across Allsop, but having seen him smack that cutaway in the first over, went round and he's immediately...
It's better, isn't it?
Yeah, tightened everything up, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, he does look to sort of bowl it across the left-handers, doesn't he, generally, Joe Leach? Length ball on middle and leg, which is tucked away into the gap just in front of square on the leg side for a single. 16 without loss in the 5th. Now, the thing is with Allsop, I mean, it probably wasn't right for Leach, because whilst he considers that to be a dangerous ball against the left-hander and it is moving across, Allsop is very quick. He likes room outside the off stump, so probably on this occasion it probably wasn't the right attack, but you're right. Now he's switched around to the left-hander. It's much tighter and it looks much more threatening.
Well, on a pitch like this with pace and bounce, you know, you can throw the bat at any width, can't you?
Definitely. Leach, last ball of this over. Press pushes forward, slightly in the air, but he's found the gap through the covers and he's timed it well, and that's going for 4. But he just pushed at that a fraction. The ball was in the air, but it has come out of the middle of the bat, and it was no more than a forward push. Press moves on to 7, 20 without loss, 5 gone.
Yeah, it did. It looked, didn't it? It was me that went, because I thought it was going to Brett D'Oliveira at backward point there. It was uppish. It just had that look about it. But as you say, it was in front of square, and he timed it very nicely. And he'll feel better. It's his first boundary. He's 7 off 7, also 12 off 23. Has had most of the strike. And it's one of those this week. You're chasing 177. You get to take, you know, small targets. They'll be saying to each other, let's get another 10, let's get another 10. If you get to 50, 60 without loss, suddenly the opposition's heads will go down and it'll become more straightforward. Charlie Morris to continue from the hotel end, moves away from us now to bowl to Allsop. That's a lovely shot from Allsop, just giving a bit of room, not a great deal of room. Goes back and across as a trigger, watches the ball off the pitch and punched it really with a high right elbow, left-hander. Lovely shot, square of the wicket on the offside. So 2 balls, 2 boundaries. One from Prest off the last ball of Leach's previous over, and one from Allsop off this. The first ball of Morris's 3rd over, the 6th of the innings. That was a really, really high-class shot.
That's one of those you coach, I'm sure, Frank. Play it late. Play it down as well as away from your body.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's just beautiful. Played it really well. Couldn't ask for a better shot. And he didn't whack it, just timed it, didn't he? Morris then over the wicket. He's in again with that back and across movement, and then very solidly in behind this one. Pushes into the covers. Jack Haynes does the fielding, and there's no run. 24 without loss then. Hampshire on a lovely afternoon down here at the Ageas Bowl. It's my first visit here, and well, I can see what all the fuss is about. I've seen it on TV, I've heard everybody say what a lovely arena it is, and it really is. We're high up on the gantry here behind the bowler's arm. Real bird's eye view as Charlie Morris moves away from us again, past umpire Neil Mullender, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Tom Allsop, who pushes up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Do you play golf as well?
Badly.
Do you?
Yeah. I saw the course. Yeah, I saw the course. Is it nice?
It's all right. Yeah, it's good. Bit of water.
Yeah.
It's no good if you like water. Don't like water.
No, well, that wouldn't suit me very much. No. I'm not. I'm you know, I'm a sort of 22 handicap, that kind of thing.
They're probably similar then, by the sounds of it.
Morris, I haven't played much recently. I only played a couple of times in the last 12 months. Morris in again, bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-off. And again, there's no run. I played a couple of weeks ago with my future son-in-law, and got heavily beaten in match play by about 5 and 4 or something. And the first 6 or 7 times I played him, I always beat him. And now I just can't get it together. He plays more than me, and he's one of those annoying players who only carries about 5 clubs, but just hits them all really nicely. Morris in again, bowls, and Allsop pushes up to mid-on this time. Ball slightly straighter, and there's no run. He might be listening. He'll love that. I'm not going to say any more. I'm desperate to get back. Got to win the next one. 24 without loss. Allsop 16 looks the more solid of the two, but to be fair, he's had most of the strike. He's faced 28 balls. It's extraordinary, isn't it? He's faced 28 balls and Preston only faced 7. Quite extraordinary to get that kind of imbalance in just the first 6 overs. Here's the last ball of the 6th. It's Morris in, and he forces the ball back to the bowler. End of a tidy-ish over from Morris, with the exception of that first ball. And to be fair to him, it wasn't that bad a ball. It was just a really, really lovely cricket shot from Tom Allsop. 24 without loss, 177 the target.
I'm surprised you didn't say to your daughter that whoever she married had to be worse at golf than you.
I wouldn't dare to say anything like that to either of my daughters. No. But you know, he carries a little pencil bag around, drops it on the ground, and honestly, just 5 or 6 clubs.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm
it's annoying,
lugging a
isn't it?
bag round with 14 clubs in, trying to look the part.
It's annoying, isn't it? It's very annoying.
And he doesn't care.
So a decent start here by Hampshire. To just give you an example of how well Worcestershire started, they had 42 at this stage. They really did start well. Hampshire 24, but the Worcestershire innings really sort of was going backwards second half as Leach comes in and bowls to Prest. Prest pushes that up towards mid-on. There's no run there.
The other thing we haven't seen is the carry, isn't it? We haven't seen the ball hitting the deck as hard from... We've seen one from Morris that climbed through, haven't we?
Yeah.
Other than that, it's been...
Well, Leach is very much medium pace, though, isn't he? He's sort of
not as quick as he used to be.
No.
He had a back injury.
I
didn't see what roller they had.
I didn't actually, I must admit.
That would have had an
no.
effect, probably just a light one.
To be honest, as soon as I see the end of the innings, all I think about is food. And I'm not thinking what roller, if I'm honest. That's turned away. Yes, roller, but not, what roll, but not that one. That's pushed out to deep square leg, single for Prest, moves on to 8, 25 without loss. Yeah, I didn't really think I owed it to myself to sort of say up here, well, you guys went down and got all the food.
To see which roller
it was, yeah, and come down and see if there was any food left, I thought. I thought I'd get in there pretty quick, especially knowing what Melissa's like.
Well, Melissa had 2 lunches. She brought one.
Oh.
Had the lunch that was provided here.
Unbelievable.
Brought one with her as well.
Here's Leach round the wicket still to the left-hander Allsop. Allsop cuts it away, not timed as it goes out to point. Ball just follows him.
Interesting field that they've set up now on the offside for Leach, round the wicket to Allsop. He's got Dell at that sort of backward point position, but Barnard's come quite square too now on the offside, and then we've got that man in at the short extra on the drive really, but no slip. So they're obviously trying to be imaginative, aren't they?
Yeah. It's a good field, actually, especially for Tom Allsop, who likes to hit the ball out there, and he's hit that ball up towards mid-on, but can't find the gap there. I've just been sent a text by somebody in the crowd who says if you notice a lot of twitching around the ground, we're all being dive bombed by flying ants.
Oh, it's that day. It's usually one day, isn't it?
Can you see them? Yeah, a minute. Yeah, they are.
Was it yesterday? Yeah. I remember once playing, and I was keeping wicket. The whole stump was covered in them. One of the stumps was just
really.
Yeah. Oof. Extraordinary.
Yeah,
they get their wings for just 1 or 2 days.
Yeah. And this is it. Here's Leach again. Allsop works that up towards mid wicket this time, but good accurate stuff here from Joe Leach. It's right, isn't it? Now we're really looking. We can see loads of them.
Yeah.
Going up towards the far end of the ground, flying around.
Absolutely.
That was Joe in the crowd, actually, by the way. So
it's not a good week for insects for me. I was with my 2-year-old grandson on Monday, and I was cutting the grass at his house, and he was helping me, if you know what I mean, with the 2-year-old, and he suddenly just went stiff and screamed, and a wasp had stung him on the face.
Oh no. Leach bowls, Allsop drives, but doesn't time that as it goes out into the covers. End of the over. 7 overs gone, 25 without loss. That's horrible.
It was horrible, and I flicked it off, I think, before. But it's new experience for him. And in hindsight, you look back and think, well, he coped with it, and we now know that he's not going to suffer an anaphylactic shock if he gets stung.
Sure.
So it's a rite of passage, as it were. But it was a horrible moment. I was really, well. You just hate to see a child in pain like that. Change of bowling. Charlie Morris is coming off, and Adam Finch is going to come on at the hotel end. Finch, whose opportunities have been restricted in the last couple of years, went out on loan briefly to Surrey last year, and Alex Stewart was very impressed with him. He had a couple of good performances for Surrey. He's quite sharp, hits the deck quite hard, tall lad, played for England under-19s from the Black Country, moves in now and bowls a full one to Tom Prest, who drives up to mid-on and takes a single, and might get 2 because there's definitely a chance of an overthrow. Oh, chaos. Throw came in from mid-on from Charlie Morris, hit the stumps. The backing up was being done by Leach, but it deflected off the stumps wide of him, so they thought, oh, let's go back for 2. But Prest had actually run a long way past the stumps at the non-striker's end, and he turned, and then they thought, yes, we will have 2, by which time the throw had come back in again. That would have been a really silly way to lose a wicket.
Well, it would, yeah. I mean, to me, finicky there. Tom Prest wasn't very alert to what's going on.
And he didn't need to run 15 yards past
No.
the stumps. They often do that, don't they? Never quite know why. Why would you run an extra 15 yards that you don't need to? Finch into the left-handed Allsop. Bowls very full again, and Allsop drives to the same fielder. Morris mid-off this time rather than mid-on, because he's left-handed, Allsop, and they get a single. This time just one, and again Prest ran about 7 or 8 yards past the stumps at the far end when he completed the run. A lot of batsmen do it, and I never quite know why. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 if momentum takes you past,
Yeah.
but why keep going?
Yeah, that was
27 without loss. I'm going to watch him now to see if he does it for the rest of the innings.
I'll tell you what else I'm watching. I'll let you know after this delivery.
Okay, it's Adam Finch in. Now Bowles to Prest, who's forward, pushing up to mid-off, no run.
I'm not surprised you said Finch when you said that he'd spent a bit of time with Surrey on loan. I think he runs up like Ricky Clark. Very similar run up.
I'm not sure he runs up any differently now from what he
Does he
did
not?
before he went to Surrey.
Right, okay.
And it was only for about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see what you mean. I can see what you mean. It's a very characteristic run-up. Anyway, turns now, 61 on his back, gets into quite a good rhythm, and he's in, and he bowls, and that's short and cut nicely by Prest, but very well fielded at backward point by Josh Dell.
Looks like he's running down the wicket here.
Yeah, certainly Neil Mallender thinks he might be as well. He's just having a little look, isn't he, and having a word. Quick onto anything like that, Mallender, obviously, having been a bowler himself.
Very good one.
Yeah, you must have played against him a few times.
I did,
Yeah.
quite a few, yeah. Did
Yeah.
an England under-19 trip to the Caribbean with him as well.
Yeah. Here's Finch. Past Mallender, wider on the crease this time, and bowls to Preston. He might run himself out. Oh, he would have been out if that throw had hit. Ed Barnard, arguably one of the best fielders in the Worcestershire team. He and Brett D'Oliveira onto the ball quickly. Only really one stump to aim at, to be fair. Silly run though, I think,
God,
in the
wasn't it just?
circumstances. Did not need to take that, and very nearly ran himself out. Tom Prest, as it was, he got a single, goes to 10, and it's 28 without loss. So Neil Mallender, almost exactly your age then, if you're on the 19 tour together, I suppose.
We must be within a year or two of each other, yeah.
Yeah. Here's Finch again. Bowls and takes Allsop on the pad, strangled appeal, and there's no run. End of a fairly tidy first over from Adam Finch. Certainly his direction, his line was very good, but it was unsuccessful in terms of wickets. 8 overs gone, 28 without loss. Allsop 17 and Prest 10. Remember last time we worked together, Kevin, I slipped in the nickname Spikes, and we had lots of fun with people sending tweets in and everything saying how much they enjoyed that story. I bet Melissa doesn't know that.
No, she doesn't. No, I wouldn't dare tell her that story.
You were brave enough to actually tell the story on
I
air.
was quite happy.
You wrote, I thought it was great.
You know me, I don't mind.
We'll have to let Melissa.
I'll tell Melissa off air that story. Because I'm sure the Worcestershire listeners don't want to be bored with that again.
I'm sure they do.
Well, I'm quite happy to mention it. Leach bowls, length ball to Tom Prest, and it's pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Right, here we go. I know Melissa's listening, so it goes back to my time at Middlesex before I joined Hampshire, and Mike Gatting was captain, had just taken over from Mike Brearley. And I was pretty lucky, really, because myself, in those days, we didn't travel by coaches all the time. We travelled by cars, that sort of thing. And Gat didn't live that far away from me in Enfield, so it was easy for us to travel to games, really. So, and of course, I was one of the very newbies on the staff, and so that's pushed up to mid-on. Not quite newbie, but I was pretty new. And the fact that I was sort of travelling everywhere with him, the old Middlesex boys were going, "Oh, hello," that sort of thing. And all of a sudden, there was one particular day, and somebody just called me Spikes. And I said, "What are you calling me Spikes for?" And they said, "Well, you're so far up the captain's backside, that's all you can see of you." Melissa's got her hands on her head.
It's the story that's in Simon Hughes' book, A Lot of Hard Yakka.
It is, yeah. Prest works that away on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad as he does so. They'll take a quick single as the ball goes out on the 45 on behind square.
And the way Simon Hughes presents it, Melissa, is that there was 3 of them, Jamie Sykes, Simon and Kevin, who all sort of started together, and whenever it came to an opportunity for one of them to get a game, it was always Kevin who got the game.
Yeah.
And they couldn't work it out why, and then in the end they realised it's because he was picking Gad up and bringing him into work every day. And I think that's where it came from.
Anything to get a game.
Brilliant. I mentioned it to Kevin Ham the other day. I said, "Oh, I'm going to see Spikes next week," and he said, "Who?" It's not out there really. People should read more. Great book though.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah,
great
brilliant.
book.
Yeah, brilliant. He used to phone me up when he wrote that book, which was a long time ago, obviously, as Allsop pushes that up behind square on the offside. Because Simon Hughes was really good, who's now the analyst, of course, was really good at writing things down, each day. I mean, like for 6 months, he'd write something every day. He'd write an A4 page of that. So, like, I never did. Of course, I was never into that. And then he'd phone, well, that was written, 20 years later or something?
Yeah.
And he phoned me up and said, "Do you remember on that day when we did this?" And I said, "Well, how can I remember that?" I said, "You've written it down. How do I remember it?" And he phoned me up about half a dozen times one winter while he was writing that book. And I said, I haven't got a thinking clue. But I remember that story, unfortunately, as that's turned away on the leg side behind square by Allsop. Runs the first one quickly. There won't be 2 out there in the deep. Is that Brett D'Oliveira?
Yeah, very quick over the ground, good arm. Yeah. Probably the best fielder in the side. He and Barnard are the two real gun fielders. But yeah, it's a great book, a lot of hard yakka, and Yakking Around the World, which followed it. They're 2 of the funniest cricket books I've ever read. And what I like about a lot of hard yakka is it just captures that world before
exactly
the game changed, didn't it? Really,
Yeah, it was exactly how it was as well. Press pushes that back to the bowler, a slight inch of a hint of a leading edge, but it's along the ground. End of the over. 9 overs gone, Hampshire 30 without loss, needing another 1 for 7.
Yeah, I was talking to an ex-player about the professionalism now and how the game's changed and how the guys do a lot of work in the gym and they look after their diet and everything else. And he said, yeah, it really has changed. He said, because when I think back to my career, every away trip was like a stag weekend. And it was to some extent, I think, probably for some teams.
There used to be certain people on every team that used to look forward to just going away for 3 or 4 days and would always be out. Yeah.
In and bowls again, good straight delivery to Allsop, which he defends and then kind of loses, and it drops down between his feet and he almost looks to kick it away in case it's rolling onto the stumps. Allsop is on 18. Back to the cricket. We've been chatting a little bit about the old days and Simon Hughes's books, but they are great fun. And I would imagine, I know certainly I used to read books that were written in the 50s and the 60s about cricket when I was a boy, and learned about players that whose names I'd heard but didn't know much about them. Great fun, even for a modern cricketer, to read those books and find out what it used to be like. Anyway, here's Adam Finch in now. Bowls full again to Allsop. Very, very straight at the moment, Adam Finch, in a good way, making the batsman play and getting his length right too. He hasn't bowled any half full. He's been pushed up to mid-off, but he hasn't been driven. It's a good start. And that one again, pushed out on the onside, no run. 39 deliveries Allsop's faced for his 18. 30 without loss. Hampshire needing 177 to win. That's when they started. Here's Finch now in bowls, and this one again, because how hard did that sound on the bat? He hit it away into the covers, and there's no runners Delfield. I did suggest that if you're chasing a target like this, you might come out all guns blazing, but I suppose what I didn't really take into account in suggesting that was the inexperience of the batsman. If you had again turning the clock back, but you imagine someone like Wayne Larkins or a batsman of that ilk coming out chasing a total like this, there'd be 50 on the board already, wouldn't
there? I agree. Yeah, he never hung around, did he? All proper shots though.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Finch again in ball to the left-handed Allsop, who drives again. That ball sounds really hard on that bat as he punches this one up to Joe Leach at mid-on. Umpire Neil Mallender is worried again about Finch's follow-through. Looks a long way down that, and that's probably what the problem is, because it's right in that danger area. But he hasn't warned him or anything yet. He's just sort of having a look, isn't he? And batsman Tom Prest might be, non-striker might be inexperienced, but he's not so inexperienced that he doesn't know that having a little crafty prod at it himself suggests concern, and maybe you should take some action. Umpire. Here's Finch again in, wide on the crease this time, bowls, and also steers this one down to backward point where D'Oliveira fields. Finch so far absolutely on the money, very, very tidy.
Gets a bit of bounce, doesn't he? A nice tight line.
Yeah, it gets a bit of bounce. I think he's got a lot of potential, I really do. And Pennington is the other one who's really kicked on this year, and we're all a bit cheesed off that he's got a late call up to the 100 and hasn't even played yet. I mean, I know he's going to be considerably better off for it, but it would have been nice to have him here. As Finch comes in again and bowls, and a run for Alsop, who clips this one off his pads out to deep square leg where Barnard fields. End of a very tidy over. Alsop keeps the strike. Again, he's faced 43 to Preston 17, and Hampshire are 31 without loss. And I've got to go.
Frank will be back a little bit later. Melissa Story coming in alongside me. So that's the end of power play 1. And now, should Worcestershire want it, this is where it also becomes interesting, because they know that they've got a below par score here. Now, having only been allowed 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, do they then go to the full complement of being allowed 4 fielders between now and the 40th? Be interesting to see, because of course they've got to not leave too many gaps for the Hampshire batsmen. They want to be picking up wickets, because they'll have to bowl Hampshire out, there's no doubt about that. But would you have all 4 straight away, Mel, knowing that you captain a lot?
I don't think I would, to be honest with you. I think with this lower total on the board, it's almost in the same situation as if you've got 300 on the board. You've just got to be attacking from the get-go, and Hampshire hasn't come out, as you've said, all guns blaring. So maybe push 3 out, give a bit of a tempter, potentially with mid-on or mid-off both up in the ring, and just see if either of these 2 batsmen are looking to and willing to take that risk, because actually Prester's looked a bit uncomfortable and a bit impatient at the crease, and Alsop's middling it but hitting a lot of fielders. So whether these batters are willing to take a risk, then it'll be interesting to see.
Well, whether they take a risk or not might be interesting in terms of a change of bowling at the pavilion end now, because we've now got Josh Baker, the 18-year-old slow left-arm bowler, coming on. Now, will Alsop decide to take a bit of a chance on him? Doesn't need to, as Melissa says, because of the low total chasing, but he might just want to, just to impose himself on the youngster who only made his List A debut this year. He's over the wicket, outside off stump, and the keeper misses that as well, and that's going to go for 4 byes. Now, did that move, or did that turn a little bit out of the bowler's rough? I don't know. Surprised that the keeper didn't take that. In fact, it did turn a fraction, didn't it? But also wasn't playing a shot.
We were talking about how obviously from the seamers we haven't potentially seen as much bounce as we did from the Hampshire bowlers. There hasn't been much difference in height or pace, so whether just that extra height of the spinner here, of Baker, that was a bit of bounce and a bit of turn.
Yeah, maybe. Gareth Roderick didn't quite get things right there behind the stumps. That's a reverse sweep there from Alsop. He plays that a lot in white ball cricket, and that could be going for 4, and it has. There is a man at deep point, but it's gone well to his right. That's well played by Tom Alsop.
And potentially now the acceleration comes. 2 boundaries off the first 2 balls of this over, and it's looking like Worcestershire are going to have to take a wicket now to defend this. The lowest total batting first so far this entire competition for them to defend. So I mean, wickets needed now.
Certainly, as Baker bowls, and Alsop off the back foot steers that up to deep mid on, picks up a single. 24. Good spot by you. Another good spot, has to be said. Good spot of many today. 40 without loss. I'll give you an example of just how much below par they are, really. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Not with Hampshire 40 without loss, but we've seen collapses But it'll have to come pretty soon if Worcestershire are to give themselves any chance of winning this one, as Prest quietly plays that towards mid-wicket and there's no run there.
I was going to say, if we've seen a collapse, probably after England, you'd probably put Hampshire second, I'd say, are most likely to collapse.
Yeah, we've seen a few. Prest is trying to cut that one and misses. Ball just follows him a little bit with the left armour around the wicket now.
I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing for Prest. Obviously, all experience in the middle is good, but just having this innings, which is a bit harder for him to play.
It is, yeah. He's not quite got going, although he picks the gap there square on the offside. And they'll pick up a single. It looks like he'll keep the strike, will he? Or is there one more ball left of this over?
I think that might be over.
I think it is. Scoreboard is showing over. Yeah, 11 overs gone, 41 without loss.
Because although obviously they haven't lost a wicket so far yet, these innings where the pitch isn't quite as true as you suspected, it's a low total, which sometimes can be even more of a pressure builder than a high total. It's these kind of innings where this makes you from an inexperienced player to an experienced player and solidifies your spot in the team. Ugly runs, just get to 30 to begin with. It's what, you know, people such as, you know, Paul Collingwood would always say, get to that 30 with ugly runs and then it will hopefully come naturally to you. And as we haven't seen anyone surpass 40 today in the batting scores, then this pitch may get a bit easier to bat on once batters give themselves the time.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Prest is under no pressure really, with Allsop playing quite nicely.
Finch resuming from the hotel end, bowling to Prest. And it's a shorter ball and it's chopped up, slightly uppish to third man, but just for the one.
Struggled to keep on top of the bounce there, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think Finch is the main bowler from what we've seen so far who is set on generating that extra bit of bounce, almost playing what in the England setup of a few years ago, the kind of Plunkett role. Yeah. Let's get through these middle overs, let's hit the pitch hard, because as I said, they've got to get a wicket now, they've got to generate something. I wouldn't mind seeing, you know, Worcestershire bringing a closer catcher or putting back in a slip and pursuing one tactic. Past the umpire comes Finch, he bowls, and that hits the thigh pad of Allsop, but works into the leg side for just a single.
I was just going to say to you, actually, even with Allsop, the main batter out there at the moment, would you still not have a slip in there?
I would. I just think that, as we mentioned, in this situation, if they continue to go at this rate, then nothing will stop Hampshire from just quietly and slowly ticking off these runs. So let's see the bowlers pursue a tactic. Let's see these variations in pace. Let's go, okay, I'm going to bowl short at his hip and set a field for that. But right now it just feels that Worcestershire are a bit too defensive and without much of a plan. Finch bowls, and on the pads of Prest, who clips that to mid-wicket for no run.
Well, they could have 4 men out on the boundary. They've got 3. Fine leg, third man and deep square leg, so they could be a fraction more defensive, but I still think with Finch getting a bit of extra bounce, especially at Prest, certainly, I think there's a case for having a slip, isn't there?
Put pressure on these new and inexperienced batters. He may have been in now for, I mean, Prest has only faced 22 balls still. He's still fresh to the crease and he's fresh to this competition, so let's see them squeeze on this younger of the two batters. And it's a short ball and it's hooked in the air. There's a fielder out there and an easy catch in the deep. That is Prest gone. Shorter delivery from Finch and Prest just hooks it straight into the fielder's arms.
Oh dear, fell for that one a little bit, didn't he?
I mean, that's exactly what Worcestershire were looking for. Just keep pursuing a tactic, keep Finch hitting the pitch hard, and a wicket will fall. And Prest, unfortunately, never looked too comfortable there. But caught by D'Oliveira in the deep square leg for 12.
Yeah, quite a simple catch in the end because he kind of helped it out in the outfield, really. He didn't hit it hard, didn't try and keep it down. He just sort of helped it in the air. And a simple catch in the end.
It's what you'd see, you know, fielding coaches practice on the outfield. Just someone dolly a ball up to you and hit it as clean as you can into someone's hand. And I think that lack of commitment in that shot really epitomised Prest's innings out there. So a disappointing end to his innings. 12 runs and Hampshire 43 for 1.
Yeah, it didn't look quite or totally at home. 23 balls with 1-4. Tom Prest. And the number 3 for Hampshire should be Nick Gubbins. Yes, it is. Who's had a decent tournament. He's got the 100, isn't he, in the Hampshire ranks in this tournament so far.
And quite an important figure for Hampshire, because he is the only batter in the Hampshire lineup who has more than 100 runs in total. He has 224 runs, and the closest before today's match was 75.
Wow.
Which goes to show how vital he has been so far in this competition, and how much the rest of the Hampshire batting lineup have not been contributing their weight.
Wow, that's a big difference, isn't it?
And I think, it's big pressure on Gubbins, who of course only recently moved to Hampshire, and he was probably going, I've got a point to prove on my move here. He's not only got a point to prove now, but he's got a lot of the pressure on his shoulders for this run chase as Finch continues bowling, and that's a shorter ball. Alsop ducks underneath that bat, slightly high in the air, but another dot ball.
Well, I got one or two texts that said after he got his 130 in the win over Sussex, and he couldn't play the next game against Middlesex at Radley because he's still on loan from Middlesex until signing next year, and they wouldn't allow him to play. But luckily for him, or maybe unlucky in a way, that game was rained out, but he wasn't actually available to play against his parent club the very next game after scoring 130.
I must say I was quite glad I was unavailable for that commentary gig as Finch comes past the umpire, and that's a fuller ball and driven past the bowler by Alsop, but for no run, fielded by mid-on Joe Leach, and finishing that over Hampshire 43 for 1, the one wicket being pressed, caught at deep square leg for 12.
Yeah, good over from Finch, 2 runs conceded as well as that wicket taken. Yeah, we did well, both of us missing that one.
Yeah, I recall seeing the picture on Andy's Twitter of, it was one that Radlett CC, of course, being one of the smaller grounds where matches take place, and it appeared to be a tent in the field, which looked in danger of being blown away or washed away. And that was the kind of sweet satisfaction of going, oh, I'm actually in bed right now, so I'm quite happy not to be there.
What, in 4 in the afternoon?
Oh no, maybe not then. At the morning I was in bed. I was at Sophia Gardens in the afternoon, to confirm.
Oh, so Josh Baker with his slow left armers to continue from the pavilion end. His first over went for 6. That was off the bat. There was 4 byes as well there. So there is a slip now for Gubbins. Gubbins works that away into the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Lovely shot there. Little flick into the gap. He won't quite go all the way to the rope, but still well timed. And they'll pick up 3.
And that's a man in form, just that shot. No real power, just pure timing, straight through the gap in the field. And I like that this slip has been brought in now for the new bat, but then these wickets, this second wicket at least, needs to follow the first.
Yeah. I still keep the slip in for Alsop, who's using his feet. Works that to mid-wicket. I don't know, I just would. I don't know where you take the fielder from. I'm just looking around the field. Maybe one of the 2 on the behind square on the offside, although we know Alsop likes to play the reverse sweep. Worcestershire will know that. That's probably why they've got both there. As Alsop rocks back on the back foot, steers that in front of point, takes a single, and he moves on to 25. Hampshire 47 for 1 in the 13th.
I still would be inclined, despite Alsop's ability to play that reverse sweep on this pitch, which has a bit more bounce, and we saw a couple of sweep shots in the first innings either top edged or not be quite middled.
Yeah, agreed. Gubbins on the back foot, just looks slightly surprised there as he plays that quietly out on the onside. Where are the flying ants? They seem to have disappeared all of a sudden as quickly as they arrived.
They were all flying into my face about 15 minutes ago. I was having an absolute nightmare in the corner.
Baker bowls. Gubbins flicks that away square on the leg side for a single. He quickly moves on to 4. That's off 3 balls faced. 48 for 1. Hampshire need another 129. You could see them, couldn't you, in the air? Loads of them in front of us. You were obviously getting peppered by them. We were all right. Me and Frank, they obviously didn't want to know me and Frank. But now I can't see any. They've just disappeared for some reason. As Alsop quietly plays that back to the bowler. That's the end of the over.
It was like a net session against Jofra Archer. I was just swatting everything away from my face and practicing the pull shot and the cut and the ramp. And I mean, we had that yesterday. They all emerged in Wiltshire, I know, our house, and it suddenly just came, and we looked at our lawn and it was alive with all these things arriving, and they suddenly flew up, and 10 minutes later it was all over. And I mean, these are the flying ants. They only live for a day, so at least those ones came to the Ageas Bowl to make the most of it.
They thought if they're going to go, they're going to watch some cricket going.
Yeah, I think I heard one of them remark that they were disappointed with the first innings. They were hoping for a few more runs. That's why they left. Not good enough. They're off to Trent Bridge to see if they can make it before the end of the day.
What a way to go, though. Watch a bit of cricket.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
There's worse things to do, isn't there?
Finch continuing then. 3 very good overs so far. 3 for 5 runs and 1 wicket. So by far the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers so far. And he will be bowling to Gubbins, the new batter, who defends that first ball. Good length there from Finch to begin with, and good to see that slip is back in place for the new bat.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the couple of people mentioned to me during the lunch break, or the break between the 2 innings, that if Hampshire are going to win this, then to win this reasonably quickly would be great for the run rate. But
Oh gosh,
know.
let's not do that again.
That's what I was thinking.
Far too much stress.
It's a T20 again.
Finch past the umpire and a shorter delivery, and that's just defended into the leg side for no run. Fielded by, who must that be? Joshua Dell, potentially.
I think you're right.
It's nice and lively, at least in the Worcestershire field. It's very easy. Hampshire 48 for 1, chasing a low total, to feel quite demoralised in the field. But actually, there seems to be quite a bit of energy still out there, and that's exactly what they need. And could Finch take the role of Kyle Abbott in that first innings and have a breakthrough spell here?
It's an impressive spell.
Finch again, back of a length delivery, and the same shot from Gubbins for no run.
Just gets that bit of extra bounce there. You can see Gubbins thinking about trying to turn the face of the bat on the leg side. Can't, because the ball just bounces a little bit too much.
And I don't think this is the kind of wicket where you should be looking to work, or play across the line or work things across the line, because that's what we saw in the first innings, those leading edges, those top edges. And actually, this pitch is, you could probably say, deceptive.
It's probably a little bit too paced, actually, at times.
Finch bowls again, and that's pulled successfully by Gubbins straight towards the boundary for 4 runs. Dissects the deep square leg and fine leg fielders, and the ball jumps into the seats by the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand.
Just a little bit too short there from the 21-year-old, and Hampshire 50 up.
I think it's a good tactic. At least that ball was a bit too short and then not well intentioned, but it's nice to see Finch consistently pursue this tactic here and just get the ball up on the hips and attack the stumps of the Hampshire batsmen. Bowls a fuller ball, and that's driven through the gap in the offside. The ball races towards the boundary and the fielder is in pursuit, but a long boundary out there, and the ball is brought in just before by Charlie Morris. So 3 runs there to Gubbins, bringing him onto 11 off 8 balls. A flying start for Hampshire's leading run scorer.
Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he? That's a big chase, that, isn't it? That's one of the biggest boundaries in that corner there, away to our right.
Definitely, yeah, the bigger of the 2 boundaries there. So good security for Finch, at least, to get driven and have it not go for 4. He'll be happy with that one. As the final ball of his over is another full length delivery driven by Alsop for no run, straight to Morris again at mid-off. So at the end of the over, Hampshire 55 for 1, 7 from that over, and Gubbins on strike.
So when's your next game then?
Next game, Saturday. So
for Corsham.
I've been moved up to the 3s this week, Kev.
Have you?
It's quite a big moment, you know.
So you've obviously been impressing.
Oh, wow. Or they're Shorten players, either one of the 2, but
quite a few people on holiday.
Yeah, wow. Let's go with the first one. So I've got a nice away game in Hinton Charterhouse on the other side of Bath.
Oh, I know that, yeah.
Yeah, so that's very nice. And then I'm taking my only Sunday off of the year this week. It's my captain's duties. This is my one holiday.
Is it? So Hersley, you've got a game, but you're not playing?
Yeah, tough stuff.
Here's Baker, left arm spinner, bowls, and Gubbins plays a little faint sweep shot, goes very fine down towards fine leg. That'll be cut off as well before it reaches the rope. And that'll be 2 to Gubbins, who moves on to 13. And, or has it already moved on? He's on 11. No, there we are. It has moved. 57 for 1. You're taking a Sunday off. Outrageous.
I know. I feel a bit. You know, I've betrayed them. I've upset them. But I'm going to be in Yorkshire, unfortunately.
Ah, well, that's fair enough. Gubbins on the back foot, steers that up to mid-off. No run there. So Corsham, Saturday. No game for you on Sunday. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Where are you going to bat? Where are you going to bat on Saturday then? If you've been moved up?
I'm very low. I presume.
Gubbins drives this in the air, just short of mid-off. One bounce. Just be careful there. He's not quite at the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, take more of a bowling role, or in men's games,
Right.
usually, which I don't mind too much because we've been getting some dodgy wickets recently,
Have
so
you?
it's a nice one to step back on and go, you get the runs.
Gubbins flicks that away up to the deep mid-on where there's a gap between mid-wicket and the bowler. 59 for 1, Gubbins. Sorry, 58 for 1. Gubbins has moved on to 14. Hinton Charterhouse, that's a nice little village, isn't it? That'll be a nice little ground. That'll be a quaint ground here, wouldn't it?
We're both next to each other on the table as well, so a lot of competitiveness.
Big one. It's pushed away square on the leg side. Good running from Gubbins, who's running to the danger end. 59 for 1. Allsop's moved on to 26. What's that league called then?
West England Cricket League, I think, Division 5.
Right, okay.
Cracking stuff.
Oh, it's in the air and it's just to the right of the mid-wicket there. Again, Gubbins is just pushing out of that one a little bit. It's got to be careful here. It's great when you're scoring runs and you're in form, but sometimes you do just take one or two liberties. But he's okay at the moment, and he moves on to 15. He'll keep the strike, 60 for 1. 15 gone, Hampshire need 117.
I think it's important here that Gubbins, although he seems to be timing the ball well, as we say, just take a bit of caution, otherwise we'll be seeing as an innings, you guess, similar to Jack Haynes, who came in, struck those two beautiful boundaries and then got out quite promptly afterwards. So he's just got to be patient here, build a partnership with Allsop and see Hampshire home.
Yeah, definitely. Take responsibility, as they say.
Absolutely. But a long batting lineup today in the Hampshire squad, you would say.
It is.
Kyle Abbott due to come in at, is that number 9? It's a decent number 9.
Yeah.
He'll be going, I fancy my luck today. 5 wickets, actually pushed me up to 4.
It'd be a good game if he comes in.
Barnard now from the hotel end, and that's clipped down to third man for just the single, the first ball of that over.
In fact, I think he'll be batting 10 because Tom Scriven's in the side. I know he's taken the place of Scott Curry, but I say Scriven will bat higher than Abbott. So Scriven will come in 9. You've got Fuller at 8.
Good lineup.
That is a good lineup. Yeah.
Our team on Sunday, we had similar. Will's sister, actually is it media management here at the Ageas?
Oh, Will Brewster, yeah.
As in comes Barnard, and that's driven past the bowler's outstretched right hand for another single. So I was playing with his sister actually on Sunday,
right. Okay.
and she was down on the cards to come in at number 11, and I genuinely think she's perhaps the best number 11 we've ever had. And I was looking at our lineup, and we're only chasing 100 by the end because we had a good bowling display, and I was going, I can move myself down if I want to. Got to one of those awful situations at the end when you only need about 20 runs, and you're like, I don't want to go in, do I? Because if I get out, that's embarrassing.
And?
No, that was my not out.
Oh, sorry.
In comes Barnard, and that's an on-target delivery defended by Gubbins for no run. I think I got my 5 off about 27 balls, though, as I went pure into 2009 Ashes at Cardiff mode. I was like, I'm not getting out. Good practice for defensive shots.
I remember you saying you got 5 not out earlier on today. I didn't realise it was off so many balls.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention that, but to begin with, Barnard clipped into the leg side for no run by Gubbins.
So you're not going to get picked up in the 100 then?
Hey, come on! It was one of my off weeks. We've gone our league in the women's division. We jumped from 50 overs back to T20s, and I'd say I'm more of a T20 batter.
Okay.
Get a bit too bogged down, I think, in the longer format. Whilst in T20, if you try and hit it over the bowler's head first ball, you look good. And that's another dot ball there from Barnard. Slight variation, perhaps a slower ball there, which just stuck in the pitch. And it's not a bad choice here for Barnard. If this pitch is slightly too paced, perhaps these variations could make life a bit difficult for the Hampshire batters.
Cut the cutters, run those fingers over the seam.
There's been some impressive, as I say, in the 100, slower balls so far, and it's good to be seeing them used in this competition. Barnard in again, and that's clipped down to third man intentionally by Gubbins for another single. So 3 runs off the over, a good first over for Barnard, as Hampshire move on to 63 for 1 off 16 overs.
Who's got the best slower ball in the 100 that you've seen? Men or women? And?
One which I've noticed in the women's competition is Alice Davidson-Richards. I think she must be for the Northern Superchargers. One of her deliveries dropped. I think the previous ball was about 65 and the slower one dropped to about 48, and I think you probably could have played a shot, span around and then tried again. But it was well disguised, and of course Timal Mills, he's quite well known for seeing his slower ball live on Friday here at the Ageas Bowl. That was quite interesting, but it's a good world stage to show that you can do these things, and pretty inspiring to young seamers trying to practice that.
That's for sure. Right, Baker's going to continue with his left arm spin over the wicket to Gubbins, who's now found a man who's blocking that shot of his up towards mid-on. He's fielding almost next to Tom Alsop at the non-striker's end, and that was played straight to him, that first delivery. Here's the second, bowled, and Gubbins is on the back foot, plays out a little squarer, finds the gap, and a gentle jog through for a single. Takes the Hampshire total to 64 for 1 now, and we are in the 17th. And Hampshire need another 113 from here. It's got a bit quiet, isn't it, out there at the moment, in terms of runs and scoring rates or so, as Alsop just dabs that behind square on the leg side and called through for a single, this time by Gubbins. They're scoring at just under 4 and over. They only need just over 3s really, so they're going okay. No panic. It's not a big total. Hampshire aren't exactly thrashing their way towards that total at the moment anyway. There's Baker bowls again. There's the reverse sweep from Gubbins this time. It's gone quite fine. Chase is on here for Leach, who will pick it up about 4 or 5 yards inside the boundary, but they'll come back for 3. Good running from Alsop, running to the danger end. I
think for the sake of Frank getting home at a reasonable time, Hampshire should get a move on here. We've got teas to attend and Love Island to watch.
That's all Melissa was talking about at the lunch break, was Love Island.
That's all I was talking about. Kev was asking me, who's your favourite boy? Who's your favourite girl? Oh, gosh.
Only because I wanted to find out more. That's driven nicely drive through extra cover. But there is a man out deep. It'll be 2 runs to Alsop. And that will take him on to 30, 70 for 1. You'll easily make Love Island tonight.
Yeah.
Easily. You'll be able to watch it twice. Time you'll get home.
Not sure I'm that brain dead, to be honest with you.
Here's Baker again, pulling away. Alsop square on the leg side, out to D'Oliveira, who's out in the deep. And total now for Hampshire moves on to 71 for 1. And Alsop will keep the strike. He's on 31 of 58. Gubbins is 21 of 21. The one man out, Tom Prest, who was caught in the deep, pulling Adam Finch over deep square leg, although he helped the ball in the air really, didn't really hit it too hard, didn't try and keep it down, he just hit it at catchable height, and he was out for 12, 43 for 1, that was in the 12th over.
That last over from Baker, he's now bowled 4 overs for 24 runs, and I think spin here is not perhaps having the desired effect it was supposed to. It was supposed to be brought in as this change of pace, but we saw from the Hampshire innings that actually spin wasn't the best option. The 4 seamers for Hampshire made much of a bigger impact, so if Baker continues to be kept on and continues to be going for 6 runs and over, it will be a very early finish
I agree,
for this game. So I think go back to your seam options. It'd be good to see Finch come back on again for a second spell quite soon, as Barnard comes in again to Alsop, works it off his hips to the deep square leg fielder for a single.
Yeah, Felix Organ with his off spin was kind of picked off as well, really, wasn't he? 5 overs, none for 26. Never really looked threatening. He got a couple of balls past the outside edge, but there were more balls that sort of on the angle when he was bowling round the wicket to the right-hander.
And I think Hampshire getting good batting conditions here as the sun beams down on the Ageas Bowl. Barnard past the umpire, and the ball in the air will bounce off the ground into the hands of backwards point. No run. Score 72 for 1 off 17.2 overs.
Yeah, Barnard very much medium pace, sort of bowls, doesn't hit the deck, does he really? Just bowls along the deck, really.
Quite skiddy,
yes.
But potentially on this pitch it is going to be after those hard-hitting seamers who will get the breakthroughs for Worcestershire. Barnard in, and a fuller delivery driven by Gubbins to mid-off. Charlie Morris stopping that for no runs. But yeah, as I was going back to Baker, I think Worcestershire now, if they're going to want to get these wickets and try and restrict Hampshire as much as possible, then they need to go back to their seam options. They need to bowl fast, hit the deck hard, and almost try and generate a similar to wicket to that which got pressed out. Short bowling as Barnard comes in, a fuller ball and driven again as they take on the arm of Charlie Morris, who allows that single from Nick Gubbins. 2 runs off the over so far, 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, Leach and Finch, really, haven't they? They've got to get them back in the game, I think. I mean, they've both... Leach has still got 5 overs to bowl. Finch still has another 6.
And it's going to have to be that gamble of let's bowl out some overs from these seamers early. Barnard bowls, and that's the back of a length delivery, which gets a bit of height. That's the first one we've seen rise. Worked into the leg side for just a single by Alsop. Moves on to 33 now of 60 delivery, so already looking to soar past that highest score of the day.
Yeah, he's played nicely, Tom Alsop. For his 33 so far. Hasn't really taken too many risks.
Final ball of the over then from Barnard, past the umpire. Bowls and a full ball driven again, but straight back to the right hand of the bowler for no run. Good Yorker length delivery, meaning 3 runs off that over. Hampshire 74 for 1, chasing Rapids 176.
Hampshire still behind at the comparable stage of the Worcestershire innings. Worcestershire had 94 at this stage, but they were already 4 down. And they'd lost Brett D'Oliveira by then. And it was just before Kyle Abbott came back for that devastating second spell.
Kyle Abbott's spell today, the second best in the competition this year. So it goes to show what an impact that kind of bowling, that kind of spell can have on a game like this. The complete reversal of us, you know, in those first few overs, or first perhaps quarter of that game, you'd be thinking Worcestershire were heading towards a 250, kind of 270, but unless Worcestershire find that player quickly who will bowl that spell, then it's not looking likely.
No. Charlie Morris then back into the Worcestershire attack, and he's changing ends. Bowled 3 overs for 13, opening the bowling from this hotel end, and he's going to try his luck from the pavilion end.
Could this be the spell from the wicket-taking pavilion end?
Yes, that's where Kyle Abbott did his stuff. That's on the line of middle and leg, and Alsop turns that away on in front of square on the leg side, picks up a single, throw comes in, misses the stumps. Hampshire move on to 75 for 1, needing another 102 to win this game. I'll do a quick 30-second update in a moment. With the sunshine out here at the Ageas Bowl. Charlie Morris is right arm over. And here comes that update. Well, Hampshire seemingly on course for victory here. They're 75 for 1 in the 19th over. They need just another 102 to beat Worcestershire. Tom Alsop batting quite nicely on 34, getting good support from Nick Gubbins, and there's another boundary there just as I speak, this time off the bat of Nick Gubbins. So 176 Worcestershire were bowled out earlier on today. They still had 11 overs to bat, but Kyle Abbott did the damage. His second spell, he took 4 wickets, 5 for 43 overall, his best in list A, and that includes several one-day internationals for South Africa. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app. Lovely shot there from Nick Gubbins.
Absolutely, and just beginning to see perhaps his eyes light up a bit here, going, look, we've got this partnership now, we've got these foundations, let's just go for it.
Yeah, 79 for 1 as Morris comes in, and that's a pull shot there from Nick Gubbins, a sort of jabbed pull shot as that goes out on the leg side, and Gubbins moves on to 27, and it's 80 for 1. These two have put on 37 so far for the second wicket.
You would still say perhaps, apart from when Finch was bowling, it does not look like Worcestershire are going to be taking a wicket anytime soon. At some points the Hampshire batter's looking uncomfortable, but not as if there's about to be a wicket.
Here's Morris again, that's short. Alsop pulls out of the shot he was intending to play, but it's not called anything. It's 1 for the over. 1 shoulder height delivery.
And I just think these other bowlers, when they're at the top of their run-up, they need to think about what they want to be doing. How are they going to get this wicket? What is their best delivery? And if it's that fuller ball on off stump, let's get in a catcher closer on the offside. You've got the, you can put a deep cover out as protection, but let's squeeze. If you want to bowl short, let's get a slip in. Let's get catches.
Yeah, get something. Oh, he's beaten there. That's a super delivery off a length, and Allsop is beaten on the inside edge, I think. Just look at the replay there. No, in fact, that ball's just nipped away from him. Like a huge leg break to the left-hander. Just every now and then, the ball does nip around like that, doesn't it? Every now and then. That went quickly as well.
And
good delivery.
To see from that top end.
It is, isn't it? That's the end, isn't it?
It is the end. Maybe Kyle Abbott nudged him and was like, come on. I don't help the other team often, but go from this end.
Just think if he bowled all his 10 overs from that end. It would have been 6 for. There's a short ball. That will be a wide, surely.
He's had his one for the over,
no
so...
ball, yeah. That is a no ball. That is very high, that one. A little bit too short from Charlie Morris.
So we've clearly got a plan here with slightly back of a length bowling. We've got the deep square, third man and fine leg. So perhaps encouraging Allsop to maybe take it on, go for a hook, go for a pull. And let's see if we can generate this second wicket of the innings, because it's desperately needed.
It is, yeah. He's trying to make something happen. He's pushed cover out deep, and that's gone up to mid-on. They'll take a quick single. Allsop is home with the ball hitting the stumps at the bowler's end. Again, he's going to keep the strike. Hampshire are 83 for 1 then. 31 overs remain, 19 gone. Hampshire need 94. Melissa Story will carry on, and next to her will be Frank Watson.
An absolutely picturesque scene then at the Ageas Bowl, with a good number of crowd in here enjoying this sun. The clouds have departed and we have bright blue skies above us. A queue forming to our left for the ice cream stand, and Hampshire enjoying this good weather as well. 83 for 1 off 19 overs so far, cruising towards this victory, and very much needed victory in the Royal London One Day Cup. Slightly behind the required run rate. Apologies, it's ahead of the required run rate. Allsop now on 35 not out, and Gubbins newer to the crease on 27 off 27 balls. From our end at the hotel, we have Barnard continuing for the ball, defended for no run. And I like this angle here from Barnard, just across these two left-handers. He's coming over the wicket as usual, but it's nice to see him tucking up these batters and making it quite difficult for them to play.
Yeah, he uses the crease quite well too, Ed Barnard. You'll see him go wider on the crease sometimes and come in tighter sometimes. He's got a lot of variations with the white ball.
Barnard past the umpire, and again a slightly off-cutter delivery, and it's a misfield by backwards points. The Hampshire batters are allowed to get through for a single, well backed up there by the cover fielder.
Just noticed something about Nick Gubbins, which he wins the prize for the first batsman I've seen since I stopped playing cricket who tucks his trousers into his socks. Don't often see that in the professional game. You see it a lot in village cricket.
Barnard past the stumps, a fuller ball and driven hard, but to extra cover. Good fielding there from Brett D'Oliveira. Is that Brett D'Oliveira?
It is indeed Brett D'Oliveira, yeah. But yeah, so if you have a look, Nick Gubbins, the blue trousers and the white socks is a bit of a giveaway. You often see players with whites tucked into white socks, but it's always frowned upon, I always thought, higher level.
Barnard, fourth ball of the over. Again, a mix-up delivery, full and defended by Gubbins for no run.
Sad attempt by the Worcestershire man to do a bit of point scoring in a low-scoring game that it looks like we might lose. And of course, you could always say, well, he's brought his Middlesex habits here, just like Kevin James did all those years ago when he moved across from Lords.
I must say, I spot a number of slightly older men on Saturdays tucking their trousers into their socks as Barnard. That's a slower ball, and he's driven back hard, but Barnard sticks out his left boot, and the ball ricochets to the mid-on fielder.
Well,
no run.
They can say, can't they? Well, if it's good enough for Nick Gubbins, it's good enough for us. And he has actually. I mean, in all seriousness, he's come in and looked as fluent as I thought he might, really, because he's been in pretty good form, hasn't he, this season? And yeah, he looks in good touch. A confident man.
Good over so far then from Barnard. Just the one run from his first 5 balls, 1 remaining. There's another mix-up and cut to the deep cover fielder for 1 run by Gubbins. So at the end of the over, Hampshire 85 for 1 off 20 overs.
And a drinks break. If you're just joining us, and I know there are people just joining us all the time, earlier today Worcestershire Rapids winning the toss and choosing to bat, and really disappointed with their 176 all out. Their innings didn't last the full 50 overs, they were dismissed in 39. Top scorer Brett D'Oliveira 40, second top scorer Joe Leach 34 not out. Ed Barnard made 29, no other really significant contributions. Kyle Abbott, the Hampshire captain, taking 5 for 43, including one 4-wicket burst in the middle of the innings that really changed the complexion of the game. Worcestershire going from, at one stage, 119 for 4 to 136 for 8 in the space of just 4 overs. So 177 the Hampshire target. They've only lost 1 wicket so far. Tom Prest pulling a short ball from Adam Finch straight to Brett D'Oliveira, a deep backward square leg out for 12. That was 43 for 1 in the 12th, but comfortably moving on since then. Tom Alsop 36 not out and Nick Gubbins 28 not out have taken Hampshire to 85 for 1 after 20 overs. You're not missing any cricket because players are having a drinks break out there at the moment. Do get in touch if you've got anything to say about our coverage or about the game or about the competition or about the 100 or anything you like. I'm on Twitter at FrankWatson58 and Melissa is at Melissa Story.
Melissa G Story.
At Melissa G Story with no E in the story. And you can also email Kevin. The email address is somewhere on a little bit of paper.
Solent@gmail.com.
Solentcricket@gmail.com. And I'd be delighted to hear from you. It's a lovely scene as players about to get back underway following that drinks break. Glorious sunshine here at the Ageas Bowl, and Charlie Morris moving towards us from the pavilion end to bowl to the left-handed Alsop, who works this one away on the onside. Actually, it's not Alsop, it's Gubbins. Works it away on the onside, and there's no run this time as the fielding is done by Jake Libby coming in from mid-wicket. Charlie Morris then in his 5th over, so far no wicket for 22. The 1-wicket taker Adam Finch, comfortably the best bowler so far, 4 overs no maidens, 1 for 12. And Morris is in again and bowls, and this one's short and pulled around on the leg side. Initial excitement as it was in the air, but it bounced a couple of times before it reached Brett D'Oliveira at backward square leg, and they go through for a single. 86 for 1. Gubbins moves on to 29. He's faced just 33 deliveries. Alsop rather more circumspect, 36 off 67, but nonetheless a very solid innings from Tom Alsop. I think he's held things together very nicely. No need to do anything heroic. 177 the target when they started the innings, and just 91 more needed. With 9 wickets in hand, it should be straightforward for Hampshire as Morris is in and bowls, and Alsop is back in behind that. Very correct backward defensive shot there. High right elbow, let the ball come, played it right under his eyes, as Kevin was saying earlier. Coaches encourage batsmen to do, and very solid they shall not pass attitude from Tom Alsop. Stocky left-hander, and waits now as Morris turns again and is in, moves across his stumps and gets a fullish length delivery which he drives up to Josh Baker, who's in a very straightish mid-on position, and goes straight. Actually it's Adam Finch, not Josh Baker, goes straight to him in that position. 86 for 1. Lovely scene. 2 big stands at the far end either side of the pavilion as Morris is in again and bowl short, and that's a bit of a false shot from Alsop. He's going to get 4 runs for it, possibly on him a bit quicker than he thought. Went for the hook shot and got a top edge over the wicket-keeper's head and down to the boundary. A ripple of applause from the enthusiastic fans. Less enthusiastic response to that shot from the more knowledgeable fans, who probably think it wasn't really a very good shot at all. But Alsop won't mind. He's gone on to 40, 92 for 1. And Charlie Morris stands with his hands on his hips at the end of his run-up, somewhat frustrated, I think, by that.
And Alsop
And the
now.
umpires are having a chat now. I'm just wondering if it's because that was the second short ball in the over, because he banged one in earlier, didn't he? And I think the umpire Ian Rummage said after the first one, that's one for the over, and now he's bowled another one, and even though it's gone for 4, having a chat with the scorers now, I think through the walkie-talkie. Neil Mallander's involved. Not sure what's going on here, but three-way conversation between the two umpires and the scorers, and now they make their way back to their marks, and don't appear to have been any changes to the score or anything. So, Alsop's gone on to 40, 90 for 1, that's right. Initially the scoreboard had moved it back, but
the scoreboard also had 4 NB next to that delivery, which has now been removed.
Yeah, here we go. Here's Morris anyway. We're back in action, and he bowls a straight delivery, which Alsop defends off the back foot. So it wasn't a no ball, and that is the end of Morris's 5th over. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 27. Hampshire 90 for 1, requiring 177 to win. So a further 87 required.
There's something I've made a note of, but need to have a few more occasions to make sure. But if I can note correctly, Nick Gubbins has quite a noticeable trigger movement, which he's been doing especially when facing Charlie Morris. I appreciate it may not have gone entirely to plan, but Charlie Morris is bowling quite a good plan. He's bowling back of a length and at the hip as Barnard continues from the hotel end. That ball's driven to mid-off and Hampshire get through for a single. Gubbins off strike straight away. So to these shorter bowling attacks, Nick Gubbins is just really starting outside of his crease and then taking a big step back deep into his crease, which is giving him that ability to play those shorter pitch deliveries quite a lot more easily. So it's good to see how he is navigating this unusually bouncy pitch here at the Ageas Bowl. Barnard in, and the back of the length delivery, back foot punched to point for no run.
Yeah, he might well have that trigger movement anyway, but as you say, whether he's adopted it for today or that's what he usually does, it's helping him on this occasion to negotiate the sort of attack that he's facing.
Alsop back on strike there on 40 not out, looking to become the highest run scorer in today's game so far. Of course, Brett de Oliveira getting 40 in the first innings, and that's through Alsop. Gonna have to watch this replay as that delivery slightly cutting in towards the left-hander from Barnard. Potentially some pace off the ball, and it almost dissected Alsop through into the keeper.
Yeah, he's a bit disappointed, I think, Ed Barnard, walking back to his mark, shaking his head. Obviously got that one to move quite sharply off the pitch, which is no mean feat with a white ball.
Really good bowling so far from Barnard, who comes in again, and a fuller ball driven to mid-off again, but they've come slightly closer in after that previous single at the start of the over to block it off. So another dot ball. Really economic bowling from Barnard. Only 9 runs from 3.4 overs so far. And although he's not potentially got that same pace as the likes of Finch or the same bounce, I think he's really executed his plans well here.
Yeah, he's a skillful bowler in white ball cricket. Well, in red ball cricket as well.
Barnard in, back of a length, and it's blocked by Alsop, who looks for a 1, but is sent back by his partner.
He varies his pace well. He bowls little cutters that go into the pitch, and he's also got a bouncer which he uses occasionally for sort of surprise value. But quite a lot of variations with the white ball.
Final ball of this over then, only 1 run off it. Alsop on strike. That's a fuller delivery and blocked again by Alsop to backwards point for no run. So just the 1 run off that over. Strong stuff from Barnard here. Hampshire 91 for 1, and just being slowed down here, you could say, in the last 10 overs.
Yeah, but wickets are the only thing that are going to really slow them down, aren't they? Worcestershire know that, I think. It's good to have pressure It's good to bowl a tidy over, but only if you can put 2 or 3 or 4 tidy overs together and build enough pressure to take a wicket, because the truth is that with Hampshire on 91 for 1, needing only 177 to win, and still with 28 overs left in the innings, there's no scoreboard pressure whatsoever, and they can afford to have as many overs as they like, really, almost, where they just get 1s and 2s, because they're just inching up towards a position where they can press the accelerator towards the end. All very straightforward at the moment for the Hampshire side, as Morris comes in and bowls a good bouncer to Gubbins, who just watched it well, actually kept his eye on it, swayed inside it and allowed it to go through to the keeper, Gareth Roderick, and the umpire again saying that's the one for the over shoulder height, and Morris will have to bowl at full length for the rest of the over. He comes in now again and bowls, and it is a fuller length, and Gubbins is punching it up to mid-on. He has a tendency to close the face, doesn't he, Gubbins? It's a strength. I noticed when he whipped Baker for 3 earlier today, he just went to play it, close the face, and then flicked that bottom hand through. And on that occasion, what looked like would be a push back to the bowler ended up going to mid-on as he just closed that face again. It's not a failing, it's a habit, really, I suppose, a strength in many ways. This time he gets width outside the off stump, and he doesn't miss out on that. Again, quite a lot of bottom hand in it. Not a sort of Gower-like left-hander square cut, but a very effective one as he just let the ball come on and punched it away with a minimum of fuss for 4 runs square on the offside. No call, nothing. Love that when you're batting. Whack it and stand there and admire it. And a ripple of applause around the ground. Nick Gubbins goes to 34. 50 partnership comes up between these two, and it's all looking very straightforward as Morris is in again and bowls, and Gubbins gets more runs down to third man, 2 this time, as Josh Baker runs round and makes a sliding stop underneath the big scoreboard down there. Gubbins moves on to 38, I think, assuming I've beaten the scoreboard. Or has it already gone on? It's already gone on, I think. He's 36 off 38, and the Rapids struggling to defend this modest 176. Morris going round the wicket. 97 for 1 now. Hampshire, and we're on for an early finish. I won't be as late home as I thought I was going to be, as Morris is round the wicket again, and this one is whipped away by Gubbins to mid-wicket for another single. Takes the score on to 98 for 1, and Gubbins moves on to 37. 1 wicket taker for Worcestershire so far, Adam Finch. Other than that, to be fair, few alarms for the batsmen. We've seen a couple of player misses, we've seen a couple where they've been hit on the pad, but nothing that really suggests genuine discomfort. Allsop now waits, and Morris bowls, and short again, and he pulls it and gets a top edge, not controlled but safe enough as it runs down to fine leg for Tom Fell to do the fielding. End of the over. Allsop keeps the strike. He's 41. Hampshire now 99 for 1, just 78 runs away from victory, and 23 overs have gone.
I think this is one of the cases where losing the toss and being put into bowl first has really benefited Hampshire, because being able to see how this pitch played in the first innings, seeing that it had a bit more bounce, has really allowed the Hampshire batters to pace this innings. And I mean, Nick Gubbins, for example, looks like he's playing on an entirely different pitch. He's got confidence in his shots and really showing a batter in form. Barnard to continue then from the hotel end, and that's down the leg side. Good take there from Gareth Roderick behind the stumps.
Wide signal though. And the 100 is up.
A good smatter of applause here at the Ageas Bowl. A very satisfied Hampshire faithful crowd here, in for a very dominant display of Hampshire's cricket. In comes Barnard again, very on target, and an inside edge down to fine leg runs off Alsop's bat, bringing him on to 42 now, off 78 deliveries. So I'm interested, what would you do if you were Joe Leach right now? How would you be trying to get this wicket? Because if they don't, there's not much hope for Worcestershire.
I don't think I'd be doing much different from what he is doing. I think he's given his young spinner a go. Left-arm spinner doesn't want to bowl when two left-handers are in, ideally anyway, but that was Baker's lot.
Barnard in. Good length delivery on the hips of Gubbins, who clips it down to fine leg for another single.
So he's going with his more experienced seamers, and he's sharing the bowling around. I wouldn't be surprised to see himself come back into the attack fairly shortly. Brett D'Oliveira is the only other option with his leg spin. He's not a big spinner of the ball. He is accurate. He isn't easy to get after, but I don't think there's a lot more that he could do, to be fair.
Third ball of the over, then defended by Alsop, straight back to the bowler.
There are some games where you just have to accept the way things are going. I'm not for a minute suggesting that you give up, but you stick at it, you do what you can, you trust your bowlers, you try different things. He's tried one or two slightly unconventional fields, but he's probably got to accept that whatever the bowlers do, they've been put into a pretty impossible situation by the batting performance earlier in the day.
Barnard into Alsop again, who guides this down to the third man boundary. He's hit that fine, and it's 4 runs. A gloriously well-placed shot there from Alsop. Rather intentional.
Yeah.
And the third man fielder too wide to prevent that boundary. But I agree with you. I think sometimes when you're trying to force that wicket too much and you're meddling too much with fields and different bowling things, it can actually be more expensive than actually just stick at this. Let's just keep giving them the single but try and cut off the boundaries, and you never know, that pressure which may build may naturally deliver wickets, as Barnard comes in a fuller delivery and a miscued drive to mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, you've got to keep bowling in the right place, keep bowling to your field and just stick at it, and if they play well and they get these runs easily, well, so be it. But what you don't want to do is try to do unconventional things just for the sake of it, as you suggest, I don't think.
And always good practice for these experienced and inexperienced bowlers. As Barnard comes in, that's a variation, slightly slower delivery, and driven to mid-off for a quick single. Alsop gets off strike, bringing him on to 47, not out.
And the end of the over at 107 for 1, so just 70 needed now. What Worcestershire haven't got today is they haven't got their golden arm. They haven't got Daryl Mitchell inside, who's a white ball sort of golden arm. In fact, he's taken more T20 wickets for Worcestershire than any other bowler. He's taken over 100 T20 wickets, and he bowls, you'd be surprised, Melissa, how slow he bowls. He bowls really slowly. I remember once when I was at school, we played against a team, and one of the more experienced players said when we were facing this old chap who bowled left arm spin for the 40 club or something, he said, if you miss it, turn round and have another go, because there's every chance you might still hit it. I wouldn't say Daryl Mitchell bowls that slowly, but he does, take pace off is the absolute best way to describe it, and he would have had a bowl today had he been here, I'm sure. Brett D'Oliveira is coming on, as I sort of hinted that he might, and he'll bowl his leg spin. Not a massive spinner of the ball, but bowls with quite a lot of control, quite quickly, fairly flat, quite a long delivery stride, quite a low action, and it's been very useful in white ball cricket for several years now, but unlikely, I would say, to rip one back through the defences of either of these two. I'm going to leave you now and go and do an update for BBC Hereford Worcester, and Kevin James will be back.
So Brett D'Oliveira to come in from the pavilion end, bowling to Alsop, and that first ball's hit powerfully off the back foot to the long on fielder. Hampshire coming through for 2, and a last little push there, but a comfortable 2 in the end, bringing the score up to 111 for 1. Apologies, 109 for 1. Scoreboard had already got there. D'Oliveira in again, and that's a flatter delivery, just worked to the leg side with ease there from Alsop, and that brings up his 50. 50 runs off 84 balls, a patient and well-timed innings from Alsop, and exactly what Hampshire needed.
Superb innings. Superb innings from Tom Alsop. He didn't want to lose wickets at the top of the order, and he's made sure that that's been the case. Second time he's passed the half century. Adds to his 68 he'd gone against Sussex here last week.
D'Oliveira in, and that's outside off stump. Gubbins just happy to guide that to point for no run.
He's played well, hasn't he, really? He's played well within himself. Sometimes he can be accused of playing a little bit too expansively too early.
D'Oliveira in, and down the wicket comes Gubbins. Flicks that to the long on fielder for just a single. Good wristy shot that from Gubbins, and just as Frank was going on about, just he has that very prominent clip through that offside region, which is the reason for so many of his runs, especially in this format. Gubbins moves on to 39 now. D'Oliveira in, and that's Flattery cut in the air and caught. Easy wicket and an easy catch there. Second wicket falls for Hampshire on 1-1-1. Hampshire 2 wickets down, and that's Alsop gone straight after reaching his 50.
I think that's Joe Leach with the catch there at mid-off. He got that all wrong, didn't he, Tom Alsop? Far too. He's on the back foot, trying to steer that away on the offside, and somehow he steered it straight to mid-off. He's got that horribly wrong.
Just too early on that shot. His
Yeah.
weight was all on his back foot, which meant that the ball was not going to go anywhere but in the air. And I mean, the simplest of catches for the Worcestershire captain. So a good breakthrough for Worcestershire, but you would argue potentially a bit too late.
Yeah, and I suppose it also has the question whether Brett D'Oliveira's come on a bit too late, hasn't he, really?
It is, I mean, you always seem to get with those bowl or batting all-rounders, those batsmen who can come on and bowl spin. It's the Joe route of this team, and Brett D'Oliveira has done exactly what Worcestershire needed him to do. And I'd agree that potentially before Morris should have been brought back on, just experiment with an over, 1 or 2 of D'Oliveira. But he's got the wicket now, which brings Joe Weatherly to the crease.
Yeah, so 68-run partnership between Gubbins and Alsop. That was accumulated over 13 overs. And Joe Weatherly, who got a half century here in the first game against Essex. 15 in the second against Sussex here, 17 against Lancashire. This is actually Hampshire's final 50-over home game. The next lot of games are all away. Friday at Bristol, Sunday at Beckenham against Kent, and next Wednesday at Durham. So this is the last of the 50-over home games. Hopefully not the last, actually, because you never know if they make the quarter-finals.
Exactly. With hopefully a win of big margins on the card today, then Hampshire could be eyeing up those top 3 qualifying spots.
Let's hope so. Worcestershire currently in one of those.
In comes D'Oliveira then to Weatherly, who just back foot defends it backwards, point for no runs. So a good first over and brings in the wicket, D'Oliveira. 4 runs off that over. Hampshire 1-1-1 for 2.
Yeah, Essex, Lancashire, Worcestershire currently occupying the 3 slots, or 3 top spots in this division. Essex and Lancashire have 3 games left. Worcestershire will have 3 games left after this. Hampshire are currently 3 points off Worcestershire, so if they win this, that really does open things up.
And just to update on the other Royal London One Day Cup going on at the moment, Notts Derbyshire finally got underway as a reduced overs game. Derbyshire 165 for 3 so far, so already looking to overtake Worcestershire's first innings total from today in about 30 overs less.
I think that's a 27 overs aside game, is it?
Very rogue.
How many overs gone in there?
20 overs gone so far, so
Yeah.
a good start.
Here's Barnard then with his right arm medium paces. That's cut away by Gubbins down towards backward point. Third man has quite a bit to do there. So they come back for 2. Takes Gubbins on to 43 now, and Hampshire 115 for 2. A little bit of a setback there with Tom Alsop going for 50 immediately after passing his half century, but Hampshire only needs 64 to win. It should be a fairly comfortable victory here. It's just a matter of when they go past that Worcestershire all-out total of 176. Worcestershire bowled out in exactly 39 overs, so had plenty of overs in the bag. If they'd have carried on their innings, that's pushed out in the gap in the covers. Single to Gubbins, who's making things look quite easy out there. as you would expect from a man in good form. Been a good signing, isn't he? Nick Gubbins from Middlesex. Wow.
He has, and Weatherly will be hoping to get some of his form in this competition. Been doing well in the other formats of the game, but not quite. He's got 86 runs across 3 innings so far, so if Weatherly can be here at the end, I'm sure he'll be relatively confident for the rest of this season.
Yeah, agreed. Had a terrific T20 campaign, didn't he? Especially second half. Absolutely magnificent the way he's come on with his T20 play, and whilst this is still white ball, it's a totally different game, but even so, here's Barnard runs away from us and bowls, and Weatherly pushes forward, goes back to the bowler. Score remains on 114 for 2. Melissa's doing this over, then having a well-earned break.
I'm still processing my 2 lunches, so...
Yeah. What was the one you brought? Some sort of pasta?
Yeah, I was quite proud of that. Peri-peri chicken pasta.
Oh, God, peri-peri.
And they say students can't cook.
No. Did you cook it as well?
Yeah.
God.
Boiled pasta and everything. Pretty technical.
Here's Barnard. Forward again. He's going to take a quick single up to mid-on. He'll have to hurry. And that's actually good running. Because Jake Libby was a little bit on his toes, but he was quite a little bit on his heels, but he was quite close there. Initially, I thought, what are they doing? But it was actually a good call.
It wasn't. I've been secretly egging on the Worcestershire players to get a bit closer and closer in the ring, because there has been some pretty easy singles which should have been, resulted in run-outs. But that one, I agree with you. I'm not sure I'd be making that one. But good, good pressure on the Worcestershire fielders.
Certainly was. Barnard comes in again and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins on the back foot, tries to find the angle, doesn't, as he goes to backward a point, and Brett D'Oliveira throws the ball, arrows it into keeper Gareth Roderick. Score remains 115 for 2 then. Hampshire need 62 from here, and there is 1 ball left, and then there will be exactly 24 overs left of the Hampshire innings. It shouldn't go anywhere near the death. Here's Barnard bowls, slower ball, he's trying to streak that away on the leg side. I think that's pitched outside leg stump. It's gone down towards third man. They will pick up 2, probably leg byes. Neil Mallender is signalling. No, it's gone off the. No, he is signalling leg byes finally. That must have pitched outside leg stump, I would think, Melissa. End of the over. Melissa Story is having a break, and alongside me will be Frank Watson once more. And there's a bit of chat going on out there. I don't quite know. Neil Mallender's pointing out 1 or 2 things, and 1 or 2 of the Worcestershire fielders are looking at him, and the batsmen are looking around as well. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I don't think it's anything malicious, but quite a bit of finger pointing there from Neil Mallender, but not in a particularly derogatory way. 117 for 2 then. 26 overs gone. Weatherly has a single and Gubbins has 42. Frank's back.
Yeah, he's looked good, Gubbins, hasn't he? He's looked in good nick, as I said earlier. I think he looks a player comfortable with his game at the moment. Struck the ball nicely, isn't taking any big risks. 42 off 46. Ticked along very well. Here's D'Oliveira from the pavilion end. He bowls, and this one's maybe a little bit of turn, certainly a little bit of bounce.
Yeah.
And Weatherly on the back foot just dabs it down on the offside, and Jack Haynes does the fielding. Be interesting to see on this pitch, Kevin, given what we've said about the bounce. Be interesting to see a really, really world-class spinner on it, wouldn't it? D'Oliveira in, bowls, and that one's pushed through, played back up the pitch by Weatherly. Like an Ashwin or someone like that. Somebody just to see how much wrist spinner is getting a real bit of bounce.
Yeah. Shane
Parkinson. Well, Shane Warne. Yeah, did he played here at all?
Shane Warne played here several seasons.
Yes, I know. But so Matt Parkinson's been impressive, hasn't he, this year? I don't know if you've seen much of him. This one tucked off his legs by Weatherly for a single.
Not really, if I'm honest.
They reckon that's 118 for 2. They reckon he actually turns it more than Warne, but bowls more bad balls than Warne.
Okay.
But the sort of scientific analysis where they look at the revs on the ball and so on.
Okay.
Really does give it a rip, and is capable of producing those extraordinary deliveries. D'Oliveira in, bowls, and this one is again fairly flat, fairly quick, and just dabbed down on the offside by Gubbins. I saw Jake Lintop bowl for Warwickshire in the Red Bull game the other day against Worcestershire. He's never got a first-class wicket. He's been given a late opportunity in his careers. D'Oliveira bowls again, and Gubbins turns on the leg side for a single. 119 for 2, and he bowled. And I mean, I think the reason he's been a hit in the 100, I think the reason he's struggled in red ball cricket is because he doesn't quite have enough variation. But in terms of control, for a wrist spinner, it's extraordinary. You know, over after over after over, landing the ball in the right spot. D'Oliveira bowls. Again, this is pushed back up the pitch by Weatherly. And there's no run. End of the over. I did say I thought Joe Leach might come into the attack shortly, and I think we're about to see that. As I said, I don't think he's got many other options. Just rotate seamers, tries spinners, and just keep plugging away and hoping that they can spark some sort of mini collapse. About the only hope they've got. 119 for 2, 23 overs remaining, and well, 58 runs required. It's a pretty straightforward ask as far as Hampshire are concerned.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, Jake Lintop played 1 or 2 T20 games here actually, because he's I think he was Dorset.
Yeah, he's a teacher at Taunton, I think, and he runs a cricket at a school in Taunton, and he's 28 years old, and he's been given a late opportunity to have a career with Warwickshire. Clearly, absolutely loving it. Bowled really well actually, but just couldn't get a wicket on one of those pitches that I was telling you about at New Road that are just a bit lifeless, really.
Yeah,
but he's been a big hit in the 100 from what I've seen so far.
It's good to see him do well. So the captain is back into the attack. Well, changing ends this time as Gubbins drives to extra cover, and there is no run. Leach starts his 6th over, none for 13. Steady stuff from the Rapids skipper, opening up from that pavilion end. But yeah, I think it was no more than 2 he played. I can't remember, but he was steady, and it's difficult to shine in T20, isn't it? Really, you either take 4 or 5 wickets for nothing, or you look like
as long as you don't go for 6 or
Yeah.
8 and over.
That's right. So it's difficult to really sort of shine. But he looked steady, but I guess he didn't really show enough to sort of take things any further as Leach. But it's good. It's good that he's doing well now. That's cut nicely by Gubbins down to 3rd man. Moves on to 44, 120 for 2. Hampshire need 57. So Worcestershire probably just haven't got quite enough variation, have they, really, at the moment? There's, I mean, Finch got some good bounce. Barnard bowled steady, but it's not quite enough there, isn't it? Leach is steady. You need somebody with perhaps just a Pennington, maybe somebody a bit quicker.
Yeah, somebody with a little bit more of a spearhead for the attack, really. Couldn't agree more. And the left arm would be nice.
Just shows you always beating outside the off stump there. That's a good line there from Leach. Just had Weatherly just pushing at that one. Just needs somebody with a little bit more of the X factor, and of course all the ones with a little bit of X factor have all been snapped up for the 100. That's why they're there. 120 for 2 apparently. Still got the 100 logos on each of the score boards on either side of us.
Still got the 100 logos on every available surface around the ground.
There is, isn't there? Yeah. There's, actually, everywhere I looked just then it was. Weatherly pushes forward, that goes out towards mid-wicket. Must be quite hard for 1 or 2 of the older players, I guess, that have sort of been around the scene for a little while. Maybe your 30-year-olds and late 20s, and you know, like your Gubbins maybe out there, and 1 or 2 others that they see teammates go off playing the 100, and you're kind of left behind a little bit. Must be difficult for them.
Yeah.
But all you can do is keep scoring runs or keep taking wickets, and you never know, next year your fortunes might change as Leach comes in again, and that's cut away to backward a point, and there's no run. I mean, Leach will be another one, 30 years old.
Yeah, maybe. I was saying earlier, there's some frustration amongst Worcestershire followers that Ben Cox and Dylan Pennington gone off and they haven't been seen in the 100, really. You know, and they're probably, and you know, it would have been great to have had Dylan Pennington in this competition. But you know, he's going to be a slightly wealthier young man than he was a month ago when he finishes, and when you're at the start of what is a precarious career at the best of times, I think it's perfectly understandable.
Leach runs away from us. Weatherly pushing forward. Back to the bowl. That's the end of another over. 22 overs remain in this game. Hampshire are 120 for 2, requiring 57.
Yeah, and cruising towards that, but as I say, Worcestershire just trying to keep things as tight as they possibly can and hope that One might bring two, two might bring three, and they might just get a wobble. We've seen it happen before.
Yeah.
But at the moment, I think Hampshire going about things exactly in the right way. They were a solid start, and nobody has taken any undue risks, and nor should they. It's one of those chases where all you've got to do is be patient and keep reminding each other out there in the middle, you know, another 10, another 10, another 10. That's all we've got to do. Here's D'Oliveira bowling to the left-handed Gubbins, who goes back and whips that one away with that very characteristic little flick of the bottom hand, and hit it really well actually. It's a good piece of fielding by D'Oliveira, diving to his left to save any runs. And he comes again now and bowls, and Gubbins down the pitch this time, working that with the spin on the onside. Libby the fielder doesn't bowl many googlies, D'Oliveira, but he has got that in his locker and comes in and bowls, and that one is top spinner, I think, fizzing on a little bit, and Gubbins beaten by it, but just making sure he got a pad in the way, and he'd gone down, so he was safe in doing that. 120 for 2. A little bit overcast now. Well, no, not overcast. The sun's just come behind a big cloud as D'Oliveira's in again and bowls, and Gubbins cuts this one, which is a bit shorter and a bit wider, and he'll get one. Will he come back for 2? He won't come back for 2 as Adam Finch does the fielding on the offside boundary. Good bit of fielding by Finch. So Gubbins moves on to 45 off 54 deliveries, and Joe Weatherly comes on strike. He's just made 2. D'Oliveira into him now, over the wicket, bowls. Weatherly is forward, very carefully, watchfully pushing out on the offside. Tom Fell is the fielder at cover, running from his sort of short extra on the catch position. 121 for 2. D'Oliveira in again, bowls, and again Weatherly is forward, very watchfully pushing out on the offside. No need for any heroics from these two, just see it out now. One off the over, 121 for 2. Weatherly has 2, and Gubbins has 45.
Got a tweet here from Mike Martin at Silent Sport, who says, always enjoy listening to you, KJ, but Melissa has been a joy today.
Oh.
I know.
I'm going home. I'm going home.
Well, and don't forget Frank. Lots of energy and insight and great fun. Be good to get this one done quickly, as I suspect run rates will be important, and Gubbins is as solid as a rock. Let's not speak too early, Mike, but
you're not far wrong
so far. Yeah. There you go, Melissa. I read that one out, Mike, because Melissa's not far away and in earshot.
She's blushing actually.
Yeah. 121 for 2, then Hampshire need 56, says Joe Leach from our commentary and the hotel end. Around the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins. Gubbins on the back foot, steers that back to the bowler, and there is no run. Worcestershire just hoping that somewhere along the line somebody makes a mistake, and well, even a mistake or two, and Hampshire are still really home and dry, fairly easy. It's not a big total to be chasing, and only 2 wickets have fallen at this stage, so haven't really allowed Worcestershire a sniff. As Leach comes in again and bowls, he goes aerial over the top of mid on Nick Gubbins, and that is going all the way, and that's the maximum. 6 runs. It was in the slot. There hasn't really been any indication that Gubbins, or perhaps several of the other Hampshire batsmen, were going to do anything like that, but Gubbins moves on to his half-century, 56 balls, 3 fours, and that one maximum.
First 6 of the game, isn't it?
I would, you know what, I was just thinking that as I was talking. I was thinking, I'll double check, because I don't really want to say something and get shot down yet again.
No, it is first 6 of the game, I think. Good shot.
Was a good shot, yeah. Straight down the ground, 127 for 2. We like those. So Gubbins on 51.
Do you ever think, Kevin, I mean, you played a hell of a lot higher level than I did, but do you ever look at these guys and think, I wish I had their bats when I played?
I wish I had their talent, as that's pushed up to mid-off. That's first and foremost. Jeff's loving
but
it.
Even with
former colleague of mine, Jeff's just come up in the camera gantry, and he'll love that.
Even with the talent you had, I think if you'd have had the bats they have these days, you'd have probably got a few more runs.
The only thing that would worry me about the real heavy bats, and we still had some heavy bats around. I mean, you chose what you wanted. They're probably heavier now in as a rule, but I think our standard weight, whatever that was. I think what worried me was because there was quite a lot of quick bowlers around. I think if I had a too heavy a bat, you know, there's no chance you're going to take them on. So, you know, I stayed, like most people stayed, with a relatively lightish bat, as that's pushed punch drive up to mid-off by Weatherly, but there's no run. So if there was anything heavy than that, you would never get the bat up and through the ball in time before you get hit.
I think that too, but when I pick up these guys' bats, they're not that heavy.
No.
They're not that heavy. They're just massive, and they're not pressed, so they're just like tennis rackets. It's just incredible how far you can hit the ball.
No,
they miss-hit sixes. They really do. I don't think we could do that. Honestly, I think it's changed.
I think you're right. I think there's more wood in the bats now, definitely. But I think maybe the technology is better now. That if we'd had that amount of wood, they would have been heavier.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah.
Agreed, yeah. As Leach comes in again and bowls to Weatherly. Weatherly on the back foot, steers that out to point.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have fancied getting up here to play the quicks, would you? I agree with that.
No. But then, you know, you look at the really old days, you know, some of the really early days of one-day cricket and that, and those guys are smacking it to death, and yet the ball's trickling up to mid-off. Yeah. They're playing with rulers.
It's absolutely right. And yet occasionally somebody would just get one absolutely right, wouldn't they? And hit. I mean, yeah, there were the big hits.
Yeah.
But only very rarely.
As Leach comes in again then and bowls to Joe Weatherly. Short ball. Weatherly tries to pull that away on the leg side and misses, and that is called a wide. Come across it slightly, Joe Weatherly, but it was enough down the leg side for Neil Mallender to signal to the scorers. 129 for 2, then Hampshire need 48 from here. Weatherly's on 2, Nick Gubbins on 52, Tom Alsop 50, the only two batsmen that have passed the 50 mark in the game. Brett D'Oliveira for Worcestershire with 40 was the nearest for the away side. But really, they never made anywhere near the runs that they should have to really keep themselves in the game. As Leach comes in the game with his right arm medium pace, Weatherly steers that out to point. It's a slight misfield, and they'll come through for a single. And I think Weatherly's going to keep the strike here. He is. He's keeping Gubbins away. He's protecting Nick Gubbins. Weatherly moves on to 3, and it's 130 for 2.
Yeah, you know, thinking back to the start of the Worcestershire innings, and we, you know, early morning, bit of life in the pitch. Kyle Abbott getting hit for 2 falls and then pick it. They almost started too well, didn't they? Do you know what I mean? With just those early boundaries, both opening batsmen finding the ropes early on. You just kind of thinking, oh yeah, here we go. This is it. Nice pitch. Ball's coming on. Yeah. And if they'd have had a sticky start for the first 6 or 7 overs, they'd probably have been a lot more watchful. Yeah. It's the danger of getting a flyer, isn't it? Which you know, which happens now and again. Yeah,
it did. Yeah. It's almost they thought it was too easy.
Yeah. D'Oliveira in to bowl to Weatherly, who clips this nicely on the onside. Punched really, but straight to Ed Barnard at short mid-wicket, who's in there for exactly that delivery. It's a pretty standard field for a leg spinner, this, isn't it? With well, apart from not having a slip in, but he's got backward point short extra, ordinary extra, mid-off, deep cover. Oh. Horrible piece of fielding at mid-off. Horrible piece of fielding at mid-off by Charlie Morris, that one. A classic, as he ran in, looked up, thinking the ball was in his hands, took his eye off it, and it ran away behind him for 4 runs. And no doubt there'll be an apology, and I'm probably glad it happened and it wasn't too critical a situation. Imagine doing that with 10 needed off the last over or something. D'Oliveira in again, bowls, and this one tickled down the leg side by Weatherly. He's going to get another 2. Will he come back for 3? He will come back for 3, Gubbins, as Leach fields. So 7 off the first 2 balls of this over. You just get the sense we're entering the homewood straight now. They're strolling towards victory. Gubbins on strike now on 52. Weatherly goes to 10. And that the rest of that field I was talking about, that mid-wicket on the drive, man out behind square on, well, on the leg side boundary. The only difference is we've now got 2 behind square on the leg side, which you... Oh no, we haven't, because it's the left-hander on strike. But it was a very conventional leg spinners field, wasn't it? He's in again, he bowls. Gubbins clips this on the onside and gets another single as Jake Livy slides in the dirt at the non-striker's end. I don't think Worcestershire are going to look back on this day very fondly, to be honest. It's going to be one of those where you just get back on the coach and think, well, let's consign that one to the memory bank. It did not go well. D'Oliveira from the Berlin end in, bowls quicker, Little top spinner just fizzed on a little bit, and he thought he got through the defences of Weatherly, but he watched it carefully and played it back up the pitch to the bowler. And no run again. 138 for 2. D'Oliveira once again gives this one a little bit more air, and it's just pushed into the covers by Weatherly. No need for any heroics. 7 runs having already come off the over. 138 for 2, and now just 39 needed.
He's bowled with admirable control, hasn't he, D'Oliveira? I've been quite impressed with his 4 overs so far. 1 for 15.
Generally does, Kevin. Just doesn't spin it that much, and but you know, the price you pay for that control is perhaps that he doesn't give it a real rip, but he's become a very reliable white ball bowler. Very reliable.
Certainly has. So Gubbins 53 not out, Joe Weatherly 10 not out. Looking to steer Hampshire home. Just 39 needed now. 19 overs maximum left in this game. And we've got a change of bowling at our commentary and the hotel end, and it's going to be Finch back into the attack. Adam Finch, who bowled quite impressively actually in his first spell. Got a bit of bounce and got Tom Prest with his 1 wicket to date. That's cut away to backward point, fielded by D'Oliveira, and there is no runs. So Adam Finch into the attack.
Difficult one for him now, isn't it? Because hardly the circumstances to come in and slip yourself and really give it a go, isn't it? I'm not suggesting he won't be trying, but you know, just that little edge that sometimes there is not going to be there for him when he looks at the scoreboard.
It's difficult to get that intensity now, isn't it, really, with things running away the way they are as Finch comes in the game, runs away from us, and again it's a good line, tucks Gubbins up for some room, who's looking to just open the face of the bat on the offside. Can't do so there as it goes out.
It's a real art, that. I mean, you play with some players, don't you, who just have that ability whenever they bowl to just give it everything, and you know, just I don't know, such a massive pride in their performance, perhaps.
Oh yeah,
they just always have that. Will never give a run away,
no,
but it's hard.
You get the odd player who actually, even in this situation, they actually try even harder.
Yeah,
you'll get the odd players like that, which are great.
Yeah,
here's Finch. I mean, they're all trying. Well, they can take a quick signal to mid off again, and that's again some seriously good running. Tom fell at mid off there, can't get in quickly enough. He's there saving 1, but just can't do so.
No, good running.
Gubbins is off straight away. Often difficult at mid off. If the batsman's on the front foot and goes straight away, it's amazing how quickly they eat up those yards.
You know, when you look at the last over in a T20 or something like that, if you get a bat on it, you run, don't you? And they always get in, don't they?
Yeah.
You never get a run out going for a 1 in the last over of a white ball game, I don't think. It's almost impossible to stop.
139 for 2, Hampshire need 38. As Finch comes in, right arm over. Bowls short, it's pulled away, it's a top edge, but it's going to be safe just over mid-wicket, and the ball still bounces inside the 30-yard circle. But maybe that's a case of where a fielder is in fairly close. Who's that there?
Barnard.
Barnard.
Yeah.
So, you know, conventional mid-wicket would have caught that. He's in close to save the single, finds the ball just going over his head. Where do you stand? Where do you go?
Well, I suppose you've got to be on that 1, haven't you, in this situation? Otherwise, they'd just be taking 1 every ball, and you'd be thinking they're giving the game away. But it's been 1 or 2 like that. Batsmen have been surprised by the ball coming on a little bit more quickly than they expected.
They have. The pull shot hasn't always been put away the way it should have been today. Barnard bowls, and that's a cut shot. Again, it's followed Gubbins, but he's found the angle down to third man. That's gone for 4. It's gone quite quickly as well, but that's bounced and nipped back.
Yeah, that's not a genuine steer, is it, that one? That's a genuine edge, I think.
Yeah. Good bowling.
Bit of pace. Yeah, he's bowled well. He's bowled well.
It's awkward. It's an awkward bounce, isn't it, really? I mean, he's nearly completed 5 overs, and even with that boundary, he's still only conceded 18. 144 for 2. Gubbins moves on to 58, continues his good form in this tournament. And Hampshire need 33 here, with 1 ball left and then 18 overs remaining. Should be a comfortable victory as Finch comes in again and bowls. Slightly fuller this time. Gubbins works that not off the middle of the bat, up towards mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. Gubbins 58, Weatherly has 11, 144 for 2.
Yeah, good over really from Finch. Admittedly, it went for 5, but or 6, but 4 of those pretty involuntary, and he could easily have had a wicket with that short one that was mispulled by Weatherly, but not his day, you would say. 1 for 18 off 5. D'Oliveira 1 for 15 off 4, also quite respectable. The rest of the bowling figures not so good. Leach 7 overs, no wicket for 23. Morris 6 overs, no wicket for 35. Baker 4 overs, no wicket for 24. Barnard's been quite tidy, 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. D'Oliveira to continue from the pavilion end, but sadly it won't be me to describe it because I've got to shoot off and do an update. Sorry.
That's right, Frank. There's Brett D'Oliveira from the pavilion end with his leg spin, comes in again, and that's slightly short, and that's whipped off the back foot straight to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Barnard, and there is no run. But D'Oliveira again from that pavilion end, flighted this time, and that's worked, found the gap. That's beautiful between mid-wicket and mid-on, and that's 4. Beautiful shot there, Joe Weatherly. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but just waited and waited and then hit through the line. Didn't push out at it. That would have sent the ball in the air and would have given the chance of a catch, but that's a lovely piece of timing, and also just nice the way he waited and played that as late as he could, Melissa Story.
Very, very nice shot.
Wasn't it? Super shot. As Weatherly pushes forward, goes out on the offside. 148 for 2. Is like one of yours? No.
I'm going to lie and say yes.
It's the right answer. Here's D'Oliveira again. Bowls, and Weatherly again plays that shot, but this time he finds mid-wicket, although that's not picked up cleanly. Comfortable victory it should be for Hampshire here, Melissa.
Yeah, and I mean, good momentum to take on to these, 3 more away games to finish this competition.
Yeah, they'll need it as well, as that's flighted as well. Nicely played by Weatherly, just opened the face, found the gap on the offside, out square. Weatherly moves on to 16, 149 for 2. Yeah, 3 tough games coming up with Gloucestershire, Kent on Sunday, and then Durham next Wednesday.
And it's never nice playing away from home, so to get this under the belt, their final game at the Ageas will hopefully give them some confidence.
Yeah, it's not been a bad campaign at home, could have been better, as that's played quietly back to the bowler to end that over. 17 overs remain, 149 for 2. But as we found with the T20 campaign, Hampshire's form in white ball away from home, they're not the same side.
No, I think they do benefit from being here at the Bowl and having a home crowd, and I understood obviously in the T20 campaign how demoralising it must have been to have all your fixtures at the start of the season and then having all that pressure for those final few home games. But I mean, what they can take from this game, they've bowled well, they've batted well, and I think one thing which may go under the radar today between these two teams is the fielding. We saw Hampshire, apart from that, as we mentioned, those 2 slip opportunities in the first 3 overs and then McManus's catch which didn't go to hand, they fielded really well, but we've seen quite a lot of misfields here today from Worcestershire, which has released the pressure as Finch continues from the hotel end, and that's guided down to third man by Weatherly. They're looking for 2 here, and good running from Hampshire as they make it past easily. And yeah, I mean, we've seen it more and more. It's a demoralising situation to be in, as Hampshire reach 150 runs off just over 33 overs, soaring towards this target now. But I think it's demoralising. You've set the lowest total so far in this competition, but they've not got the ball to hand. There's been some catching opportunities which just haven't gone there, and although Hampshire did get lucky today, I think that's one thing which has really made these 2 sides stand out today.
Yeah.
Finch at the top of his mark, coming back then for his second ball, still bowling to Weatherly here, and that's Fuller ball beautifully clipped off the legs by Weatherly, but just the one for that shot as there's a fielder in the deep.
No, you're right. Lovely catch by Fuller though at mid-off, wasn't it, to get rid of Barnard? We loved that one. Actually, it wasn't Barnard, it was Roderick. Gareth Roderick.
And just so unexpected. I remember thinking he just surely can't get there, and he did almost get his body in completely the wrong place, but throwing himself through the air to catch it. Brilliant, brilliant catch from Fuller, who, as we've seen in the T20 campaign, really good fielder in the boundary. In comes Finch again, full ball driven firmly by Gubbins, but for no run.
Got a quick 30-second update to do in a moment. be a fairly easy one. Here we go.
Ageas Bowl with Kevin James. Hampshire playing Worcestershire in the Royal London Cup.
Yeah, Hampshire heading to victory here, 152 for 2, need another 25, and they've got 16 and a half overs to do that, so the victory should come shortly. They're being led home by Nick Gubbins, who's 58 not out, had a good tournament. Joe Weatherly giving him good support at the moment with 19, but earlier Tom Alsop got Hampshire away to a good start. He made 50. But disappointing from Worcestershire, they only made 176. They still had another 11 overs to go when they were bowled out in the 39th. Kyle Abbott with 5 for 43, his best ever list A figures, and that includes one-day internationals as well. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Kev, thank you very much indeed. BBC Radio silent then at 25 minutes to 5.
I was just going to ask you, so what are the point systems for this competition? Obviously, I've been away for the start of this. Is there batting points available? Is there bowling points?
No, it's just 2 points for a win.
Just 2 points.
Yeah.
So at least this may help their run rate achieving this
run
win.
rate's quite important. Gosh, yeah.
Finch now, 4th ball of this over. That's a short ball, swerves out the way, does Weatherly. And that's 1 for the over, signals the umpire.
Yeah, assuming Hampshire win this, because this being the only game in this group today, Hampshire will move on to 5 points. So that would take them above Gloucestershire and move them into at least 6th. Now the run rate, it should actually certainly take them above Middlesex, you would think, the way things stand. So they should be up to 5th and just behind Durham on run rate, who also have 5 points as well. So
all getting very close in the middle of the
is.
table there.
Yeah.
Finch past the stumps. That's shorter ball pulled away, but not timed by Weatherly to the deep square leg fielder. Just a single to finish that over. So good over for Hampshire, who are smoothly cruising towards this total. The Rapids only getting 176 from their first innings. So Hampshire 154 for 2. Gonna need, the wickets have not come early enough now for Hampshire, for the Rapids, apologies. The 2 wickets so far pressed, and Tom Alsop, just as he reached 50 runs, was caught out by the captain. So a last-ditch effort here by Worcestershire, but there's not much which will stop this Hampshire train. D'Oliveira continuing them, 5 overs for 20 runs and 1 wicket. Good display of bowling from him. He comes in from the pavilion end, and that's a flat and full delivery which can only be defended into the offside for no run.
Keep going, I'll let you do this over, Melissa.
Oh, thank you, very kind. D'Oliveira continuing then, 2nd ball. Past the umpire, and that's a good delivery, just defended straight back to the bowler. Really showing his value here. I don't think the Worcestershire bowling lineup have done particularly badly. Do you think this pitch has perhaps got flatter across the day as D'Oliveira in, and that's driven confidently to the deep cover fielder? That's just the single added on to Hampshire's total, 155 for 2.
They just don't have to take any risks, Hampshire. I'm not against the leg spinner. I haven't got to take any risks at all. If he bowls a decent ball, just pat it back. Wait for the next one.
And all this time in the world, not even 35 overs yet to get these remaining few runs. D'Oliveira down the wicket comes Gubbins, but fielded very well by the fielder at mid-wicket.
Very nearly carried that to Jake Libby. Very low, but it was in the air.
D'Oliveira continuing, getting quick through this over, and that's just flicked back to the bowler by Gubbins, who not willing to use his feet a second time there.
Yeah, he'll try and see Hampshire home here. He is one of these guys that likes to be there at the end.
Final ball of the over then, a good over from D'Oliveira, and that's straight through to the keeper's gloves. And has that bowled him?
I'm not sure what's happened there. I thought the keeper would take the bails off. It must have been bowled. Let's have a look on the replay. I think he might be stumped.
Has that bounced?
Oh no, hang on. The umpire at the bowler's end has given him out. Now what's that? Because I'm not sure that did bowl him.
Has that potentially caught behind? We see
Maybe,
there just in the
yeah.
replay, the ball almost cut Gubbins, or dissected him between the bat and the
Ball
body.
behind,
And it ricocheted off Roderick's body almost straight into his glove. So an unusual dismissal, just as we say that Gubbins would like to be there for the end of the innings, but he has made a very splendid 59, has made this wicket look like an entirely different pitch to everyone out there, and continues his good form in this competition so far.
Well, it's completely bamboozled there. That's the googly. And he's got a little tickle. He's got a little outside edge there and caught behind. I think the crowd were waiting and looking at the scoreboard like we were as to what on earth was that dismissal. Was he bowled? Was he stumped? Was he caught behind? All 3 dismissals were on there for a while.
It's the disadvantage of being up here on the gantry. I know you've got your glasses on, I've got my contacts in, but I don't think we can see a thing.
I think some people would say my glasses don't make a blind bit of difference. Stop laughing, Jeff. 155 for 3. 155 for 3 now. They put on 44 for the 3rd wicket there. Did Gubbins and Weatherly.
One distinction, or another distinction you could say, between these two teams, that even though Hampshire has lost 3 wickets, each of these have come from significant partnerships, most of the time over 30, and that's something which Worcestershire did not have for their entire innings. It was a stop-starty innings with not much momentum, and wickets were falling regularly, but Hampshire here, each batter who's come in has been able to just really work with whoever is at the crease, and this is why they've been soaring towards this target so easily.
Yeah, that's for sure. So the new batsman for Hampshire is all-rounder Ian Holland. Now he's well, he's not going to get a chance to hit too many runs today, but he would like a score. 3 innings so far, all single figures, batting at number 5.
Yeah, 10 runs so far in this tournament.
Yeah.
Now that's more like my average.
Is that more?
Averaging 3.3, Holland.
Oh dear. And it's a horrible situation, isn't it? Because if he does get in, that's a good short delivery as well from Finch to start a new over. And Weatherly plays that well, keeps his hand down and low.
See, this is the innings where if I was captain, you're telling the under 15 to go in because it's good for them.
You would.
But it's a perfect
Don't go in.
opportunity for you to get some runs. I'm just going to preserve my average back here.
You're not like that, are you?
Oh, I am.
Are you really?
I attempted that on Sunday, and I turned around and was like, oh, any of you girls who didn't get a bowl, do you fancy batting 5? And they all turned around and was like, absolutely not.
Was it?
So I had to go out to the weed killer pitch. Swerving bouncers and avoiding P-rollers.
Here's Finch again then. That's another short ball, and it's come off the shoulder of the bat, and that's high over the keeper's head, Roderick, and that's gone for 4. No, it's leg byes. It must have come off the arm or the shoulder, the upper arm. Good delivery that from Finch. Bit of bounce there. It hasn't. It's come off maybe the sort of forearm, the bicep.
Yeah, and really demonstrating more. Like I said, he is adopting this Plunkett-esque role of that person who comes in the middle overs and hits the deck hard. And actually, you'd say out of all of the Worcestershire bowlers today, Finch and Oliveira are the 2 who look like they're going to take a wicket. And
Definitely.
they have been rewarded by this for their bowling figures. He's still done a really good 6.2 overs now for 23 runs.
Yeah, he's bowled well and he's bowled impressive. Looks as though he's just trying to give it a little bit more at the moment as he comes into Weatherly once more. Short, Weatherly pulls that away, doesn't time it. One bounce to the fielder at backward square leg. Testing Weatherly out here with the shorter pitch delivery. But again, with Hampshire only needing 18, your 2 best bowlers are going to be 3, 4, 5 overs short of bowling out.
And I think as well, between these two teams, one thing I've noticed in the statistics so far is both teams haven't had many standout bowlers, but because Kyle Abbott had that extraordinary bowling display today, he shone for Hampshire, and that's what you need a bowler to do. No one else from Worcestershire are featuring in that heavy wicket, like big wickets column.
No. Nobody's put in that match-winning performance, as that's a length ball as Weatherly prods forward out on the offside.
Both Ed Barnard and Jack Leach at 24th and 25th in the wickets table, and it's still good from them, but you need that strike bowler for these games because, as I mentioned, the Hampshire bowlers and batsmen, apologies, have not looked troubled at all.
No, they haven't. No, it's been some good innings today. Allsop with 50, Gubbins just gone for 59. I've made sure that Hampshire will get safely over the line here. Not quite there yet, but not much more work to do as Finch comes in again. That's full down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Just undone his hard work of the over so far.
This really has been a roller coaster of a competition so far for Hampshire, because you've got 2 losses now, presumably 2 wins, that completely washed out game, and you wouldn't say, even in their truest performances, they've been consistent so far against this competition.
They certainly haven't. They made lots of mistakes in the defeat against Essex, and Essex one of the stronger sides in the division. That's why they're heading the group, because they've been the least hardest hit with players going to the 100. I mean, on paper they should be heading the group. As Finch comes in again, let's just nip back a little bit on Weatherly, gets wrapped on the pads, stifled appeal. But I think it's unpredictable, this competition, because of so many youngsters and so much inexperience in each game. You know, there are plenty of players on both sides here with very limited amount of first team experience, let alone list A experience, and you know, mistakes are being made at certain times that you wouldn't expect, and you know, certain shots being played that you think, you know, you didn't need to do that. Worcestershire being bowled out with still 11 overs to go, that's criminal. As well as Kyle Abbott bowled, that's still criminal. I mean, you think, you know, another 30 or 40 runs here. I know Hampshire haven't exactly been extended. Short, and Weatherly ducks underneath. End of the over. Finch has completed 7 overs, 1 for 24, 160 for 317 needed. But I think at certain times in games, you're just seeing little mistakes being made that you wouldn't see if if both sides were at full strength.
And I think, just going back to obviously if they're just batted out the rest of their overs, Frank was saying, having that 200 on the board, it's slightly, you know, it's psychologically, so even if it's not that many more runs, it is 30 or 40 runs, you feel the Hampshire batters would have had to go out in a slightly different mindset, and they would have had to take a few more risks. But because that score was so low, we've seen them play the way they are, which is a very risk-free way of playing, and it's why this batting attack or batting order hasn't really looked challenged at all. But I agree, it's interesting to watch this year, the competition, because, I mean, looking to the future is good because the coaches and the people in the background, as D'Oliveira comes in, and it's a fuller delivery, passes the outside edge and deflects off the keeper's gloves. That will be a bye.
No, I think it was off the outside edge.
Off the outside edge. So D'Oliveira generating some turn here.
Replay got that slightly wrong on the stream.
But Holland off the mark then. D'Oliveira at second ball. And down the wicket goes Weatherling, clips it through the gap. Beautiful between mid-wicket and mid-on fielder towards the boundary for 4 runs. Weatherly moves on to 24.
Catchable high, but well placed.
But yeah, going back to what you said, these coaches in the background stuff, at least by playing these younger players who potentially do make more mistakes, they're learning through playing, and that can only be a positive thing.
Oh, yeah.
D'Oliveira in to Weatherly, who tries to late cut that delivery, but the fielder almost at a gully or a close in backwards point stops that going for any runs.
Good googly there from D'Oliveira, just followed Weatherly a little bit.
It's good to see him. I mean, we were talking that he doesn't spin the ball much, but he does seem to be getting just something off this wicket as he comes in. He uses his feet again, does Weatherly, pushes the ball into the offside, deep cover for just the 1.
But they just haven't had to take a chance against him. That's the thing, isn't it, really? If you're not quite picking the googly, or if you're not quite picking the top spinner, but you're not actually playing across the line, then, you know, he doesn't look quite as effective.
In he bowls, and that's driven, but straight to extra cover, conventional extra cover. We have someone in close catching now on the offside, but you would say that these kind of attacking fielding moves are perhaps too late, as Hampshire only need 11 more runs to win. D'Oliveira in, and that's a slightly flatter delivery and kept out by Holland for no runs. So at the end of the over, Hampshire 166 for 3, requiring just 11 runs to win off 14 overs.
There's 1 or 2 dark clouds to our right, isn't it? It really looks stormy clouds, but we should be all right. It's definitely affected the temperature a little bit. Actually made it quite pleasant, actually. Really. We've just lost the sun, unfortunately.
As long as there's no rain. Last time I was driving back from the Ageas Bowl, I almost needed Noah's Ark down the M3. My car was being drifted away.
Was it?
Very, very scary stuff, but...
Was it that heavy?
It was heavy and bad, and because it was late, I was desperate to get home, but had to divert onto the country roads for a bit of safety. But as we mentioned, early going home today, though.
Yeah, I know. I can see how pleased you are. 166 for 3, 11 needed, and Finch will continue. 7 overs, 1 for 24. I'm sure we'll see a couple of more shortish deliveries to Joe Weatherly, he's on 26. Finch runs away from us. Good length ball, just short of a length ball, which Weatherly just guides back to the bowler, and there is no run. Fairly quiet, the ground, isn't it, really? It's been quiet for quite a while now.
I think there's that, perhaps it's just like comforting peace. The crowd here know that this win is Hampshire's now, so they can just sit back, enjoy it. Not much to feel, no pressure, just good cricket.
No, it's not going to be an exciting one, this one, I'm afraid. It's all about just getting the job done and moving on to the next game. 3 away games, as I say, to finish off the group campaign for Hampshire coming up. Worcestershire will still be in the top 3 despite this defeat, as that's pushed away just behind, just in front of square on the leg sides. So still all to play for Worcestershire, and for Hampshire, well, it just gets them back in the hunt and just keeps them within striking distance of those top 3 places.
As long as it's mathematically possible, Hampshire will find a way.
They will, like they did in the T20, but you don't want to leave it that late all the time.
Maybe it's part of the thrill. They'll go, come on, be a Hampshire member. We'll guarantee you we'll be bottom of the table at the start, but then we'll rise up through the ashes.
Right. We'll just wait to play until we'll wait until we get home to start playing in the T20. Again, it's short of a length, and Weatherly just sort of waited for that, really, and I don't know, got sort of in 2 minds as to how he was going to play it. In the end, he's just played it into the ground, and the ball's not really gone anywhere, and there's no run there.
It is interesting to see how these different formats, of course, there's so many squeezed into the British summer at the moment. They've gone from county championship to T20, now to 50 over stuff. Weatherly, a player who plays in all 3 of those formats for Hampshire, has looked a bit stuck almost this innings. He's a bit torn between wanting to play some shots but then reminding himself to be calm in this innings, and I think it shows a bit through the way he's played today.
Has 26 off 46 is his 47th delivery, and that's short. That's another good delivery. Weatherly again just drops the hands and sways inside the line. Finch just has a little stare at Weatherly. Just finds a bit of bounce. This sort of ball balloons from short of a length when he's bowling. And you think, where's that come from?
A tall man, Finch.
Yeah, but I mean, not overly tall, is he really? I mean, you know, there's plenty of bowlers around of his height that don't get that sort of bounce. There's just something about his action, his wrist behind the ball. And
Oh, I'll tell you what though, I felt sorry for Libby being described as a short man earlier on. He's 5'9". When you were saying, I thought it was something like 5'6". That's not short.
5'9" is perfectly acceptable. As Finch bowls, and Weatherly just guides that behind square on the offside. Just have to hurry here a little bit, Ian Holland, so the throw comes in at the keeper's end. Holland didn't seem overtly worried though, as he completes that 1 run. Weatherly moves on to 27, 167 for 3. Hampshire need 10.
I was going to say, I'd do anything to be 5'9".
You don't need to be 5'9".
My dibbly dobblers would get a bit more pace from the pitch, I reckon.
Bit of bounce.
Yeah, some of the pure grass strips we've been playing on recently, I could be dangerous instead of bringing the ball through at the ankles. That's what I'm known for.
How high? What's your height?
5'6".
5'6". Here's Finch. Oh, he had to duck low there, did Ian Holland. That's the end of the over, and Finch has completed 8 overs now, 1 for 25. He's been impressive today. The 21-year-old who's only made his list A debut this year, 167 for 3. Hampshire still need 10. Weatherly 27, a single to Ian Holland.
The weather for this Friday at Bristol not looking too promising so far.
Is it not? Oh dear.
Fancy bringing a raincoat to Bristol.
Yeah, a little 10 over thrash.
Maybe a 100-ball thing. See how it goes. See if anyone's ever thought of that idea before.
Have you got another 100 game to go to?
Yeah, just the one more I've got, which is next Wednesday back in Cardiff.
Right.
As D'Oliveira in and down the wicket comes Weatherly, but for a dot ball. Yeah, I'm quite apprehensive. For anyone who has been following the 100, it's Welsh Fire against London Spirit, so I am very aware that I'm going to see London Spirit bat as if it's a test match again. D'Oliveira in, back of a length delivery, guided to the offside again, dot ball. Weatherly just being restricted a bit here in the final few runs of this game. But I'll bring out my Welsh roots to support the Fire for that one. And this ball is cut to the deep cover boundary by Weatherly, who looks for a 2, but not possible with good fielding from that fielder in the deep. Joshua Dell's been doing a good job out there today. Just the 1 run off this over so far. Hampshire 168 for 3. D'Oliveira into Holland, who cuts this one. Again to Dell, out on the deep cover fielder, bringing him up to 2. He's almost at his average, Kev. 2 more runs and he'll be pushing that up there.
Got to get a little knot out, hasn't he, just to help things along.
Maybe I'll say it louder. Start sledging him from up here. Get him to hit a 6. D'Oliveira in. Fuller delivering down the wicket again. Comes Weatherly. Just guides that up to the long on fielder for 1 run.
Well, there's going to no big bish bash bosh to finish the game off, isn't it? It's going to be done the hard way here, the workman-like way.
D'Oliveira past the umpire, floated delivery, but that's a low full toss and driven to mid-off, but lucky to get away with no runs there. And that is the end of the over. Hampshire 170 for 3 off 39 overs, only requiring 7 more runs for a win here at the Ageas Bowl today.
Yeah, well, they're certainly not worried about the run rate at the moment, are they, the way they're playing? Got an email here from Derek Pratt, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great live stream and commentary from the team as always. Thank you very much, he says. I was at the match versus Lancashire last Sunday with a dramatic stormy end to the day. Today's performance is much improved, which is very pleasing. You were discussing squad changes due to internationals and the 100, etc. earlier, but do you know what's happening with Keith Barker? As far as I know, he's not played since the away fixture with Gloucestershire. Is he injured, maybe? Well, he was struggling a little bit against Gloucestershire down at Cheltenham in that final championship game in the first phase of the competition, but he's not down to play white ball cricket for Hampshire, so whether it's T20, whether it's 50 over, he doesn't play in it.
He'll be looking to save himself for that crucial second half of the county championship season as Hampshire takes on to try and get that title. That's
right, yeah, one of 6 teams. Only 6 teams have a chance of claiming the county championship this year, and Hampshire are one of them. Got a change of bowling. It looks like Baker is back into the attack with his left arm spin, and that's full on leg stump, and that's turned away behind square. And that will be 2 runs off the bat of Joe Weatherly, and he moves on to 31. Hampshire closing in now on victory, 172 for 3. They need just 5.
Scattering of applause there from the crowd who have recognised that this game is nearly over.
It certainly is, yeah. Weatherly again, he plays that very fine inside edge, and that's gone down towards fine leg. There'll be at least 2 here, so it goes up towards the pavilion, and they'll settle for 2. Ian Holland, I thought initially was going to turn for 3, but I think right at the last minute he decided there's no point in taking any chances. He was running to the danger end. Weatherly moves on to 33. 3 runs needed now, 174 for 3. And it could be all over in this over. 4 balls left of it. That's played back to the bowler, and there is no run. Now, England are having a horrible afternoon session, aren't they, against India? 166 for 9 in the day of the Test match. Now, they weren't going too badly. Always going to be stumped. Oh, that's a beautiful piece of bowling there from Baker. It pitched, and Weatherly came down to try and meet it, and it turned and it beat the outside edge, and Weatherly was completely undone, and he's stumped for 33. Gareth Roderick with a smart bit of work behind the stumps. And Hampshire have lost their 4th wicket now with the score on 174.
And it's not quite been Roderick's day today. Didn't perform with the bat, had a couple of potential chances behind the stump, so he'll be happy to get that stumping under his belt. And taking that 1 more wicket before the end will hopefully give Worcestershire a bit of hope going into their next few fixtures, that they can go back to their winning ways.
Yep, started with 3 wins in this competition: Worcestershire, Kent, Gloucestershire and Essex, and they're heading for their 2nd defeat in 2 matches after losing that close game by against Middlesex up at New Road. High scoring game up there as well. So Joe Weatherly departs, and Felix Organ, I think he will be the next man. No, it's Lewis McManus is the next man in for Hampshire. He's having a pretty decent competition as well, but a horrible time to be coming in as a new batter, isn't it? As we've been discussing, and as you experienced recently.
Yeah, just get the single and get off strike, Lewis. I'll give you that.
Lewis would have been one of those that you would have turned to and said, Lewis, get your pads on.
Yeah,
I'm not going in.
Always tell the keeper. Ask him, what have you done today? So is that, you haven't bowled? Yeah, stick him on.
Well, to be fair, he is coming in his normal position of number 6. And well bowled to Josh Baker. He'll have enjoyed that. Hasn't turned too many. It's not really quite been his pitch, but that was a beautiful piece of bowling. Drew Weatherly down. Weatherly coming down to meet the pitch of the ball, and a lovely classic left armer's dismissal where the ball pitched and turns past the outside edge. Simple stumping in the end, really, for Gareth Roderick. So Hampshire still need 3, 174 for 4, and it's Lewis McManus, Hampshire wicket-keeper, to face the next delivery. There is a slip in now as Baker bowls. He goes over the top. He's not wasting any time here, and that is 6. Oh, Lewis McManus. Well, He's probably been watching the last hour and thought, get me in there, I'll finish it off. And he's done it, the only ball he's faced. And Hampshire have won this game comfortably by 6 wickets. We're only in the 40th over here. And wow, Lewis McManus has lifted this crowd.
I was just about to say, as he faced that ball, I bet Lewis McManus is the kind of person you could dare to try and hit a 6 on his first ball and he'd go along with it, just as he plays that shot. So a bit of a flair to the end of that game for Hampshire, and what a way to finish it. A comfortable win against the Worcestershire Rapids.
Well, a fantastic way. And Hampshire's second win in this year's competition. That's lifted them up to 5 points. We'll have to just wait and see how the run rate has affected the table, but they will certainly move above Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire were in 6th place, so they'll certainly move up to there. And by my reckoning, they'll move into 5th place because I think they've got a better run rate than Middlesex's. So they're a point behind Worcestershire. Worcestershire will stay 3rd. This is the only game in the group, in this group this afternoon. Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, the only game in the other group, but a comfortable win, Melissa, in the end for Hampshire.
And just a good way to, take this momentum onto these 3 away games coming up. Bristol on Friday. Me and you will be hoping that we see another comprehensive performance like this from Hampshire.
That's for sure. So just to recap then, Hampshire winning this game with by 6 wickets with 61 balls still remaining, so quite a large victory. And you were saying earlier, Melissa, just to repeat the stat, was it the lowest score to chase in this year's competition?
Yeah, in a game which hasn't been affected by Duckworth, Lewis or rain.
Yeah. So Lewis McManus finishing with 6 not out off the only ball he faced. Ian Holland with 2 not out off 6 deliveries. Half centuries for Nick Gubbins, who made 59, and also Tom Alsop, who made 50. And in the Worcestershire innings, 176 all out. They were bowled out in the 39th over, and still had 11 overs to bat, which is absolutely criminal in 50 over cricket. Top scorer for them, Brett D'Oliveira, with 40 off 41 balls, but it was Kyle Abbott who came back for his second spell, who switched ends and went up towards the pavilion end, who really wreaked havoc really in the Worcestershire batting order. They were 119 for 4 at one stage, and by the time Kyle Abbott had picked up 4 wickets in his second spell, they were reduced to 136 for 8. Kyle Abbott with 5 for 43, his career best list day bowling figures, and that includes about 13 or 14 one-day internationals for South Africa as well. John Turner backing him up well with 3 for 44, a wicket each for Ian Holland and James Fuller. But Hampshire, comprehensive winners here at the Ageas Bowl. And just before we sign off, just going to check the table just to see if it's updated already. In fact, it has. And Hampshire have moved up to 5th, so they've gone above Gloucestershire, who have dropped to 7th. They've gone above Middlesex, who have dropped to 6th. Hampshire on 5 points. Durham have 5 as well. Hampshire's run rate not quite as good as theirs. They're going to Durham next week. Middlesex's run rate inferior to Hampshire's as well. So all 3 of those teams on 5. It is very tight, but Worcestershire stay in 3rd with 6 points, 1 behind Lancashire, 2 behind Essex. It's still everybody's game heading into this. Well, we're getting towards the business end of this competition.
It is, and as I said, a strong win against Gloucestershire would put us in contention at the top of the table, up against those big names like Essex, who of course Hampshire lost against. But if we can get into those top 3, then there's another potential final to look forward to for Hampshire.
That's for sure. Thanks very much for listening. Thanks to Frank Watson. He's just doing a quick update for BBC Hereford and Worcestershire. But thanks, Melissa, as well. Myself and Melissa will be back, as far as Hampshire are concerned, back on Friday with the 50 over game at Gloucestershire. Make sure you join us then.